tomorrow breaks. So fall the chains, and the one who's caged turns another page. What you thought was lost still remains. Open up the gates, and you'll see its face. I hear the whispers singing, try again. Spread out your wings, but you will fly again. Fly. It's a blessed curse, losing what was planned. So unrehearsed, surrendering to chance. All the dreams you've questioned and feared, all the hopes you swallowed, moments soaked by your tears that have made you hollow, rising out of the clouds as the doubts grow quiet. Didn't know you'd find it, but now you hear. I hear the whispers singing, try again. Spread out your wings, but you will fly again. And you will, and you will, and you will fly. And you will, and you will, and you will fly again. And you will Let's do this. Are you ready for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. Are you up all nighters? We can take it higher. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Can you feel the fire running through your veins? Now you're burning brighter. Don't look away. Shout out to the legends, rising see the mark in my sight, the touch of gold on my life, and there's no slowing me down. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. I always do it my way.
240 players. I guess I have not looked at how much or paid attention to how much the face-to-face RCs, how much players they get typically. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, the last one was like 500 we worked, 600? Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that there's less rounds?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. It might mean that
me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go on, it doesn't matter. 'Cause I'm always ready for the fight, and even after I've been knocked down, won't change my mind. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down, though I'm in it longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver Regional Championship brought to you by Face to Face Games. I am your host, Mason Clark, my co host, Michael Kritz. Michael, are you excited for some standard action today?
Oh yeah, very excited for some standard action. Been playing lots of standard, so and to get prepared for this event as well. So, but I'm loving standard right now, and the meta's looking kind of nice, and it's a good time to be playing standard right now. So definitely excited to be casting this event and getting to see some good games today.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned this is a good time to be liking standard. I think that's true, as we're on a generational standard with over 10 different decks you could easily bring to this event and win. You have to imagine the players are going to be a little stressed when it comes to picking the right deck for the weekend, but also having a lot of fun playing so many different matches and matchups, as I'm excited to see those with you as well this weekend, as we are bringing you every single round of this event from 1 to the finals to see who is going to go to Worlds in that regard. Let's see if we can pull up our metagame breakdown here for this weekend. We do have a slightly smaller RC than we normally have here up in the great north of Canada. Player turnout a little lower, understandable. Vancouver, a little far away from some people. The time of the year can be a little tough, but we still saw that, mono green landfall as we were setting up our main here, so we can see maybe as I'm getting a judge
Stormwarp
call on that
zone.
one there. Yeah, but the surprising thing I think for maybe a lot of people, Michael, is while Mono Green Landfall is a great deck, and maybe people would have thought it was a top 3. I think people might be surprised to see it at the number 1 most played, but I think number 2 is going to be surprising for a lot of people who have passively watched Standard over the last couple of months, and that was Demir Midrange here brought out this weekend.
Yeah, so Demir mid-range is definitely interesting. I think it's an interesting choice to bring to the weekend. You got to be really locked in.
very challenging position to be for a lot of players. Now, this is something that if you watch the Pro Tour, you probably didn't see a ton of. And this is it Prowess as our fourth most played deck. This deck has really popped up. We did see some members of some big teams play this at the Pro Tour, but they didn't do particularly great. But this weekend, 15 players have brought it here, tying with Jeskai Control. So I sort of guess the fourth and fifth most played deck here. And this deck is very good at killing your opponent very quickly. We don't have Corey Steelcutter anymore. That's banned. But it turns out there's still enough good aggressive threats to get your opponent dead incredibly quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. Is it prowess? And the thing about is it prowess is there's multiple flavors of it. You know, it's kind of like pilot's choice on deciding what to put in the deck. I've definitely seen 2 or 3 versions floating around, so it'll be interesting to see which versions are going to do well for this event. And going into Jeskai Control, I mean, that's also, we saw that do some powerful stuff at the Pro Tour, and being able to kind of build its kit to attack the rest of the meta game. You know, we saw some, like I said, we saw some interesting stuff there in the Pro Tour, and it definitely has game across the field. So I'll definitely be interested to see how Jeskai Control has tuned their decks into the weekend and see how well it performs. And, you know, we keep speaking about Is It here. We have another Is It deck here in the next one, and Is It Spelementals. What can you tell us about that, Mason?
Yeah, I mean, this was the breakout deck of the Pro Tour, I think, in a lot of ways for people. I mean, Dimir Demons won, so maybe that's the one that sticks on your mind. But the team, the Boulder, whose team captain Andrew Ellenbogen will taking you in commentary for the back half of today, they came out with this deck. Really tries to use Sunderflock and a lot of the classic kind of limited archetype cards of the Is It, which is, you know, I'm going to reduce the cost of these elementals and play them, then Sunderflock to unsummon everything, and I have cheap efficient spells to back it up. This deck is very, very good at sort of solving certain problems. Like Cub, for example, when tailored that direction, is a deck that this can very easily beat up. I think theoretically you could swap it around a little to target some other matchups. I'm curious to see if players have done that this weekend. But kind of going into the Pro Tour, it was a deck that had a 72% win rate versus Cub. And every single player who played this deck on Team the Boulder did day 2 a very impressive showing. I believe they ended the weekend with like a 68% win rate.
Yeah.
So not quite a meme number, very close, but very good still on the conversion there. And then these last 2 before we head on out of feature match area is going to be Azorius Tempo and Dimir Demons. Dimir Demons is the deck that won the Pro Tour in the hands of Christopher Larson. This deck is a very powerful combo mid-ranging deck. We might see more of it. You know, honestly, it's one of those things where when a deck wins the Pro Tour, it almost always gets a little overrepresented. But here in Canada, maybe we're not buying on the Dimir hype, or as Larson called it, Dimir Spanish trap, as the Spaniards on his team convinced him to play. It worked out for him and maybe not for everyone else. Azorius Tempo is the other deck here. This was a deck that had a pretty good running at the Pro Tour. I believe Zeron Faust went 9-1 in the Swiss. This deck, very similar, I think, to Dimir midrange in kind of theory. In practice, this is kind of, you know, a tricky Azorius deck using cards like Aang, Swift Airbender, and Aven Interrupter to interact with the opponent, and then has a little mini lock with Voice of Resurgence and High Noon combined with those counter spells to kind of lock your opponent out of playing the game while you play kind of this, you know, aggressive grindy game plan. Azorius Tempo, a little bit of a misleading name. Sometimes these decks are going as high as Elspeth Stormslayer. That's a 5-mana planeswalker. That's pretty huge. As we do see our players are starting to move around, that means we get to start doing some magic. And Michael, I want to know, if you had to play this weekend, what deck would you have pulled the trigger on?
Oh, Dimir Excruciator is definitely the choice. I've been playing that a lot, been playing in some RCQs and getting high results. I already got my RCQ invite, so before I was playing Excruciator, but Excruciators just felt like home to me. I've said this a lot to my friends and other colleagues, but I've said that Dimir Excruciator, it's a Rakdos deck. Some decks have like one counterspell in the 75, but in its soul, you know, sometimes it feels like a Rakdos deck, and that's home for me. So that's kind of the choice I'd be picking to this weekend. I just know the lines. I really appreciate the gameplay. You can kind of have the high roll moments of like, well, I'm dead, so I have to cast the Excruciator and see where the cards fall. And it's a really fun place to kind of figure out the lines to kind of close it out. How about you, Mason?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, part of me wants to play something like Simic Cub, even though we didn't see it in our top 10 decks. I kind of thought Landfall would be a heavily played deck, and Lessons would too, and I kind of like those matchups. But it is hard to root against, you know, a deck like Lessons, a deck like Monogram. I think they're both very, very good. You know, Azorius Tempo is something where, you know, preparing for commentary a little behind the scenes, I play a lot of different decks, right? To sort of get a good understanding and bring you, the viewer, you know, kind of as deep an insight as I can get. But Azorius Tempo is one that I felt was very powerful in my time with it. And I didn't put tons and tons of time into it, but my experience playing against it and with it was like, wow, this deck really has some heat to it. So that would have been something I would love to have put some more time into if I was actually competing in the old States RC, which I gave up to bring Canadian coverage. I love Canadian Magic. They call me an honorary Canadian.
Yeah.
And so here I am doing it now. And so looks like our players are just about ready, is what I'm getting in my ear over here. But yeah, this format, he just has so many decks. There are decks that top 8 of the Pro Tour we didn't even talk about here, right? Like the Roaming Throne Elemental deck, playing all these mythic elementals from Lauren Eclipse. Eduardo made top 4 of that deck. And, it's a deck that some players really love, some really hate. And it wasn't even in our listed top 10 decks there.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I just got distracted by something.
You're all good. You're all good. I was just saying there are so many decks that we still haven't even talked about that are in that other category that did very well at big events.
No, yeah. Something I don't know if it's necessarily the big events. It was in the Latin America RC, but Boros Dragons, I gave that a whirl. That was another deck I think I would bring in, only because I got my first like standard 5-0 and Mick go with it. And the deck can be very powerful, very proactive, and then obviously it can kind of make your opponents stop what they're doing in order to, further your game plan. It makes it hard for them to play around. So I found Boros Dragons also to be, quite a nice deck going into the weekend.
Definitely. And speaking of nice decks, here's Jack Potter on your screen. He is heading over to the feature match areas. We are going to be watching Jack. You might know him better as House of Mana. He is going to be our first feature match here this weekend. And I'm pulling up Jack's deck right now. I'm curious to see what he wanted to bring for this weekend. A lot of people I think of him as Amulet Titan, that sort of kind of deck, somebody who really likes big mana. But Jack's someone who I think will play whatever is the best deck or he thinks to be the best deck for this weekend. And Jack might have been a little bit like me when he thought about what's coming, as it looks like Simic Ouroboros or Simic Rhythm, depending on where you're watching your coverage, is the deck of choice here this weekend. What you might expect, the Badgermole Cub, Mana Engine here. We've got the one of Craterhoof to kind of take over the game. This is like the deck that people thought was the doomsday of the standard format before the Pro Tour. Well, Jack is one of our players to bring it here this weekend, and he means it's under 10 players who actually registered this deck per our metagame breakdown.
Wow, yeah. So Jack on Simic Ouroboros. Yeah, like we said, we didn't see that in the top deck list here, but you said the 10 people brought it. We'll see what kind of stuff he brought in for this. Yeah, I'm interested to see how Simic Ouroboros performs, and then I believe the opponent Roberto is on. Is it Spelementals? And say again. Oh, sorry. So, yeah. Okay. And then it looks like we have deck lists here. That's what was being said in my ear here. We have Roberto here with the Is It Spelementals? And like I said, Jack with Simic Ouroboros. And the Simic Ouroboros list has obviously we have 3 Ouroboros here. Not that full 4 like we've seen before. There's been some changes and some tweaks to these Simic Ouroboros lists. And now we also have the, they're more going towards this Craterhood behemoth thing going on with the changes that have been made. And we also see 3 Mockingbird, which is also, a really interesting card. Has a lot of play to it. You can copy your stuff, copy your opponent's stuff. What kind of stuff do you like here, Mason?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that I think, if you first started playing Standard, maybe 5 months ago with the Simic Ouroboros deck, it had things like Spyglass Siren, right? Like it was topping out Ouroboros. Now this is a ramp deck that features Ouroboros almost as this backup win condition, or maybe you could argue Craterhoof and Friends are the backup win condition, right? It's kind of a philosophical question. But one of the big things we're seeing here in this build is the 3 Keen-Eyed Curators in the main deck here. That's a very strong sign, in my opinion, that, we're going to want to fight over the battlefield, but also that graveyard, right? We want to have that early presence. And, this deck really can produce a ton of mana. In the sideboard here, you're going to see even some red cards, thanks to Rhythm and cards like that. You're going to be able to actually, get down things like this Prodigy as a little weird kill spell. There's a Ye-Great Eater of All. So even though this is a Simic deck, it's actually, touching 4 colors slightly. And we saw that was a very popular build of the deck after RC Portland in the States, where 4-color Rhythm won. Now let's take a look at the opponent's deck, because, Jack picked a deck that I think is pretty good for some of the top decks, a little, on the lower side of representation, kind of a metagame call. Unfortunately for Jack, he threw rock and his opponent has paper, as this is it Spelementals. In the Pro Tour, they played this deck like we talked about earlier to beat this Cub deck,
Hmm.
Michael. And round one, you never want to see it. This is the
No.
matchup you're hoping not to play. Some players were a little maybe lower on this deck. Like, hey, it's good, don't get me wrong, but it is suffering from its own success, right? It's kind of like, well, all the lions came to town. They ate all the zebras. The zebras are gone. Jack's like, okay, I'm safe to be a zebra. And there was still one lion hanging out. And that's going to have to be, can we win this round? It's round one. It's not the end of the world if you lose. But I
No.
love to say that if you're going to win an RC, you need to win some rounds you're supposed to lose. So this is a big one for Jack.
Yeah, we'll see if Jack can what Jack can do against this. Is it tempo list? Like you mentioned, you have to take some down from your kind of harder matchups, and we'll definitely see that. Going to the RC and you're like ready to go. You had your coffee, you had your food, you're about to start the match, and you just see like, oh dang, the one thing I didn't want to see. You just gotta like really lock in there and really focus up, because your opponent in round one also, like anything can happen just like any of the rounds, but I feel like round one everyone's just trying to get their bearings. Perhaps people haven't caught goldfish the morning before or the night before, and people are like, maybe they just literally got the flight in, so anything can happen definitely on round one. And trying to lock in, making sure that those odds could be in your favor, depending how the cards shake out and how your opponent plays. So it's definitely, you have to let the games play out. You got to play Magic. Sometimes your hardest matchup, I've seen a lot at RC events that it was literally, my friend's easiest match that they had all day. They're like, I was dreading it, and somehow the opponent didn't get there. I drew hot, so we definitely have to see how the games play out, and I'm interested to see how it goes today.
I am, as well as I imagine our players are ready in the feature match area. Let's see about that really quickly here. As nice, it does look like they just finished up Mulligan's A Method to the Madness.
Yeah, let's see who's gonna go first here. Can't quite tell, but it looks like we're still maybe deciding on mulligans, perhaps. Yeah, we're still shuffling up here. So Roberto sending it back possibly, to see what other cards we can get here. And yeah, we spoke into this earlier. What are things we're thinking out if we're in Jack's seat, if we're going against this Is It Spelementals list? Like how are we going to approach this matchup? Like how are we going to be able to play around what Roberto is presenting?
Yeah, so really we want to go kind of fast here, right? There's a couple different ways you could go about it in theory, but I think your best bet is just, hey, I'm going to try to run over Roberto really quickly here before the Spelementals deck can get to their Sunderflocks. They're going to mulligan towards things like Burst Lightning and stuff like that to kill your Elves and your Badgermore Cubs. Don't get it twisted. It's going to be a tough battle to be really quick in. But if you're Jack, you just need to kind of apply a lot of pressure and try to win the game quickly here. And you see like Jack's maybe actually kept a hand like that. Craterhoof Behemoth is in this opening 7, it looks like, along with Badgermole Cub and Mockingbird. So we have a lot of mana available to us here, in the early game, and we might just try to slam a Craterhoof here on turn 3 or 4 and see what happens here. I couldn't quite make up if we have an elf or not, but this tap burning pool says probably not.
Okay, and I'm just getting in here. I had a little technical issue, but I think I'm caught up now, and I see the Badgermole Cub with a Earthbent land and sending. They're playing some fast Magic today. They were okay. They were ready to game. These gamers, they're awake and ready to go. And I think that was possibly a bounce off or something to a bounce effect on a land. Had to replay that and swing in for 2 here. Nice that Jack Potter kind of has the Badgermole Cub right away to go into a pretty fast, the fast start you were mentioning, and down with a Keen Eye Curator, something that you spoke into that can, maybe deal with the graveyard to stop those big creatures from coming in early. Let's see what we got. Okay, attacks
Yes.
in.
This is what I mentioned before about, when it came to other plans. You could try to Keen-Eyed Curator and control the graveyard. Jack does have 3 Keen-Eyes in the main deck here, as we are seeing a Mockingbird copying a Badgermole Cub on the stack. But, it is mana intensive. Luckily, if you have Badgermole Cub, that's a little bit less of an issue. But it looks like Jack maybe actually, did top deck into this Keen-Eyed Curator. And now, yeah, it's going to exile this graveyard over here, as it looks like maybe Mockingbird actually was a Curator. My apologies, not a Badgermole Cub.
Yeah, I definitely made the assumption that, hey, we're trying to go fast here and copy a Badgermole Cub, but Jack deciding to make it a Keen Eye Curator instead. And a Winter Night Stories here by Roberto. See what we can draw here. So you get to draw 3, and then you have to discard 2 if you don't discard a creature. Looks like he discarded 2, played a land back to Jack Potter's side. And Jack's side's looking pretty proactive with the game plan and having 2 Keen Eye Curators to kind of take care of that graveyard to prevent the early big creatures from Roberto's side. And this is kind of the place where Jack wants to be, being able to kind of swing in and have a proactive game plan while disrupting Roberto. What are things that Roberto might be looking at this point? Because Roberto's under a bunch of pressure here at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, having anything like, like a bounce spell that we could have used on this Keen-Eyed Curator ahead of time would have been good. But at this point, one of the nice things about Keen-Eyed, it's a 3/3. We talked about how, it's going to impact the battlefield. Here, being able to dodge Burst Lightning is pretty huge. So we're seeing here the Keen-Eyed Curator activating, eating these Winter Night Stories, getting them out there. And then, just eating all of these cards in the graveyard. This means you're not going to be able to play Hearth Elemental or Eddie Murkrab unless, we have something like an Opt here into a land drop, but we don't for Roberto. And you just see it pick it up. That's huge there for Jack.
Wow.
Yeah. That Keen-Eyed Curator, just a main deck hate card coming together perfectly for Jack.
And stole that game, game 1 really quickly there. That's kind of what we were speaking into. Jack kind of wanted to see here. As we go to sideboards, and remember at the RC, you can trade deck lists in between, or present each other deck lists in between rounds, and it happened before the round started as well. So in between matches or games, rather, you can look at what your opponent's doing as they go to sideboards. I'm having a little technical issue here, but here we go. Okay, so I see the list here now, and we have Roberto's deck list here, and we have in the sideboard, we have 2 Annul, 2 Hydro-Man, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Legend of Karuk, 1 Abrade, 1 Broadside Barrage, a Disdainful Stroke, a Negate, Pyroclasm, Seer, and Untimely Malfunction. What kind of things speak out to you here that Roberto might be bringing in for this matchup?
Yeah, so I think things like Pyroclasm to answer these early Elves and Badgermole Cubs, definitely something we're going to be pretty interested in. Seer's a card that you could always kind of talk about bringing in because it can kill an elf, but I mean, we just saw those Keen-Eyed Curators do work, so that's definitely making me want Abrade and Seer even more than I maybe already would want. And now I'm even thinking about Broadside Barrage, is this something that I should be hitting for Ouroboros and those Keen-Eyeds, and hey, worst comes to worst, killing a Badgermole Cub isn't the end of the world. So I imagine stuff like that's going to come in, and then we're probably going to, trim on some of our other cards like Spell Pierce, for example, maybe, cut down on some of these bounce spells but potentially and have kind of kill spells over them. I'm curious to see exactly what we do there. Spider Sense is a card that I've liked actually in this matchup a fair bit. Being able to stop a rhythm is sometimes huge, and also just stopping a Craterhoof Behemoth trigger is nice. That's something I've done a lot in the mirror match, but maybe in this matchup it's going to be playing out a little bit differently. It also matters a good bit on what your opponent has. So let's go take a look at Jack's sideboard really quick here and take a glance there, as that's going to inform our sideboard decision, as you did mention, is open deck list.
Yeah, on Jack's side of things, we have 2 Shimmerwild's Growth, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spider Sense, 2 Unable to Scream, 1 Champion of the Weird, a Disdainful Stroke, an Explosive Prodigy, Oko Lorwyn Liege, Sab Sunan, I believe, a Surok, and a Igra, Eater of All. And this is let's see what kind of things is Jack looking to bring in here.
Yeah, so Soul Guide Lantern is great. We just saw how Keen-Eyed Curator was pretty devastating. Getting that whole graveyard even one time is pretty massive, and this is a 1 mana commitment to getting that. I think Shimmerwild Growth is actually a card we might see come in here. It's just like a ramp creature, essentially, but it goes on your land, right? So it's an enchantment aura, so that means it won't die to these interactive spells, so it's something we could play on turn 2 when our opponent's holding up some sort of interaction and sort of blank their mana. I wouldn't be surprised to see something in that regard happen. And then I think Unable to Scream is something that's actually pretty reasonable in this matchup, as it turns the creature into an O2 toy. Not a toy elemental, it's a toy. So that means you won't be able to get Sunderflocked here. I've seen some players use this both in the mirror match, but also against this elementals deck in order to kind of kick their feet out from underneath them. They play an early Hearth or something, try to get that on the board underneath your Soul Guides, etc. And then, turns into a toy, you get them. So I'm curious to see exactly how Jack wants to go about this here. I do think this is a deck that you can afford to have some one-ofs in your deck thanks to Rhythm. You can actually have a decent amount of tutoring, but we don't have many of these things that we can actually tutor I just talked about. So I'm curious to see, are we going to trim down some of our creatures to make room for this? It's going to be a very interesting position here for Jack as we head into game number 2. And those players, like you mentioned, they were playing fast with it. So buckle in.
Yeah, they probably had like their energy drinks or their coffee. Like they were ready to go. I have not seen round one Magic play that fast. I have to admit, it's kind of wild. And maybe Canadians, they just built different. They're just ready to go right off the rip.
That's right. That's right. They got the Tim Hortons and on culture appropriating Canada, and
Exactly.
here we are as these players doing their thing. Looks like Jack threw a card there. We're gonna take a quick look at this other match though and see how we're doing here. As it looks like they're also in game 2.
Yeah, it looks like we have on Valentine's side 2 Spyglass and a Curiosity already down. Oh, and and then around against Demir Demons. Looks like Drew just played I believe it's the board sweeper here.
Deadly Cover Up.
Deadly Cover Up. That is right. It's Deadly Cover Up. I don't know if Drew has anything to exile on their side of things.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we saw the other cover up, which was in the graveyard. Not sure that came from a surveil or this is the second Wrath, but it looks like we are getting rid of all these Enduring Curiosities.
Yeah, that was going to be my what I pointed out to. Yeah, got to get rid of the Enduring Curiosities. Demir midrange likes to 1-for-1 their opponent and then try and get ahead and stay ahead with something like a Kaito or Enduring Curiosity. Refill that hand. So a good choice here by Drew to kind of get those Enduring Curiosities, and it also allows you to look at your opponent's library and look at what they have in hand. So getting some information there, which is quite nice, is another thing that Deadly Cover Up can do. Let's see here, and Valentine definitely still has a lot of play in hand here, as they have the Kaitos, they have Bitter Triumphs. It looks like Cecil's also in hand, so Drew still kind of has their work cut out for them. As we go back to Valentine's side of things, let's see what the follow-up is here. What kind of things is Valentine trying to get going as that Deadly Cover-Up just happened?
You just want to get pressure back on the board. We might even just see a hard cast Kaito here, 4 mana, get it on the board, and then maybe back it up with like a Cecil. And, it's not exactly how you want to use Kaito always, but, you need to have pressure on this Demir's Demon deck and make it awkward. Speaking of awkward, let's hop back over to Jack Potter over here in game number 2. So it looks like a spell snare caught something, hopefully not one of those, graveyard hate creatures we had a second ago. As it looks like Jack maybe awkwardly also drew a Llanowar Elf here, so not going as smoothly here in game number 2, but far from over. As Oko comes down.
Yeah, down with the Oko, and let's see. Oh, and just responded with a Seer. So it looks like players are talking over something. I believe Jack is able to at least, uptick. You're allowed to, have a uptick with your Planeswalker right when it comes down. So players, I think, figured that one out. An opt's going to be cast first, and then we'll see an Abandoned Attachments to follow, discarding a Winter Night Stories here, and just going through the cards. They're ready to go. I'm trying to keep up here. They are so ready to go this morning. All right, and an Abandoned Attachments, and back over to Jack. So now with that Oko, what kind of things can Jack do with this Oko and present some sort of other problems here for Roberto?
In general, this is just the thing that's kind of hard to kill, right? It's going to be able to, potentially flip over eventually and turn into Oko Shadowmoor Scion and sort of make some beasts. But for now, too, just something that's on the board creates pressure and is a little bit hard to answer is what we're going for here. We didn't flip it over yet, so nothing to really worry about in that regard for Roberto. It's front side, you just make a creature become all creature types, or a creature becomes shrunk, so nothing too huge there to worry about until we flip it over. So keep an eye for when this thing becomes green. As Badgermole is coming down, that's something you have to keep an eye on as well. Jack does know about the Seer because of the awkward-ish interaction there with the Oko.
Yeah, and like speaking into that, it was something that Roberto felt like they had a chance to kind of interact with that Seer, but it just shows how sticky and how tough Oko can be to deal with. We did see a Badgermole come down and a Earthbend a Forest here, and a follow up with a Llanowar Elves, and then now we see that Seer being used to remove the Badgermole cub. As we go back to Roberto, and I believe that's Sleight of Hand. Possibly, and we play a Spire Bluff Canal tapped, and we send it back over to Jack's side and see what Jack can get going. Got some choices here with Oko. Looks like a Mockingbird was just put into hand as well. Giving that a little read. There's a lot of text on that card front and back, so making sure okay, and a it is a
Broadside Barrage.
Broadside
Deal
Barrage,
5
yes.
and
Deal
yes.
5. So Broadside Barrage came down there, and so let's see what we can get going over on Jack's side. And I believe that's not a Wistfulness? Yeah, Wistfulness. Okay. And Wistfulness down, I believe what choices were made was possibly to draw some cards here.
Yep, draw 2, discard 1 on the Wistfulness. So getting a good little body on the board here, and nice play there from Roberto. We used the Broadside Barrage, basically trying to just, prevent Oko from flipping and then giving an emblem to the other side here. So decided to throw it off. And here's an Eddie Murkrab in the main phase. That's always a bad sign as the game-ending Thunderflock comes down.
Dang.
Now, in this situation, it's not as bad as it normally would be, though, because Oko has turned the Earthbent land into an elemental thanks to the plus, and Wistfulness is an elemental. So, this is normally the card that wins the game. In this spot, it just bounced the Llanowar Elf.
Yeah, but still a 5/5 flyer is not nothing, and the Eddie Murkrab is definitely something as well. So, I mean, there's some pressure, but not as game-changing as Thunderflock typically is that we get to see when it comes down like that. So definitely being able to play that Oko and choose, to give that land any creature type was definitely very like a great move here done by Jack, as now we finally do that flip here. And so now that we have that flip, what kind of things is Jack looking to do with this Oko?
I think the main thing here we're going to probably see is the mill, and then put a permanent card from among them into your hand. So it's like a little mini draw here, as we do hit Quantum Riddler, Badgermore Cub, and a Forest. All pretty great hits depending on kind of what Jack wants. Jack did miss a land drop a couple turns ago, but has been catching up there. I'm curious to see what he wants to do in this spot. This Oko now is sort of being like, hey, Thunderflock, you need to go this direction, trying to buy Jack some time when it comes to the life total race. And if we try to ignore it and just go face, well, then this Oko is going to drown the opponent in card advantage here. Classic Planeswalker situation, kind of putting your opponent in that squeeze.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to play Planeswalker against, blue decks or any decks that can't really remove a Planeswalker easily once it's resolved is, it's a classic sideboard move here. And we're seeing lots of cards come down in Llanowar Elves, Keen-Eye Curator, really flooding the board. Another Thunderflock, though. This one's a little bit more meaningful in the sense that it's able to kind of pick up some of the stuff that Jack Potter played last round. Roberto's side looking pretty good here. How is Jack going to kind of get back from this? It does, presenting a lot of pressure here on Roberto's side.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in for sure. I mean, ideally what we were just doing a second ago is what we want to be doing, right? Build up our mana, try to just burst through. I think that land stays in play. Yeah, so that's what Jack's doing there. Is he's sort of noting like Oko's ability to give a creature all creature types persists across the rest of the game, right? As long as that card's in play. So that land's going to stay there. So Jack, I think maybe just, trying to stop Twitch chat from saying cheater, pumpkin eater over there. But, we are just needing to build up our mana here. And the Thunderflock going face, it's interesting, with the Thunderflock and the other one that just got used to harmonize the Winter Night story, Jack is on a 3-turn clock here after that first attack. And if this Eddie Murkrab can get in, then that's, going to be lethal on the next turn. But that does leave Oko around as a way to sort of be like, hey, I'm going to, potentially get Jack out of this. We see Jack start to play a land, decide stopping, and then use Oko to try and maybe find a potential untapped land for another play. But it's a tough spot to be here. You're going to have to do some crazy shenanigans to get out of this one.
For sure. And, Oko definitely on that green side is only minuses. So there also is a chance that perhaps Jack can present a bunch of creatures here, maybe safely flip over that Oko to kind of build some loyalty on the Planeswalker. As we go back to Jack's turn and got a land down for turn. See what else we can get down over here. And, I really do like Roberto's position here and going face. I mean, you got to close the game out before Jack builds too much board presence and too much value that, you kind of get overwhelmed. So I kind of like Roberto's choice of starting to swing in face and try and close this game out before Jack accrues too much value. And then another Keen-Eyed Curator. It's, Keen-Eyed Curator this late in the game is a little bit rough, but, just need to present some stuff here. And I believe we
The burst
attack.
lightning to the face.
Yeah, exactly. I think attack for 10 as well, right? With both those Thunderflocks. So looks like we're going over to game 3 here, as players might go back into sideboarding and present their deck list back to each other. So that game went a little bit different than game 1, and definitely see how Jack wants to approach going into game 3.
Looks like so far Jack's pretty happy just to shuffle up our deck and not change much. I did see that Ygritte, Eater of All, did make it in from the sideboard into Jack's hand there near the end. This is a big elemental cat. It has Ward's Sack of Food. Now, it does make all other creatures food because Ygritte, the ultimate predator here, eats everything. Great flavor. This card, though, you can play pretty early out of these Simic Cup decks, and you can also rhythm it out and then sort of, take over the game with that here. But the big difference you'll note in those two games, right, is the fact that we weren't able to stop the graveyard from Jack's side, right? Jack, there sort of stopped the development before the opponent took over the game by developing a crab into Cinderflux. So the whole game is kind of about applying enough pressure before you can get your elemental synergies going. And, Jack was unable to do that in this position.
Yeah, it's going to be a definite challenge here if the games play out similarly, but hopefully Jack's able to bring, have a different start and be able to kind of be proactive about Roberto's graveyard, because that's the main value that Roberto's getting, and able to play those big elementals early. Speaking into that Oko last round, Oko was able to kind of stop that Sunderflock from bouncing everything on Jack's side. So that one of Oko actually doing quite a bit of work that last round, and maybe something that hopefully Jack gets to draw again here for game 3. And then we could probably go back over to Roberto's side and see what Roberto is going to get going here. That Broadside Barrage was pretty huge here. And I think also, early in the morning, we saw the Seer being played early, but, Seer still did work there and helped Roberto close the game out. So what kind of things are we still thinking about here in game 3 with what Roberto has?
Yeah, the only thing that maybe has changed up is, okay, I wasn't expecting Oko, right? I'm gonna expect Roberto expected a card like that, but sometimes, it's early in the morning, you maybe think, maybe it won't come in, when you're on the draw, maybe you thought there'd be more of an on the play card type thing. But those sort of small things, not much I think is changing up here on the play or draw in this side of the matchup. We are sort of presenting our game plan and hoping it is going to be good enough, and it typically is good enough.
Yeah. We spoke in this earlier in the matchup that, the is it tempo list or is it elemental list is kind of the favored here, and that kind of played itself out in game 2. So probably not looking to change much from how games 2 happened. Because, this deck is able to kind of deal with some of the things that Jack's got going on. As long as Roberto's able to kind of keep their graveyard and maybe deal with some of the hate cards that are coming in from Jack's side, Roberto should probably be in a favorable position. As we go down to game 3 here, and it looks like it looks like maybe both players have kept their 7, or at least deciding on mulligans at the moment.
I think Jack is kept, and Roberto, because Jack has a couple lands, Soul Guide Lantern, Badgermole Cub. What more do you want, right? Roberto, I think, was sort of looking at a hand that I couldn't quite make out all the cards, but it looked to me like it was a decent amount of lands and then like a little bit of interaction. And so sort of being like, hey, should I be keeping this? I think wisely here, probably mulliganing is in your best interest, as it looks like we maybe split a sleeve. This could be a disaster as a coverage moment. No, looks like we're good. Thank goodness. I don't have to do the re-sleeve in round 1. Come on. Let's lock it in, Shields. Anyways, that all being said, look at this hand from Jack as he just sort of, flicked through it nice and slowly there for us. Badgermole Cub, Gene Pollinator, Soul Guide Lantern, Ortoboroid, 3 lands. Come on. That is a great start here. And if Robert, does something like turn 1 sleight of hand, trying to, maybe undo this mulligan a bit, we might just see Jack put a ton of power into play and a Soul Guide Lantern and threaten this Ortoboroid.
That turn 1 Soul Guide Lantern can really really mess with things here. So we start with a Gene Pollinator, just kick us off. And back on Roberta's side, land drop, back over to Jack. See what we can get going. And yeah, that Soul Guide Lantern is going to do a lot of work here. Deciding when to put that down, as I can't quite. It's a little bit blurry.
Shimmering Wilds here.
Shimmering Wilds. All right.
Yeah, this is the enchantment that we talked about before, and how we talked literally about this exact situation, right? Maybe we'll be a spot where our opponent's holding up some mana, and then we play this card. Now there is a spell snare and Roberto's hand over there, so we could fire it off on this as it is 2 mana. Decides not to. Jack also does have the ability to activate Gene Pollinator because this is a permanent you can tap. Very funny. It always sort of stays untapped on top of the land.
Yeah, that's something I did not. Good thing for pointing that out. I'm sure chat knew. I didn't quite see that, so I do appreciate you pointing that out. Kind of sneaky mana source there with the enchantment land going on. So going back, and something I do appreciate is Jack played that enchantment last round, maybe trying to fish a little for a counter spell. But here it is, though, the spell snare onto the Badgermole Cub. And Roberto has to feel a little good about that. Had to mulligan down to 6, but being able to at least hit a Badgermole Cub is quite nice, as Jack does put down that Soul Guide Lantern and take out the sleight of hand. So now, what are things Roberto is kind of thinking about, is that Soul Guide Lantern has now kind of changed the texture of the game moving forward.
Yeah, so the big thing from Roberto is you need to try to get something in under or force a pop of the Soul Guide, right? So Soul Guide Lantern probably, is going to be devastating, but if you can figure out some timing window to kind of get down, maybe a discounted crab by 1 or 2 mana, that's still enough to kind of maybe stabilize the game most of the time. The other thing is making sure we don't die in this position. Jack is playing to the board, and with this double Gene Pollinator and the Shimmering Wilds, we can actually play this Ouroboros. Even if it gets countered, our last card in hand is Quantum Riddler. So,
yeah,
this is kind of not what Roberto wanted. We wanted, if you're Roberto's side, it's like, all right, you had your hate card, you had a good start, play a couple Gene, a couple Elf, and top deck in a couple turns from now. Give me some time to breathe, but no time as the Ouroboros comes down, and we're going to hope to find something to answer it.
Yeah, definitely trying to look for something to deal with this Ouroboros here, as it does come down at least, and looks like it's dispersing 1/1 counters across the board. So, Jack probably feeling pretty good here, able to present a Soul Guide Lantern and also present pressure. So now, the onus is really on Roberto to find something to maybe get out of this, as Winter Night Stories was cast, and trying to decide what the discard here is. And down with I believe that's a Steam Vents untap, so taking 2 here. And as we go back to Jack Potter's side, I mean, you gotta feel good if you're in Jack Potter's side.
Yeah, things are looking great. And, Roberto finally has enough things in the graveyard that if Jack doesn't pop the Soul Guide Lantern, we can get something down. But Jack's also going to be kind of thinking about that, as there's not much that he really needs to even worry about at this point once he gets down this Riddler. And Riddler draws Riddler. Oh, no, that's going to be a draw 3, as we are warping these. They're not sticking around for forever, but, we'll take our little pity prize of only drawing 5 cards here. Off
only 5.
Yeah.
And another one.
Another Soul Guide Lantern. So now Jack, has kind of whatever he wants. I'm really curious to see, do we go and try to play out more of our hand? So we are going to lead with the Soul Guide Lantern. I was curious if we were just going to pop the first one and then sort of, attack with a bunch thanks to our Ouroboros. But it looks like we're just going to play that one, move to combat. And then I kind of like this here, sort of be like, okay, listen, you can't really play anything that matters with your current situation. Let's see if you interact, and if you do interact, then I'll pop the Soul Guide, and then post combat I'll think if I want to do it anyways. And it looks like Jack is saying, upkeep, I'm going to pop your Soul Guide Lantern here. Stop Roberto from doing something like opting end of turn to kind of get out of it. And you see Jack wins the game. Great play there. And we talked about this before, Michael. You have to win some games you aren't supposed to win. Jack won that game, one that he was so unfavored in, and clutches out here in game number 3. Congratulations.
Yeah, like I said, you got to play these games out. And, unlike my example earlier, these gamers were caffeinated, but hey, Jack was still able to take this down, and that stole a game off of Roberto per se, and that's huge congrats to Jack and Roberto. Huge games there, played really well, and cards fell where they did, but you got to play the games out, like we mentioned, as we go into this like Demir v Demir match, as we're on Valentine's turn. And what do we got going on here, Mason?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a superior Spider-Man that has become a deep cavern bat that's taken a strategic betrayal from Drew. Very easy to parse on the right side of your board. For Valentine, though, it looks like we've got a Kaito sort of humming along with this deep cavern bat that's taken a deadly cover up and a full hand here. Doing a little surveilling action, found a bitter triumph. So maybe this bat that looks to be kind of huge. I mean, with that +1/+1 count, that's a 5/5 flying lifelinker. That's nothing to joke at. As also Wan Shi Tong is at hand here for Valentine. So looks like we're in a tight spot. Unsure on the game count here. We did see that we were in the middle of a game while we were going to game number 2 of the last one. So I have to assume we're in at least game number 2 as Deceit is coming down. Whew.
Yeah, that Deceit coming down. I believe the full Deceit. So we're going to decide maybe perhaps what to bounce here and what to discard. It looks like perhaps we're still deciding. Valentine might have a response here. It looks like it resolves. So now Drew is able to pick something that perhaps wants to bounce. Definitely not Kaito. Yeah, that Kaito is a pretty solid pick. As you know, Kaito could be quite a nuisance sometimes if you don't have the proper things to deal with it. So it looks like we're probably bouncing a Kaito here. And still on the stack, though, Valentine looks like they might have a response. So let's see what Valentine wants to respond with here. Looks like possibly a bitter triumph. No.
Yeah, so the way this works here, I think Valentine might just be thinking about, do I want to discard or lose life? We don't have life totals at the moment. But once you start resolving this Deceit, I believe it just doesn't stop until it's done. So if Valentine wants to take down the superior Spider-Man that is a bat, then we need to do it now. But if we do that now, right, then we're sort of in trouble because, okay, this Bitter Triumph's going to go. Awkward. But if you want to kill this superior Spider-Man, then this has to happen. Maybe the hope is that, like, if you don't do this, then you get to keep your Kaito. It's an interesting spot. Strategic Betrayal underneath the bat does mean there's another kill spell, and it looks like we're actually going after the Deceit.
Whoa. Yeah,
okay,
going on to that Deceit here. Definitely. I mean, we'll see what they want. Oh, and then a Wan Shi Tong after that. So let's see. I think they're just trying to like play out their hand as much as possible before, Drew's able to kind of interact with Valentine's side. Why would Valentine play a Wan Shi Tong in response to that?
Well, just because the only spells left are Kaitos, right?
Gotcha.
So if you were to take you leave the Wan Shi Tong, maybe Kaito gets taken either way. But if you need the Wan Shi Tong, which it looks like we are valuing it here, then okay, that would be kind of devastating, right? So sort of an option where it's like, don't give your opponent a choice if you think you're going to do this anyways. Obviously, you much rather your Wan Shi, pop off for a lot more, but this isn't the end of the world. I wonder if what's happened here is the Superior Spider-Man I thought was untapped because we have this sort of, Mamushka doll situation here of all these cards on top of each other. I think it maybe was stunned by Kaito on past turns, and the players just represented in some way we didn't quite pick up joining the feature match area because the bat didn't seem to get in there. And I mean, I have to imagine, that your Superior Spider-Man life-linking flying 4/4 would have. It would also explain that dice that I thought was a +1/+1 counter before. So Valentine here applying a little bit of pressure and maybe hoping to use, Kaito to kind of take over this game. As this is the second hardcast Kaito I've seen Valentine do. And I see players afraid to often do this, but I think it's a great play in this spot.
Yeah, it looks like we're just trying to lock, like you mentioned, lock down that bat. If you can't use the bat and not get the life gain, perhaps Valentine's choice or line that they're probably going for is just, get in with some beats, and it could work here. As we see another Superior Spider-Man being played and targeting the Deceit, and that blue, black was paid, I believe. So we'll see what. Okay, and then just the swamp here, and this is going a little bit back and forth as we get. I mean, Drew is able to get a Quantum Riddler down, or warped and draw an extra card. So it's looking. What was once looking pretty nice here for Valentine, Valentine now has their work cut out for them as they play a Spyglass Siren here. Yeah, we'll see what Valentine can kind of get going here. And now that Kaito has been bounced back to Valentine's hand, what kind of things is Valentine looking to do here? Because Drew has that Quantum Riddler, has the Deceit, the bat. I mean, there's a lot going on Drew's side. So what kind of things is Valentine maybe looking for to make this game, maybe close out this game possibly?
Yeah, I mean, we need cards that are going to pressure our opponent. So it looks like we're trying to maybe use the land, the creature lands. We hit a Risen Reef off the map trigger, but decided to hold the Risen Reef. So instead of wanting to have all the lands in play here, all 5 of them, Drew's deck is sort of like, this kind of clunkier version of the Dimir midrange deck at certain points, but has a lot more late game top deck heavy draws, right? We've seen this from the Riddler, the Superior Spider-Man so far. And now that we've hit this point in the game, Valentine is really hoping to get across the finish lines. It looks like we do have updated life totals here. So it is 10 to 12. And Drew just has a bunch of cards. And looks like maybe a concession here from Valentine. I'm going to assume we're up a game there, and we are just wanting to have time for game number 3, as there's only 18 minutes left in the round. Plenty of time to get a match of Magic in, but I think if Valentine's winning that game, it's using 10 to 12 of the minutes, and you probably aren't winning that one in most realistic worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's tough for Dimir midrange. You got to kind of like have your disruption here early and then be proactive and like hopefully maybe have an enduring curiosity to kind of keep the flow of cards in. But in this matchup, if Drew's able to kind of get towards that late game, like you mentioned, the top decks are a little bit more powerful than what Dimir midrange can do. So excellently piloted here by Drew on the Dimir demon side of things, as we're gonna go into game 3. And with that, how that match played out, what are things that Valentine might, we don't see we could probably pull up the deck list here, but what kind of things maybe is Valentine looking to do here as we go into a game 3 against this Dimir demons list?
What you want to do is kind of bread and butter Dimir. You want to get on the board, apply the pressure, and then force them into an uncomfortable, awkward position, right? So Valentine here really hoping to sideboard in such a way that it's like, okay, I'm applying pressure and I stop you from sort of stabilizing the game. And honestly, maybe even force Drew into a spot of playing something like an Excruciator when you don't want to, and then hoping that you can sort of win the game before that matters. As we have pulled up the Demons list here in the Dimir deck, these players are going to be finished sideboarding here, so we're not going to run through everything like we normally would. But, a lot of the cards that we've seen in that last game are going to come back in here again. Tactics is a card here that's a discard spell. Can be pretty good. A lot of the better cards from Drew are creatures, Quantum Riddler, Deceit, Superior Spider-Man. So getting those and exiling notably for Spider-Man is going to be pretty huge here. But Valentine just playing, a nice Dimir deck. And with these extra 1-drops as well, I mean, we have 8 of them. I would say often Dimir decks are somewhere between 6 and 8. So we're on the top end of that. We have the pressure. Now we just need to execute on that pressure.
Absolutely. And I'm having a little tech issue here, so just waiting for the feed to kind of refresh. But yeah, definitely. Okay, got it. Okay, I'm back on. So we have the Dimir Demons list up here, and looks like, yeah, I mean, the thing you mentioned before is like, I feel like Drew, the thing that you're focused on, and I've played this Dimir Demons list, is like Kaito is like the thing you have to kind of deal with, as that's something that can be a little bit sticky and hard to remove here. Let's see. I'm trying to see if perhaps they have the it doesn't look like they have the 3 mana, like 3 black black kind of the it's not Archmage's Charm, but Arch Nemesis Charm or something like that. So it doesn't look like they have that, but the main focus here is to deal with that Kaito first and foremost. So trying to make sure that you can get that handled. And we have, you have a bunch of ways to remove early creatures with the Dimir Excruciator list. So that's definitely something you want to do, especially going into turn 3. That's something that Drew probably has on their mind is, hey, let's remove some of the creatures on 1 and 2 so they can't resolve an early Kaito. But we've seen Valentine very comfortable playing a Kaito out, full casting it. So definitely something that Drew has to keep in mind as well as we go into game 3. And it looks like we start off here with Valentine with a Cecil. One of the most powerful things you can do is Dimir midrange with your turn 1. You definitely love seeing a Cecil in hand as we go back into Valentine's turn. Yeah, and let's see what Valentine can get going here.
Valentine has a great hand. We had Cecil, Flood Pit, Kaito, Curiosity. Those are the 4 good cards in your deck. And we drew the 4th land. We're ready to go.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, hey, the game plan, get Kaito on, is definitely there. So we'll see if we can get that going. Looks like I believe that's a Shoot the Sheriff here on Cecil. And back over to Valentine's turn. And let's see if we go for that. Yep. And like I mentioned, Kaito on 3, one of the things that Valentine definitely wants to see get going here. And now we're going to go back to Drew. So what's going through Drew's head as this Kaito is resolved?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is, okay, I need to either answer this Kaito right away, or I need to end the game via my combo here. A little unlikely to actually, end the game before this Kaito will get you, but it's possible. So, I mean, a double top there as well, it seemed, on the Surveil. So, pretty nice position. I believe we drew the card. Either way, from Drew's side, yeah, having a card like Bitter Triumph there is massive. And it looks like we paid the 3 life as well. So really valuing the cards in our hand. I wouldn't be surprised if Drew just actually took out the Excruciators and just plans to play Demir Chunky.
Wow, that's not something I have thought of from my side of things on Demir Excruciator, but yeah, Demir Chunky definitely a game plan there. As sometimes it feels like you don't have all the time in the world to enact your game plan, and Demir has all the responses to that. So sometimes being able to pivot here is a powerful thing that you can be doing. As we go to Valentine's turn, looks like we played a multiversal passage and shocked it to have it untap for island. Couple of choices that Valentine can make. I do believe we saw Enduring Curiosity in hand, and a Bitter Triumph, and the other 2 mana flash creature. So see what we can get going. Perhaps thinking about how the next turns are going to go, as keeping kind of stuff into hand here. And it looks like that's the Cruel Claws heist, I believe, right?
Yeah, that's the heist going on, and this is going to get either response of Enduring Curiosity coming on down here, just a black up. And it looks like we didn't do the gift version of the card, so that means it's just a discard spell. Other Kaito here from Foundations in hand. This is a card you'll see in these Demir sideboards. Sort of the 5th Kaito is the one that always gets you.
Absolutely. And Drew looking to see what they possibly want to discard here. And depending on what Drew takes, sometimes it's like, oh, this might be the obvious pick, but Drew might have something that we don't quite see in hand. It's sometimes hard to see what the players have in hand, but sometimes they don't take the most obvious one because they have a game plan for that. But did go for the discard, the Kaito here. But I feel like Valentine, as long as the Enduring Curiosity isn't quite dealt with, I mean, Valentine's probably feeling pretty happy being able to possibly draw some more cards with that Enduring Curiosity, and Drew a little bit under pressure here from what Valentine's been able to present turn after turn. I mean, a lot of pressure coming down from Valentine's side, as we have a Warped Riddler coming down, draw a card, and going back to Valentine's side. And let's see what Valentine can get going. Going to come in for that. I believe is it 4/3 damage on the power here. 4 damage. So yeah. 4 damage down to Drew. Going to draw a card, and in this position now, Drew has a lot of Drew has dealt with a lot of things, and so Drew needs to kind of figure out how they can respond back. What are things Drew's kind of looking for at this point?
I mean, honestly, that Quantum Riddler, if nothing else to come down here, would have been a fine thing to stabilize once you get through that Bitter Triumph in hand for Valentine. But unfortunately, that's a much easier said than done situation. I mean, just anything like this seat here would be pretty reasonable. Just you need to sort of stay alive in this position. Flood Pit Drowner and Bitter Triumph are in hand. And so I believe every card is known to each player on the hand of Valentine, but I just don't know if it matters for Drew. If we don't have Deadly Cover up here, we're going to be in a really tricky spot. It looks like Insatiable Avarice might be the play.
And we'll see what the choice is here. I mean, either the choice of drawing 3 and taking 3. I mean, you gotta feel good if that's the
tutor.
Tutor. Okay, I was the tutor side's also pretty relevant here. So tutor gonna put that card on top, and hope there's some cards that can get Drew out of this, obviously, and choosing to kind of maybe find that card and put it on top, as we're kind of going for a little Hail Mary action, in this position, because there's a lot of pressure coming down from Valentine. But we'll see what Drew can, what the choice might be here on top if we get that far. So looks like maybe it possibly pass back to Valentine.
Yeah, so I like this here. We're gonna discard the Harvester of Miseries, -2/-2 the Flood Pit Drowner. We're gonna go to one. Valentine's gonna draw two, but you know what? Drew's alive, and right now that is the important part here. You're gonna get two cards. This game's gonna keep going. It might be an awkward game, but I at least have a chance. So that makes me think something like Deadly Cover Up is on top of the deck here. And from the discarding of the Harvester, we can actually pay the investigate cost there, which means we'll be able to get rid of this Curiosity. And it looks like Tashani's Tidebinder was the pickup for Valentine, which might actually mean game being a flash threat here. We'll have to see how it goes. We might also just see Bitter Triumph kill our own Curiosity in response to the Wrath, if it is the Wrath. A lot of assumptions going on here on my part, but I can't imagine many cards. Yep, and here it is. Deadly Cover Up just slammed off the top. Looks like Bitter Triumph, yeah, is going to kill the cat. Sneaky little play. Are you a cat person or a dog person, Michael? Keep your secrets. That's fine. As we are going to have that Deadly Cover Up resolve here. And I think what's happening now is Drew is deciding what card to exile. And Drew's going to see this as Shini's Tidebinder, and then it's going to concede. So congratulations there to Valentine for winning this game 2-1. The W's don't stop for Valentine in Canada. Somebody's going to take him down as we are done with this round here. So we're going to take a quick break and set up for round number 2. We'll be back in just a few minutes. There is 7 minutes left in the round, so stay tuned. More magic coming your way.
Do you I'm here at Regional Championship of Vancouver, Cycle 11 with House. Welcome back once again, friends. It's like I have you on every time.
I think I'm what 2 for 2 for RCs that you've broadcasted.
I believe so.
And I've been at. So
What? You were on the Pro Tour?
I was.
How did that end up going for you?
I went 11-5 working with Team Cosmos. So I'm requalified for Pro Tour Vegas, which is great.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I like staying on the Pro Tour. Yeah, so it's nice.
Are you just here to try to get your easy slot to Worlds then?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, like it feels like a given. So
awesome. So for this event, what exactly have you brought so then you will be able to get your shot to Worlds?
I have brought the most broken deck in the format, Simic Cub or Simic Rhythm. Basically, I think as long as you register Badgerable Cub, you're not. But you register it, but you're not playing Landfall.
Okay.
Because Landfall is good. It's like very clearly good.
Yes.
But Cub beats Landfall, and it feels like we're back in this like rock paper scissors format that we were in like a month ago before the RC in Portland.
Yeah.
Or like the event in Atlanta.
Yes.
Where it was like, okay, like people were playing Lessons, people were playing Landfall, people were playing Cub. Cub was like starting to like uptick and get him popular, and then Pro Tour happened. Cub was targeted to oblivion.
Everyone's like, this deck, we hate it.
Yeah, so I think the time has come to where the deck has unwarped.
Okay.
Or the format has unwarped rather.
Yeah.
There's the Spellmentals deck is not really a thing anymore.
Sure.
The Blue Buck Demonas is it's like a close matchup, and then like the Eduardo Elementals deck is also like pretty close. So I feel great. Yeah, no, I'm playing the list that Team Handshake posted.
Awesome.
Recently. Looks great, feels great. Arcturus Charm is a fantastic card, so I'm
such an insane card.
I am very excited to play. The only change I made was I cut the second Surak for a Sapsunin because I wanted my own poison Dart Frog, like Alexander McIsaac did. But in all seriousness, no, I played the card at the Pro Tour. It was very good, and I've been playing it since then. And the card has continued to be good, so I'm going to keep registering Sapsunin as long as I can because that card is great.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the event,
Thanks
and
so
I
much.
can't wait to see you in the top 8.
ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Yeah, it's about to break. Got what it's gonna take. Go ahead and own that stage. Let's go. When you're made for this, yeah, it's obvious. Top another list. Let's go. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! Go! Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. It's now or it's never. No plan with forever. It's now or it's never. Hey. It's down to the wire. Who gon' take the empire? It's down to the wire. This is it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is it. Yeah, this is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Go! Go! This is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. What's your command? Show me your rendition as you demand. I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now all the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. Is this my fate? To be trapped in your wake, or can I create by myself something great? I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now all the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 to the time. Now let's just push 5 and 6 and 7, 8. I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I'm feeling
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Face to Face Games Vancouver Regional Championship. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Michael Sinclair, and we are in round number 2 of this RC to see who's going to make it to the Pro Tour in Vegas in just a couple months and also to Worlds. We had a crazy round 1. We saw Jack Potterman and his House of Mana crush Is It Spellmentals as Simic Cub. That's a dangerous spot to be if you're Jack Potter winning that kind of matchup. So the Vestafield better watch out. But this round, we've got 2 totally awesome decks to bring you. So another version of Simic Rhythm, which is not the most played deck in the room by far, but it seems to be doing well so far. And we're also bringing this pretty exciting 4-color mid-range deck.
Yeah, 4-color mid-range deck, definitely going to be interesting to see here, as there's a bunch of choices the 4-color mid-range deck can choose, and it looks like they did have some exciting choices that they had made once we get the deck list pull up. And as you were mentioning earlier, Simic mid-range, it's Simic Rhythm rather, is something that I kind of spoken to my peers about, like, hey, at any point Simic Rhythm can still be good. It's very proactive, and don't sleep on it. I know at the PT people are kind of gunning for it, but it can always just make a resurgence. And I think we're kind of seeing maybe a little bit of that here in Vancouver as we got the deck list pulled up. This is Michael's Simic Rhythm here. And something that I think is notable from the last deck list that we saw in round 1 is the Meringue River region is one of the choices made here, and Sentinel of the Lost Lore. What are those things kind of maybe hedging towards, as those were put in this deck compared to the last one we saw?
Yeah, so the last one played a bunch of Keen-Eyed Curators, right? Tried to fight the graveyard pretty heavily. Meringue is just a card for if, like, you play a bunch of mana dorks, and then it's like, uh-oh. So Meringue can be either, a big dragon you can play, or be some card selection. Try to find the cards you're looking for. Sentinel of the Lost Lore is doing a graveyard hate impression like Keen-Eyed Curator, but 3 mana, a little different here. So, contextually doing a similar thing to Keen-Eyed, just in a slightly different way here. And then we're seeing a bunch of Spider Sense in the main deck as well. This one looks a lot more like what we saw right before the Pro Tour. This was sort of a list very similar to what Simon Nielsen did well with over in the EU for a little bit. So I'm excited to see sort of how this one plays out, because I think with the Simic Rhythm deck in general, you're trying to hit certain matchups and dodge hate. It's kind of like playing, and this is a bit of a hyperbolic comparison, but like Storm in Modern, right? Like you kind of want to play Storm and everyone thinks you shouldn't be playing Storm, and they've all cut a card or two from your sideboard. They'll still have something, it's not like they're never without anything, but you kind of want to be kind of coming in that spot. And I think that's what those players are doing this weekend. But Michael, I'm really excited. Simic Rhythm, I can only talk about Cubs so many times. Let's talk about some spice here. As we got Gwen, Stacy, Shiko, 4-color mid. So I don't know if you've seen much of this deck. This is a deck that's been popping up a little bit. I know that Sanctum felt pretty excited about this list, is my understanding. And one of the cute things here is that you can use Shiko to cast Gwen Stacy from your graveyard. She comes back as Ghost Spider. The flipped backside of that comes up in the game. It's going to be pretty impactful. But besides that, you're kind of just like this, I almost want to say like old school mid-range clunky deck, where your deck kind of just has a bunch of these kill spells. You've got a bunch of things that can theoretically win the game, and you just sort of play normal Magic from there. But it also is using the Ashling Passage as a way to cast some of these bigger spells ahead of schedule. We'll have to see how this plays out, but theoretically you do have enough tools for Cub. Just will you in the moment.
Yeah, and looks like we're down here into the match with Gwen Stacy for the play on turn 2 by Gareth. And as you were mentioning earlier, the choices that they made for this deck, there's a lot of new cards, which is kind of cool. The Legend of Kuruk, they have the Ashlings there, the Gwen Stacy that you spoke into. So it'll be exciting to see. And not as much counterspells as normally one of these decks would kind of represent is the mid-range variant instead of the control, but still exciting to see kind of the choices that Gareth has made to see how they want to tackle this metagame. As we go back to Michael's turn, we have the land and the Llanowar Elf. See what we can get going here for their turn 2. As I believe we shock in a breeding pool. Going to go down to 18 here. See what kind of proactive things they want to do on their turn. Tap 2 here and a Badgemole Club, a classic, and making that breeding pool Earthbent. So still have access to 2 mana here. Maybe have a follow-up spell. Nope, just a pass back over to Gareth. As we see the Gwen Stacy already down. Gonna play another and responding kind with a shock land and see what we can get going. Oh, and a pass back. So as this goes, as this matchup is going, what kind of like who might be favored here in this matchup? Because I know that we have both the Simic Rhythm and Four Color mid range, and I don't, I looking at their deck lists and such, maybe Gareth has prepared for this, but what are we looking like as who might be favored in this matchup, possibly?
I think it matters a lot on like the ability to execute our game plan. Michael here clearly has a spider sense. I think just from the way that last turn played, it's possible Michael just had no other cheap plays, but it looked to me like, hey, I'm animating this breeding pool. I got spider sense up to interact. And now can Michael develop to the board as we see another Badgermole Cup come down? So we're talking about this and sort of do this while we're, potentially tapped up here. It looks like Gareth started to actually cast something, but decided not to. Gonna let this resolve. And, Gareth's deck does have things like Ultima. We have ways to kind of stabilize the board. We just have to get there. And I think this 4-color mid-range deck has, like I said before, it has some cards that can mess up the Simic Rhythm deck. But in general, I might describe it much more as a deck that's better against other mid-ranging decks. Like this deck versus Landfall, you're so happy to be on 4-color mid-range. If your opponent's trying to have 1 or 2 good threats, you can kind of keep up with them. As it looks like Michael has just put, about 10 mana worth of mana dorks in play and is sort of just sitting here and hanging out. As it looks like Aang Swift Savior is going to get cast as it was exiled by Gwen Stacy's front side.
Oh, I see. That's what that was. And double fate. Well, that one card to represent a card in deck. So that's what's going on there as we have the Aang and I believe what got earth bended or air bended there?
I think it was Llanowar Elf.
Okay, yeah. Llanowar Elf got air bended there, and we're going back to Gareth's turn, see what Gareth can get going. And this is, as you spoke in, Michael has a ton of mana pass back there. So it's kind of, I think Gareth is probably scratching their head like, what can Michael possibly have in hand with a pass back like that? Could be kind of scary position because now a lot of top decks are live for Michael. And so Gareth definitely probably thinking about that as they go into their turn, and looks like a Lightning Helix over to a Badgermole Cub. Gotta lower that how much mana value can be generated on Michael's side there. So let's see. Michael looks like they might have a response to this though. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think it's an interesting position where Michael has the spider sense, well, at least is playing a lot like we have a spider sense, right? And so you have another cub, but right now you have 9 mana, right? So like if you protect this cub, cards like Rhythm and Hoof and things like that can win the game. So it looks like we're gonna maybe try to Archdruid Charm while the No More Lies mana is down. Notably, Gareth only has 1 white. Now, if we're holding that second one to hide Ultima, maybe that's the case, but there's no More Lies or anything like that. I think it's just a 1 or 2 of in this build of the deck either way. So we're going to get this resolved, and I think Michael might be like, okay, let's see what I can grab, get this Ouroboros, and then figure out, do I want to actually counter this or not once I kind of gone through my decision. I imagine if we were going to counter, we would have grabbed something like Hoof that wins the game on the spot. This says to me, as Michael is letting it resolve here, we're going to try to probably play a game where we hold up this Spider Sense for the Wrath for the rest of the game, as it looks like Gareth actually does have Day of Judgment in hand as well. There's just no other white source. So, 4 colors giveth, 4 colors taketh.
Yeah, absolutely. And Michael just playing really well, playing around, what possibly Gareth can be setting up here, as the Ouroboros was the choice. And, being able to play that Ouroboros pumped the team, and Gareth being on 4 and not quite 5 yet, you definitely want to start getting things going. That's the 4 land or 5 land by Gareth's side is definitely something to be aware of as we approach those turns by Michael's side. So Michael, like I said, going to go ahead and play that Ouroboros, giving +1/+1 across the field here on his board. And let's see if we want to come in for some attacks here, or maybe we have some other follow-up. And Gareth very kind here by making sure and maintaining the board state of that breeding pool, having 2 +1/+1 counters here. Looks like 4 coming in. And so now Gareth, will probably go on Gareth's turn here. I mean, has that Day of Judgment in hand, but probably thinks that Michael has something to interact with here. What is it like? Gareth knows that they want to play that Day of Judgment. Like, what might be going on in Gareth's mind as we're going into their turn right now?
This is a spot, if you're Gareth, you have to know that there's a spider sense at this point, or Michael is bluffing in a spot where Michael can't really afford to bluff. So let's assume our opponent's doing the thing that makes the most logical sense. Gareth needs to play something that is going to eat the counter spell so that you can then resolve your wrath in order to stabilize and win the game. But I think this stock up, while it might do a great job of finding the white, you maybe now have to pivot towards, well, can I find, my second white land so I can cast my spell and also a counter spell to fight back over the Spider Sense while not dying. That might be doable here. Gareth is on 18 life thanks to Lightning Helix, gaining us some life earlier. But that Ouroboros is going to represent a lot of pressure. Looks like a No More Lies is going to the graveyard. That's one of your few counter spells in this main deck, but it's notably a white mana to cast that one. We're a little stuck there. All right, there's an Elegant Parlor. That's a white source. So let's see if Gareth can survive this turn and then hope to win the war over, Day of Judgment or Ultima, whichever one we decide to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And so just trying to hang on here for dear life, Gareth. And able to get that land, like you said, the other white land, and did a surveil. So going back over to Michael's side, see if maybe Michael can close this one out. Definitely, getting towards that point where like there's game states or times of the game where a lot of important pivotal decisions are being made, and this is kind of the place where we find ourselves right now. With this turn, I turn either later in the turns, turn 5, 6, 7. There's a lot of things going on here, so really trying to make sure that you stay ahead and keep ahead as we maybe try and close out the game. Michael going to go for a Quantum Riddler warped in, be able to draw 2 because they only had 1 in hand. And so now Ouroboros is going to pump the team for putting +2/+2 counters across the board here. And that's a lot of power on Michael's side. We'll see if Michael decides to swing in or how many things to swing in with here. Gareth just holding on right now for dear life a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, if we look at the board, right, I mean, Riddler can't attack this turn, so it doesn't super matter. I think we're really close to lethal. And yeah, so the Gene Pollinator is staying back. A little surprised by that one, unless I'm missing something here. But not lethal here, so Michael's going to hold back these things. There's going to be a chump block here. And then Spider Sense, I guess, is still up here.
Yeah, that's true.
Assuming we have it. I mean, it's possible Michael's just, bluffed it this whole game.
Yeah, bluffing everyone.
Yeah.
Including us. All right, Day of Judgment, let's see. And the Spider Sense was there. Michael able to take down game 1. Played that really well into what Gareth maybe had. So we're gonna go to sideboards here as we see the Jeskai plus Black mid-range deck, and let's see what they have. They have 3 Voice of Victory, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Doorkeeper Thrall, 2 Elspeth Stormslayer, 2 Pyroclasm, which is looking maybe kind of nice here, 2 Rest in Peace, a Flash Freeze, and a Gate. What else kind of looks good here on Garrett's side?
Well, you got the bingo free square and Pyroclasm, so that one is one I have to imagine we're going for. Flash Freeze is also, kind of your bingo free square. It counters everything in the deck that isn't Quantum Riddler, so that's going to be a pretty nice one there. I've seen some people experiment with Doorkeeper Thrall in this matchup, just as a way to sort of be like, oh, I stop a Crater Hoof, that sort of thing. I don't really know like how effective that is. My gut is that like if you think there are enough cards in your main deck that are just kind of like stinky, then like yeah, go for it, But this is a deck that I have not played a ton of personally. I have some friends playing this at a couple different RCs going on this weekend, including this one. But it's one that has kind of slipped under my radar. So I'd be curious to know kind of if you're someone who plays a lot of this deck, are you excited Doorkeeper Thrall? Is it a one of? Do you bring in both? There are some kind of you have some clunkers in your deck, but you are kind of also a clunky deck. So like you need to end the game. I think this speaks to a bigger thing, which is so often I think players overload on answers to the Cub deck and they don't close the door. And the Cub deck doesn't rebuild with the best of them, but Quantum Riddler as a singular card does represent a lot of magic cards that can get out of control very quickly, as can Nature's Rhythm, sort of searching out multiple creatures. So you need to kind of put pressure here. So, my gut instinct normally of like trim on some of your top end cards is like, well, how many of those can I realistically trim and still close the door? So that's sort of my guess here when it comes to Gareth's deck. It is one that, I think with a lot of mastery, I would not be surprised to learn that there's some other weirder stuff coming in here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick note there, playing the Doorkeeper Thrall, I definitely had some decks that had that sideboarded, and it definitely changes the texture of the game. And I think even more so in some ways in Gareth's deck, because you do have creatures that come in ETB. So playing that Thrall here definitely changes how your deck is played. And my assumption here is you're bringing in way more answers than you have creatures, and like maybe hoping that your late stage of the game you can close it out by making sure that your creature value is better, just them raw uh, being there other than their ETBs. And so it definitely does change that texture of that game. So bring in Doorkeeper Thrall, definitely not free. And it's maybe something to really consider deeply on Garrett's side. And then on our Michael's side, we have the Simic Rhythm, and let's see what kind of things they brought in or going to bring in possibly for their sideboard. So in their sideboard, they have 2 Origin of Metal Bending, 2 Unable to Scream, 1 Disdainful Stroke, an Enduring Curiosity, Into the Floodmaw, Keen-Eye Curator, Meltstrider Resolve, Oko as well here, Reclamation Sage, Soul Guide Lantern, Surrak, Vivian Reed, and Wistfulness. What's looking good here on Michael's side?
Yeah, I mean, I think some cards like Vivian to go a little longer can be great. Curiosity, same thing, right? One of the things I really like about Curiosity in this deck is your deck plays so many mana dorks, as we've seen time and time again with this deck, that it's like, oh wow, when I play like Curiosity, I now suddenly turn all these Llanowar Elves into cards that are actual threats, right? We talked about how you can produce a lot of mana and you don't get out of that kind of top deck war as good as some other decks in the format, but this is one of those cards that can do that for you here. Along with those lines, I imagine we might see something like Disdainful Stroke to fight over the Wrath, right? That whole game, last one came over to could we beat a Wrath or not? And then there's also Shiko, which is a pretty powerful card you want to answer. So I imagine these sort of cards would come in. If Keen-Eye Curator comes in, I wouldn't be surprised. Nice early body can stop a Gwen Stacy from coming back to the Shiko. Kind of huge in that regard. Wouldn't be surprised if Origin of Metal Bending comes in as something that can give Indestructible, if you're trying to fight over that part of the thing. So a lot of different options here, but I think the main thing for Michael is just trying to get on board and then protect that board state that you develop. And we did a great job of that in game 1, and let's see if we can replicate it in game number 2.
Yeah, it looks like we are back to the game here, folks, and on to Michael's turn 2. Play another blue-green land here and a tap, and a Spider Manifestation. Looks like it gets answered in kind with a Lightning Helix, I believe, there. And
well, we have an island, so nice try on the Lightning Helix. I imagine, though, that this, Steam Vents from hand is going to get shocked, and it is going to take down the Spider Manifestation. Not the cleanest way for things to break out in the world for you, but not the end of the world at all. And, as we like to call it in the business, an oopsie poopsie happens to us all.
Oh yeah, happens to me sometimes as well. So I've been in those positions too. So another blue green land here by Michael. And Gareth might have thought like, hey, I have all my land colors here with the blue, like in that turn too, with the island and the mountain and plains, basically being able to tap for all the colors, but just didn't quite have it. So I could kind of see where that happened there. But as we go here, we're gonna swing in for 2 for Michael on Michael's side, and a pass back has 3 up for land. So that's kind of an interesting consideration here, and that's why we saw this. That's that Origin of Metal Bending, correct? Maybe protecting that Spider Manifestation as we go back to Gareth's turn. And so now we're on the turn 4, pretty big turn here for Gareth. It's kind of in a tap land played back to Michael. See what's going on here. And so Michael kind of playing this had a lot of ways to react. We have only seen a Spider Manifestation. We'll see what they have going on here, because we're going to turn 4 and we just have the Spider Manifestation so far. And I believe
Nature's Rhythm, yeah.
So Nature's Rhythm here, and it still untaps the Spider Manifestation despite not being able to be cast, because it sees it was 4 mana value when it was cast here. And back to Gareth's side. So now that we're on turn 5, this really opens things up for Gareth. What is Gareth looking to do starting from having 5 lands down?
So far, so good from Gareth's side. We're stopping any kind of crazy pressure. We've answered these things. And then once we kind of feel like we can't do that anymore, or we need to start sticking something that can take over the game. So, even a Shiko here would be kind of nice. Just like, yeah, Helix, a spider manifestation, gain a little bit of life, get my big dragon down. And really, I just want this big dragon down. That's what it all comes to.
Yeah, absolutely. That dragon in its own way can take over the game, especially like, being able to do 5+ CMC or 5+ mana value stuff in one turn is a big effect, especially being able to do it early. But we do see a Vivian Reed come down, and Gareth being kind here, letting them know to untap that Spider Manifestation. And it looks like the Vivian Reed ate a disdainful stroke, and it goes to the graveyard there. Gareth probably feeling pretty good, being able to kind of react as the game goes. Like we said, that turn 5 is a big turning point for Gareth's side of things, as the Aang gets played down and the Spider Manifestation gets airbended. Let's see what else Gareth can get done here going into turn 6.
Yeah, great play there from Gareth. Sort of use the stroke, answer the big payoff, get a little bit of pressure going. And now our hand's mostly Wrath, but it does look like we just picked up the Legend of Kurok. This card is just Preordain into Supercharged Pyromancer. That's kind of the joke. You haven't seen this card yet. So this is a great turn, what we talked about before, of answer everything. Once you feel like you can't answer something, slam a card that can take over the game. And the Legend of Kurok, I wouldn't say is perfect at that in this deck, but if you're in these sort of positions where things are kind of nice and calm and it flips, it does close the door very quickly.
Absolutely. And that scry too is kind of nice, especially as you get to figure out what the texture of the game is on turn 1 and turn 2. You get to see what your opponent does, and then when it ticks up the next turn here, Legend Kurok allows you to scry to then draw a card. So you're able to kind of look for the pieces you need to keep going into that late game and, answer pressure. It definitely goes really well here in the 4-color mid-ranges side of things, as Michael is tapping here 4 mana, and I believe that a Nature's Rhythm, I think, here, as we find a Badgermole Cub and going to earthbend one of these lands. So Michael trying to build up a board again after getting things kind of like 1-for-1 answered. But right now, Gareth is looking like they're in a really good position. What are some things Michael can possibly do here to kind of get back some onus in this game?
I mean, Quantum Riddler Warped looks to be in hand. This is a great one. Lets you use your mana, get some cards. And we know that Gareth has like Pyroclasm and stuff like that in hand. So these creatures that are on the board aren't long for the world. But this was sort of a nice turn here from Michael. We set up the Rhythm in the yard as well. That's our second one. So if we don't have an answer to these Cubs, Michael's put himself in a position to really, maybe take the lead in this game, excuse me. But we know Gareth probably will be answering that with a Pyroclasm, all things considered. There's a chance maybe we deviate and go a different direction. But, in these sort of positions, not letting your opponent have access to the mana, even with not the best clock in the world of Aang, is a pretty nice spot to be in.
Absolutely. And, it's just Aang for now, but at some point, that Legend of Kurok is going to flip. And on the opposite side, whenever you cast a spell, you get to create a 1/1 spirit creature token that can't be blocked or can't block or be blocked by non-spirit creatures. So that is somewhat of a ticking clock here to be considered. And Gareth, knowing that that's going to be happening on the flip side, playing that Pyroclasm early so it doesn't interact with the spirit wolves, essentially, kind of a nice thought as we go into Michael's turn here. Another tap 4, see what Gareth can get going. Making some choices here. You mentioned earlier that those nature rhythms are still in the graveyard here of Michael's. So still things to be done here. And what are things Michael might be looking for with this nature's rhythm from the graveyard?
I mean, another Badgermole Cub. A lot of times you like rhythm into the cub to get and then you eventually rhythm to like win the game for something.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the Spider Sense sort of on the land there to protect, really Badgermole Cub, right? Like you would have had the land in play. So this is what Michael was setting up for. Wanted to have a doubled Badgermole Cub situation. And with the other Cub in the guard, I'm curious, can Michael do anything here that is more than, just sort of setting up for the next turn? Because right now, Michael keeps going, hey, I'm going to try to present, a huge play. Do you have something? As we did have that Airbend Spider Manifestation, this is fine.
Yeah, absolutely. like you said, building up that board again. And it was off screen here, so I kind of forgot temporarily that spider manifestation off to the side. But hey, we're building up all our mana sources, and we still, I think, one more rhythm in the yard, if that's correct. So still presenting a lot of things to do here. And the flip side of Avatar Kuruk is now up. So now whenever Garrett casts a spell, they get to create a 1/1 color spirit token. And I don't know if we'll get to Waterbend 20, take an extra turn after this one. If we do, that's wild. But hey, I won't be against it. But I think the game might be closed out by that point. So we're gonna go back over to Michael's side, and we'll see what we got going. We still have that Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard and a bunch of mana to do stuff with. So let's see what that Michael wants to do. Just taking a little pause here, trying to lay out all the lands all nice, taking our time to think. I mean, Michael's in a position where he has to think about all the cards in Garrett's hand and the threats presented. So, I feel like you gotta take some time here to figure out what you want to do. And there's a couple, like, obviously we can get the Nature's Rhythm. I don't know how much mana Michael has access to, but I assume that Nature's Rhythm is looking quite good here.
Yeah, I mean, the Spider Manifestation untapping as well when we play cards means we have a lot more mana than it appears, right? Like right now we have 12, which is a lot. Don't get me wrong. But, we also have an additional 3 once we use at least 4. So I'm curious to see sort of what we're going to be doing here. We might even just be floating some of the mana, not using all of it. As it looks like Michael is indicating something. Nature's Rhythm was put on the stack for some amount. It's still going to untap the Manifestation. Flash Freeze answers it. And now that Quantum Riddler we had from before should be able to come down and, get you a card for it all.
Yeah, and it looks like Gareth remembered that trigger for the Spirit Wolf here, and the Quantum Riddler gets played. Card is drawn off of that. So, I mean, Michael still has a nice board presence. I mean, dwindling the amount of cards in Garrett's hand is starting to go down a little bit here. So, I mean, it does seem like we still have a game to fight over, as Michael almost seeming to kind of be able to build a decent board presence in response to what Gareth has going on. But like I mentioned earlier, that Flip Kuruk is starting to generate those wolves that you might as well just attack with. You can't block, you can't block with them, and they can go in and attack kind of for free as long as something a creature type isn't everything at this point. I don't know if there's a way to generate that in Michael's deck, but those do represent some attacks, somewhat of a decent clock here as we go to Garrett's turn. I don't remember if I saw a Day of Judgment in Garrett's hand, but that is a little bit hard to play with what's going on the board right now, because Michael might be able to respond after a board wipe, and it might not work out in Garrett's interest there.
Yeah, I think Gareth is representing lethal right now. I think that is the big thing, right? Is that you can flip the Aang, and then the Aang is the avatar form on the back. It will grow all the creatures. But I think if you flip it in the main phase to get the counters and things get a little awkward, Spider Manifestation does have reach. That's the big thing going on here. So I think Gareth's trying to decide, am I supposed to, attack here for a little bit and then cast the Wrath, like you said, and maybe minimize creatures? Or am I supposed to just sort of be like, hey, here's my big avatar, slam, put you on a 1-turn clock and pass? / should I use my Get Lost to kill a Badgermole Cub now and turn down the mana? Does taking away, 4 to 6 mana, depending on how many manifestation triggers we get, actually matter in this game? And those are like the hard parts to figure out here, as we do have Aang Laotian's Fury popped up here. It's reach trample. It's a 5/5, and when it attacks, puts a counter on each creature. It loses flying if you do that. So if you want to have those sort of triggers go on the other creatures, then we can use the Badgermole Cubs to block. But with Get Lost in hand 2, that should be pretty close to lethal. My guess is, and I haven't done all the exact math, that this is probably just what you're supposed to do, and flip the Aang and force at least one of these Badgermole Cubs to sort of get under the gun, or the Spider Manifestation, and just sort of hope you don't die. As an attack for 10 does come down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that attack of 10 is quite a lot here, and being able to give counters across the board. Those wolves, remember, they can't be really blocked here, so those are going to come in for sure. As having to possibly put those Cubs in front of Aang here, Aang and La, excuse me. It definitely will lower the amount of possibilities Michael will be able to respond to on their turn. So yeah, I think gotta figure out these blockers. and it's not a quite an easy choice to make here. It's a rough position that Michael's in, because Michael still wants to be able to follow up with something on their turn that's powerful, because obviously Michael right now is under a lot of pressure, and so trying to keep up something at least to do on their turn to hopefully maybe respond back here to Gareth. But we'll see what the choices here and what blocks we want to order as we're putting those blocks. I mean, it's the only possible thing you can block here in Angenlaw, and some damage gets in here. Down to 2, Michael goes. So let's see what Michael can get going on their turn.
Yeah, I think the play here was we block like this so that if we can Crater Hoof, our Spider Manifestation will untap and we'll have a lethal attacking force here. Now, maybe Hoof's in the hand, it's a little hard to tell. Michael's drawn a decent number of cards, but kept them face down the whole time. Looks like there's a lot of lands in hand for Michael as we make the first one for the land for turn here. This would be enough to play Hoof if we have it, but it doesn't look like we do. Just an Ouroboros.
Yeah, just the Ouroboros here. I'm gonna map. All right. What did you see
that
there?
Could have been lethal if we had gotten our creature big enough with the map tokens, right? With the Ouroboros, then we would have gotten extra power because Ouroboros cares about its base power. So we're gonna give 2 additional counters to all these creatures, not quite enough for lethal. But we had a good run of it. We would have been, I think, 1 short, but you would have been only 1 short, which is pretty impressive there.
Yeah, I mean, got to play to your outs there. I mean, definitely some quick thinking here by Michael, trying to pump up that reward, like you said, to share its counters across the team as we go into our game 3 here, and we have the deck list pulled up. So any changes we might want to make or like what kind of things are we considering going into game 3, maybe that we didn't quite see as we've seen some of these games get played out? Maybe there's some other considerations we could be making.
Yeah, I mean, probably not changing too much with the open deck list. I don't think we saw anything that's going to change our mind, but some of the cards that we didn't talk about before that could be in the deck here are things like Surok Dragon Hunter, right? That's a pretty good card against spot removal spells. There is a good amount of those in the deck despite still having a bunch of Wrath. So something like that might come in. You might even, bring in something like Oko as like this threat that's a little bit harder to answer. There are a lot of get lost in the opponent's deck, but they need to have a lot of them. For the most part, I'm kind of expecting us to be, second verse same as the first here and kind of running it back.
For sure. I mean, the only other cute things like Oko, make a everything thing so that you can block some Spirit Wolves, but that's a very niche example. Because that'd be quite funny if that got brought up. But yeah, I think it's kind of something of what you mentioned, just running it back on at least Michael's side here. Maybe what you see here on Garrett's side, maybe there's some considerations or some. I mean, had an excellent game too, so I don't know what kind of things. I know that, like we mentioned before, the Doorkeeper Thrall is something that may or may not want to be played. We definitely brought in those Pyroclasm, which is really quite nice. And we did see the Flash Freeze, which really was quite nice against the Nature's Rhythm. I mean, you have to answer quite a bit of those Nature's Rhythm, and not a lot of counter spells here in Garrett's side. So definitely need to keep that in mind. Is there anything here possibly that might be interesting or some changes here? I mean, could just be run it back. What are we thinking?
I imagine trying it back once again, maybe Strokes coming in as a potential thing, right? Like you kind of hadn't have that thought of like, oh, there are a lot of these 4-mana cards I want to answer. I imagine that would have already been in the deck, but sometimes I know people prefer to kind of fight over the earlier threats more than that. Maybe you feel differently play or draw. I'm not expecting a ton to change here. But there's clearly a lot of plans with this deck. You have a deck full of 2s and 3 ofs. You're going to have some molding going on as Michael has his best start here with turn 1 Llanowar Elf.
Nice, yeah. And something that impressed me last time was Legend Kirk. I really didn't know how it'd be played out. I haven't played the card, but it looked real nice last game. So definitely, I liked how the texture of that game looked like when in game 2. But we'll see what happens here in game 3. I think it was an attack there by Llanowar Elf, getting a little aggressive there. I like that. And a tapped blue-green land, another Llanowar Elf. So I know Garrett's probably thinking, what's going to happen on turn 3 with that much mana? Definitely has to be considering that here at the moment as we're making a possible land drop here, kind of deciding. And with these 3-4 color decks, I mean, making a land drop is not trivial. So much colors you have to take into account for. And we saw in one of the other games, like, we've all made the mistake of like casting some sort of dual color spell and not quite having it in our land. So Gareth just being very mindful about that. As Ashling. Okay, Ashling. All right. So what does Ashling kind of represent here going maybe into turn 3 and 4 for Gareth?
Slamming big cards. I mean, the Ashland we think about in the elemental deck a lot, right? Of playing those big elementals, but it says cards with mana value 4 or greater is how it's reads. So it can play Wrath ahead of schedule, which can be kind of huge depending on the situation. You also just play a Shiko. You can play the Legend of Kuruk like we saw. Your deck does have a lot of clunky cards in it for Gareth here in this 4-color mid-range deck. So Ashling sort of does a good job of, mitigating that a little bit. And one thing players don't notice often at first read is the backside of that card is every turn. The front side's on ETB or transform, but the backside's every. Now that won't matter when there's a Wrath of God coming down, picking everyone up. But you see here too. You don't love to 2-for-1 yourself, but when you get Michael sort of set back like this is sort of what Gareth needs to do to kind of envision a winning image and play to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to Michael's turn 4, still hitting all the land drops, which Michael must be pretty happy about here and probably looking for a cub. Normally that is the choice here. So get the cub. Yep. Earthbend a land. And so we have a game here. I mean, we're both sides are, slamming down these cards that are really impactful. So we're kind of getting into that middle part of the game here where Michael's still building up a board and, being able to present a lot of mana, and Gareth is still having to respond and then probably put down something in kind that is, something more proactive. But we'll go here into turn 4 here for Gareth as a tap land here is put down and going back to Michael. So see what they can do with all this mana. Looks like if they make their land drop, we have 6 to play with here. So we'll see what they want to get going. Let's see.
Vivian Reed is in hand. Looks like we're going to start with an attack with this Badgermole Cub. I kind of like that. It looked like we maybe drew an Origin of Metal Bending. So this could have been a great spot if Gareth goes something like Get Lost Your Cub. Origin the Cub. Life's looking good. And there is the Get Lost. So good patience there from Gareth, holding up a card like No More Lies for Disdainful Stroke for a bigger payoff card.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Get Lost is such an interesting card. When I play Get Lost, it's always like, okay, I really hope that I can either get rid of these map tokens or they're not as impactful. But with a deck like Michael's, I mean, making sure that they're hitting the land drops off those maps, like that can be something impactful. And we saw the other game where Ouroboros was able to maybe get some counters to close out the game. So the Get Lost is not always free. It is definitely a card that, takes some consideration when you play it. And even when you put it in your deck as you're doing deck building here. As we go into Michael's turn here, and now we're using these map tokens, putting a counter here, or, mapping over to the breeding pool as we get a land and put that into hand. Can't quite see everything that's going on in Michael's turn, so we'll see what Michael can put down here for this turn. Let's see. And
looks like Michael's thinking about I have a spell I can play, but it's so clear Gareth has all spells, right? Because we missed our land drop or whatever. And last turn took some damage before killing the Badgermole Cub, which signals to me a little bit that there's something probably like a counter spell going on there. So Michael, I think, trying to figure out, am I supposed to run into that counter spell, or am I supposed to just try to avoid it for the whole game and overwhelm it?
Yeah, and I think I saw Vivian Reed here, and then on the top of the deck is a Quantum Riddler. Probably going to maybe keep that on top as it, being able to kind of do things with your mana as your opponent is, holding up stuff. You want to present, various threats and things like that. So the Quantum Riddler, quite nice. It also can it's going to allow you to draw a card and present a threat, like I said. So trying to give Gareth a lot of things to think about as far as, keeping that Quantum Riddler on top. An attack happened there, and we're back to Garrett's side. See what
I think
Garrett...
we're still in the middle of attacking.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Neither player's total life totals. Yeah, here's an Aang, Swift Savior. And this is interesting because now you can replay the Badgermole Cub. Yeah, because look, it is the main phase here, so looks like Gene Pollinator is going to come down. We're going to leave the Badgermole Cub in exile and wait to play it on a future turn, not let it get potentially caught up in a Wrath or other, answer spells.
Yeah, and we're back here to Garrett's side and play that land here for turn, pass back over to Michael. And did you mention that you saw a Spider Sense or something like that in Michael's hand here?
No. There's I mean, maybe there is, but I think we're just sort of, last turn we were playing around the potential Wrath. And then this turn, by getting that Pollinator down, you can then play Badgermole Cub, use the Pollinator, assuming your Badger Mole Cub sticks, and kind of work from there. But it looks like we want to lead on the Riddler instead, maybe being fine to wait. And you spoke into existence. Looks like Spider Sense was the draw for turn. Hand of Rhythm, Vivian, and Sense, it appears. Maybe it's a Meringue, but definitely a full art card in
Yeah,
hand there for Michael.
definitely felt that spider sense for sure. My spider sense told me that the spider sense was coming up. That's how that worked. Gonna tap here and play that Badger Mole Cub. It does get responded to with a No More Lies. Looks like, unfortunately. We'll see
Yeah,
if
this
Michael
is
wants.
why. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, it just seemed like this was Michael was playing on this card so well for every turn, but then led on the Riddler here, opening up No More Lies to be a real card. So Michael, I think now deciding am I supposed to Spider Sense back this Riddler to my hand in order to get this cub down, and I don't hate that play. It's not my favorite use of a Spider Sense, but it's not a terrible use.
Yeah, and Spider Sense got played there, and then it looks like another Aang. So because there's two Aangs here, the legendary rule is going to happen. So that other Aang's going to be sent to the yard, but you still get to airbend that spell, the Spider Sense, I believe. So a lot of interactions here on the stack on this turn, and here we go. Quantum Riddler gets put into the warp zone as we headed back to Gareth's turn, and Aang going to come in for 2 damage here, sending Michael down to 16. And we'll see what Michael can get going. I mean, I feel like Michael's just has been presenting so many things to kind of like make sure that they can start casting powerful spells, even though they're getting interacted with. We know that they have the Vivian in hand. So maybe Michael's like, hopefully we're at a window at this point where enough interaction has happened that I can actually start jamming things. They've been playing it pretty well here. And we'll see what they want to do. If we can get that Vivian down, I wonder what kind of things we can get going.
I mean, honestly, even just being able to minus on this Aang would be pretty huge. We saw in the last game how this deck, likes to flip the Aang in the end game.
Yeah, and it looks like both No More Allies. I think that's the only two they have in the 75 ones. Able to have both of those, so quite nice there. Looks like Lightning Helix got played.
And it went for face.
Went for face. Okay, that's some aggression here. Maybe Gareth feeling pretty comfortable that ran Michael out of enough threats that, hey, we just need to start getting busy here. Does look like they have a sweeper in hand
And a Shiko.
and a Sheik. Okay, so we're deciding, hey, got busy, hit in the face. We're gonna play the Ultima here, and then we can follow that up with Shiko. And so, being able to, I don't know if there was ever a stock up, but it's still representing a bunch of value here when we get back to Gareth's turn. And Michael needs to kind of make some decisions here. We're gonna play the Mering River region on the adventure side, or the basically the adventure side,
Omen.
and the Omen side, and we're gonna draw 3 here, and then we'll see what we get going.
Yeah, so this is the part here where Gareth, with the Shiko, as we see laying out the graveyard, the big thing is Helix and Get Lost and stock up. Those are your 3. You can Helix to close the door a little quicker. You can stock up to draw some more cards, or you can Get Lost to answer any threat. Michael's best thing we could do here is play Lenore Elf, so I doubt we're going to see an answer of some variety here. Nature's Rhythm getting discarded. Not so bad to have that one be the one you're going to discard, as Gareth now is going to be able to untap and slam Shiko. And it's pretty interesting, actually, because if you do Lightning Helix, you're getting dangerously close with a second Helix to win the game. But, it probably is going to be a stock up in most situations here. Just try to find more things that could potentially answer, unless you drew something like another Helix, and then you're Helix into attack for a lethal. And it looks like we drew something that's worth holding up over. So, all right, maybe something like a Flash Freeze or a Disdainful Stroke, trying to fight over a potential play there for Michael in the future turns. Gareth not super worried about running. Oh, there it is. Flash Freeze. Okay, sure. And then the Spider Sense from Airbend that we knew about, it's going to resolve, and it's not the end of the world. Gareth still has a Shiko.
Yep. I mean, we're all kind of like waiting and held breath of just, when is this Shiko going to come down? What are the choices going to be? Because we're kind of at that part of the game where this is going to be a pretty impactful play. So I think Gareth just kind of making sure that when it's played, they know what decisions they want to make off the Shiko. So here it comes down now, and it gets responded by Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah, Gareth holding that Chico for extra value last turn sort of, came back to bite us in the butt here. This Cub is threatening a lot of potential damage. Remember, Nature's Rhythm was the discard off our Omened Meringue River Regent. That means we can go tutoring up like an Ouroboros here. And if we have another Cub in hand, this could be a Crater Hoof, which could be game. We'll have to see what Michael wants to do here.
Yeah, and okay, we're gonna go with the Quantum Riddler, draw a card here. Just trying to, now that, I think Gareth doesn't have anything in hand at the moment, so Michael maybe just making sure that, they're keeping up the pressure, keeping up how much cards they have in hand to present lots of threats so that not one threat, can get answered by something that Gareth draws. So I kind of like playing that Quantum Riddler, even though we have, the access to Nature's Rhythm. Just trying to make sure that, hey, I'm kind of in the lead here. I don't want to, it's kind of my game to lose on Michael's side at this point. So Michael just wants to make sure, hey, I want to hold on to this lead and keep my options open as we come in for 4 here with the Quantum Riddler and see how Michael wants to follow this up in the second main phase as we play a Spider Manifestation followed up by Llanowar Elves. So, hey, Michael's just like, hey, it's time to kind of finally get a good board presence here. As Michael is able to take that down, looks like a concession here by Gareth, but really well played here by both Michael and Gareth. Those games are, it was such a treat to kind of see a lot of that interaction happening in the early turns, but huge games played by both.
Yeah, congratulations to Michael there, moving on to 2-0. Gareth with a good game. Maybe kicking ourselves a little bit there for the Shiko. We sort of saw we clicked up those cards pretty quickly. That might be one that haunts us, but 1-1, still a lot of magic left to be
years, you know who I am. Top of the world in my hand. I'ma stand out, you will stand in. I refuse to lose, now you never win. Telling me that I won't get it, man, you must be out your beam. Yeah, I told you once before. I'm like Martin, I'm the king. My dog easy, say, hey, flex. You know that we lit it cream. Might say, yeah, you know, but they can't intervene. Blasting off, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Regional Championship Vancouver, brought to you by Face to Face Games. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Michael Sinclair, and we are here for round number 3 of some standard action. You can see the players in our feature match areas are already getting going, sitting down, because they are excited to play some Magic this round. And Michael, we've got some, tried and true decks from the Pro Tour and Standard General in our feature match area this round. Can you tell us what we're seeing?
Yeah, so we're going to be having the Is It Lessons versus Demir Doomsday, a classic, a modern day classic. Not modern as the format, but just as today. So we have Is It Lessons, that's going to be piloted by Nam Dang here. And we also have Demir Doomsday, can be piloted by Anthony Soon. So yeah, I mean, this is a pretty typical matchup nowadays. And, from my experience, like I've played the Demir Doomsday list. Is It Lessons is a toughie. I think it's kind of a tough one to kind of go against. If they're able to resolve both the artist talent and the monument to endurance, things can get spicy. Even if you've discarded them, done all these sorts of things, a couple of cards could just get them back into the game and just output a bunch of damage in increments of 3. So, definitely something to be cautious about. And then obviously we've talked about Demir Doomsday earlier, but obviously it's kind of like a like mini control deck into a combo of Demir Doomsday. So we'll see what's got going here. What are your thoughts on this matchup, Mason?
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting one because, the Dearmere Doomsday deck, won the Pro Tour, and we sort of saw how it is able to kind of, create some awkward situations. In general, just putting your opponent to 6 cards left in deck often means that a deck like Nam sometimes struggles to win, right? Like, you just can't trigger your deal 3 with your discard effects quick enough if your left total is high enough. So there's a little bit of awkwardness going on in that regard. But this is a deck is very versatile. It can play lots of different game plans. It can be pretty quick with, a Storm Chaser's Talent Boomerang Basics draw that we see Nam is bringing this weekend. We saw in the past some players did use 3 steps ahead, right, as a way to sort of play a slightly different style of game. So I think it's going to be on Nam to really put the pressure on quickly and force Demir Excruciator to play a very awkward game.
Absolutely. And, being in the Is It Lesson seat with the access to Storm Chaser's talent as you're going into Is It Excruciator, or Demir Demons rather, it's definitely a place you want to be. Like the Demir Excruciator list does sometimes have a tough time answering a lot of small early on creatures that can get very aggressive. So having that Storm Chaser's talent, really huge here. We don't really see quite any different changes or things that are kind of off for the beaten path. But hey, solid deck here regardless. And we're going to go to Anthony Soon's Doomsday here. As we see some of these cards, these choices. It looks like it's kind of like a straightforward one as well. So we still have the 3 Insatiable Avarice. I know a couple of people have been kind of off that Avarice, as much Avarice in their main deck, but this is looking more of the typical 60 card main deck configuration here. So definitely have an interesting game here. I think Demir Doomsday, it's a little bit more difficult to play against a deck with Storm Chaser's talent, as they do have that early aggression. And then even if you do the Doomsday thing, then they have a monument to endurance, they can still burn you out. So it's definitely something that I know the Demir Doomsday pilot is going to be having on their mind as we get into, the game here.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of getting to the game here, it looks like our players are ready. So let's head on down to that feature match area. It looks like Nam is mulliganing to 5, slam 2 cards on the table there. It's possible we're in a mull to 6 and we're just picking the 6 cards we want to keep, but it feels like a mull to 5 to me. Not the end of the world. If a deck was going to do it, Nam's is probably the best one for it, because if you can, play enough lessons and accumulated wisdom, you'll draw 3. You'll have a lot of resources pretty quickly. But you're never happy to have your mulligan unless you kind of have an incredible hand. And it looks like Nam not having that right now.
Yeah, and this is kind of a scary place for Nam, as if Anthony is able to get discard, those discard effects are even more strong when your opponent is mulligan. So definitely got to be back on Nam's mind here. We'll see what Anthony gets to do here in a pass. I feel like Nam's probably pretty happy with just a pass back here, is not getting their hand actually discarded right away. And down comes Monument. Nam has to be happy with that. As we go to Winter Night Stories and see what Anthony can get going here, as we draw 3, and then let's see if a creature is put into the graveyard. Can't quite
That's
see it.
Excruciator.
Excruciator, right on. Okay, so we got Excruciator. We'll see what the follow-up is here. And discard the hand size for sure. We're back to Nam Dang's side. So what is Nam trying to get done here now that we've resolved that monument?
I mean, we just want to really set up our artist talent engine, just anything to really kind of, get our cards flowing. If our opponent has Superior Spider-Man in this spot, we're probably pretty dead, right? Like they're going to Excruciator combo us, and we assume they have some way to kind of go off. And yeah, having to Boomerang Basics this, it's a good line to try to find some gas, but Nam, you can see too, really evaluating the accumulated wisdom at the time, only had one, so didn't want to fire one off just to hope to find another one. Ends up drawing one off the basics, but not making any headway. And here's Superior Spider-Man, it looks like, and that is
quick.
Yeah, not quite game yet, because Anthony will deck before Nam, right? Like you draw 2 cards to Spider-Man, and Spider-Man notably isn't a 6/6, so it doesn't quite hit as hard as before. But yeah, you see Anthony sort of very easily, fanning that deck out. Someone who's clearly played this deck a lot, knows what matters, and that's cards in deck. And this is an interesting spot for Nam too, because Nam wants to be able to try to survive, right? And it needs to just not die here and will win, but can't cast too many cards because a lot of your cards draw cards. So, you can get 1 or 2 accumulated wisdoms off, and if the demon sticks around, you'll be fine. But any more than that, you'll be in trouble.
Yeah, and that's tough. Anthony, I know that when playing down that Spider-Man, it's like, do they have the quench? Hopefully not. We just got to put the pressure down to 5 cards. So, kind of getting paid off by just taking a chance playing that Spider-Man, because the game wasn't over. Like the game could not have been over if, Namdang had a quench in hand. So, so the Spider-Man is down. Now it's on Anthony's turn to find the line to kind of close this one out, because we played it without necessarily having something on board to, close it out, like the Restless Reef. Maybe there's an Avarice in hand. Can't quite see the stuff in hand, but now we're trying to find the way to kind of close this one out, and that sometimes is in the form of just straight up damage. I've definitely been in positions with this deck. It's like, all right, Excruciator. Hopefully the resources that you're going to pull. Oh no, this is a is this a deceit?
It's a deceit. Yeah, there is an Avarice in hand, and it looks like what Anthony's doing is we're leading on deceit, trying to kind of clear the way, and now Nam needs to decide: do I draw a card here and potentially get closer to decking?
Yeah, and so this deceit. This is a classic play also by the Dimir Demon side of, hey, Spider-Man down. Next turn, we have a little, like, just this small moment to deceit, just to make sure we can close out the game and find the lines we need to close it out. So I do like this play by Anthony here, as the deceit came down, and see what kind of follow-up is. We'll see if maybe there's a Risen Reef. You mentioned that there's a Avarice in hand, so at least Anthony does have some ways to close this out after slamming, quote unquote, slamming down a Spider-Man, which was a Excruciator.
Yeah, it looks like there is a reef in hand for Anthony. I mean, maybe that's, all these blue-black lands look the same from afar, but it looks to me a lot like the reef here. But I think Anthony's just saying, hey, you need to have drawn Quench. But Nam knows, hey, I can look at my top 3, and if there's a Quench anywhere in there, I can take it, or a Spell Pierce. But that's going to do it. Nam's dead.
Yeah, quick. That's the appeal here of Dimir Demons. Like I said, I love me some Dimir Demons, but we'll definitely see what we can get going here for games 2 and 3. Oh, and looks like as the sideboard is happening, we're going over to our backup feature match with 4-color prowess with Alexander and Matthew on mono green landfall. What do they got going on here so far?
Yeah, it looks like a lot of prowess creatures for Alexander. We got 2 of the Otter and a Slickshot Show-Off card that was terrorizing Standard Bound this time last year. Meanwhile, Matthew, we got Llanowar Elf Cub, a little bit of a little chicky friend going on down here, Chocobo action, and a big old Hydra, 8/8 on that thing.
Yeah, that thing's looking kind of thick there. So, definitely something to be aware of. But we have some heavy hitters on both sides. We have that creature you just spoke into, and then we have Slickshot Show-Off, which can end the game as well. I remind me if that 8/8 creature has reach. I know some green creatures do, but if that's not the case, then Alexander can also just come in for big damage if they have a lot of spells by pumping up that Slickshot Show-Off.
Yeah, so this Hydra, it has trample, right?
Okay.
It enters with a counter. Then has landfall, double the number of counters on it. So right now, I think what's happening here is Matthew is trying not to die, and then maybe set up a situation where we just go, 1632 attack, right?
Yeah.
So, it's an interesting spot here. Alexander needs to try to probably figure out lethal, as it does look like there is excuse me there, sorry, a fetch land in play here for Matthew. I wondered too if maybe we use the fetch land in order to become an an earthbent land off the cub, and then that's how we got such a big Hydra so quickly. As the Hydra does come in with only 1+1/+1 counter. It looks like this game has been pretty short here. So you're seeing Alex tank, and this is always a pretty nerve-wracking spot, right, Michael? It's like, oh, either they're double-checking damage, or I have the win, / I guess I'm not dead. Or, in this spot, it looks to be the win. But we'll have to see what Alexander does have. It looks like some more otters in hand, maybe a blue spell that was cheap, and a fling.
Ooh, fling is huge game here. Because if you're able to, I don't know what the life totals quite are right now, but a slick shot show off with a couple pump spells and a fling can just get you, the win out of nowhere. I've definitely been in Matthew's side of things where you're playing against something like prowess and you're sweating and you're like, all right, you got to calm down the heart rate because like anything can happen, but you're tapped out, so you're just like, find your moment of zen, but remember what you're going to do on your turn to maybe close it out. But you just kind of, it's kind of just like a hurry up and wait situation where you're just like, all right, there's nothing I can do. I got to wait on it and see what happens here. Yeah, this is definitely, we're on in territory of like anyone could take it down right now.
Yes. And we'll have to see here. I mean, this is the way this sort of turn's going. Okay, so we're going to give it a big power boost. Yeah, you're sort of seeing like, okay, I can only do so much here. And we're flinging it onto the Hydra. Yeah, we couldn't present lethal. So instead, we're just going to answer this Hydra before it was going to kill us. So we do get to hide a little card thanks to our pump spell there. But yeah, I mean, Matthew just took a big chunk of damage now. Is going to be very close to dead and is pretty far from winning now. And a second ago, it looked like we were setting up a lethal.
Yeah, but I like the play there of like, hey, I can't quite, kill them here. I can't quite take them down to 0. So let's just use this to take down the problem over there and maybe have a chance. But hey, playing out that turtle, that is a lot of value and represents a lot of value that Matthew can have here now. I think it's like Fecund, some sort of turtle, but yeah, it's powerful. Definitely a powerful card here as Matthew's making a decision here. Alexander giving it a little read.
The green, you don't know the green shell? The old 5/7, if you got 10 lands +2/+2, everybody. And then, yeah, we're seeing Alexander going there. It also has when a creature enters, you can reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a land, put it into play. This in Sapperling Nursery goes a little crazy. Speaking of going a little crazy, we're going back here into our main feature match area. It looks like Anthony, sorry for the duress. We see most of Nam's hand, decided to take abandoned attachments, and now Soul Guide Lantern is going to be in play here, getting rid of that attachments from the yard.
And that's basically making sure that lesson count stays low on Nam's side, but looks like a Storm Chaser talent got played. And like I mentioned before, Storm Chaser's talent does a lot of work against the Dimir Excruciator deck if it stayed around, and it does not. Responded with some sort of counter spell there into a Warped Quantum Riddler, and back to Anthony's turn we go. See what we can get going for turn 3. Usually turn 3 represents a turn where things might be able to slow down a bit. Maybe we can draw some cards, figure out how we can get towards our combo lines or a way to progress the game. That's the thing that the Dimir Demons really tries to get going on turn 3. And here it is, that Winter Night story, draw 3 and discard 2 unless it's a creature. So let's see what the choice in discard is. Maybe thinking this one through here. And
it looks like just a land.
Yeah, just discarding 2 lands here. So
I think it's all lands.
All lands in hand. Oh,
I mean, the hand's all full arts, and 2 of those look like lands definitely to me.
Yeah, and this Ral is gonna. I mean, if that's the case, Ral's gonna do a lot of work here, being able to either draw 3 or present otters. And like I said, the Dimir Demons deck doesn't quite do well against a bunch of otters. If you're able to keep putting out otters every turn, it is definitely something that is hard for Dimir Demons to deal with. I mean, they have sweepers, but one for oneing all the time is just kind of hard, especially when, Nam Dang is able to play a bunch of spells and get a bunch of value and also present otters. So it's just quite a lot of things for the Dimir Demons list to deal with. And it looks like we played a surveil land possibly here, making a choice, trying to figure out what we want to perhaps keep on top or put into the graveyard.
Yeah, it's a tough spot too for Anthony because with this Soul Guide Lantern, you're kind of hoping we're binning a Riddler. Okay. You're kind of hoping that, this is going to stop something like Accumulated Wisdom from drawing a bunch of cards, but you just need some action here. And it looks like Anthony decided I wanted to bin the Riddler, maybe hoping to hit a Deceit to bounce this Ral, as you could have just drawn the Riddler, warp the Riddler, and would have been at this same exact card, but up a Riddler in the warp zone. So Anthony had some specific card in mind that we were looking for here. Also possible just hoping to get that in the yard to Superior Spider-Man it off the top and catch back in this game, but it's hard to get your Riddler going when you have a bunch of lands as the extra cards in hand.
Yeah, it looks like we played a Quantum Riddler and drew a card, an uptick on Ral here. And I like this play pattern by Ral because here we're just going to keep upticking the otters and say a board wipe does happen. Okay, well, we could either choose to make more otters or draw 3 off the Ral, as we get it higher and higher into these into these loyalty counts. The other thing that is not 0 for sure is, ultimating that Ral. Ultimating that Ral is definitely something that can run away with the game. So, the pressure is on for Anthony as they played another Winter Night Stories and, discarding a bunch of those lands that they've been having in their hand.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the awkward spot sometimes when your deck is like this kind of mid-rangey, clunky combo-y deck. Your individual cards can be a little weird, and you flood out, and you don't have some other piece set up. You can kind of be in a bad spot versus Nam's deck. That's kind of always consistent and humming, right? I mean, any deck can flood out and have issues, but Nam has so many draw effects, etc. And it's sort of the combo in this deck is sort of something you want to have anyways, just like a card filtration system. And it looks like Nam picked up Torpor Orb, which is going to cut off the combo aspect of things. Also cut off Anthony from using a card like Quantum Riddler to get back in this game. Curious to see what Nam wants to do this turn as he is flush with resources.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Torpor Orb at this point of the game is pretty good because at this point, even if Anthony's able to play those Deceits, even for their vote cost, say they somehow got 2, it would be the case that Nam is able to possibly have a better board state, even if that is the case. So if the Torpor Orb got played, which it has, the Torpor Orb gets played, it actually does favor Nam in this position because I've definitely had Torpor Orbs played against me, and I'm like, all right, just play these, play these Deceits, and it's a problem. But Nam's ahead here, so that Torpor Orb's looking pretty good as a straight up Excruciator is played at. And
Yep.
all right, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Nam flashes the Boomerang basic that Anthony knew about from the duress in the early turns, but had to play what we had to play. Let's see if we can check out our backup feature matches. It looks like these players are just shuffling back up here. As it looks like, oh my goodness, the green shell combo went off with those Saproling Nursery. Notably, those are 3/4 reach creatures. That's going to make it pretty hard for you to attack in the air with anything like that. So this is one of the things that this mono green deck unlocked. Saproling Nursery in general is sort of like a very nice, just, grindy piece for this mono green deck. But with the green shell, you can sort of quote unquote combo off here. And I guess what I'm curious about here is there anything that Alexander can do to finish off? Obviously, we don't know life totals of this game, but it looks like there is a Harmonizer in play. Yeah, and I think we maybe are presenting lethal here with the Earthbent Ascension, maybe giving a creature trample here as well. It looks like, we were a little short of being able to maybe fling for the win and got killed that turn. Big old Chocobos will do that to you.
Oh yeah, that Chocobo was more like Chocobo. That thing was huge.
Yeah. It brought the bow, that was a big chicken nugget, and that's how it sometimes goes in these things. It looks like these players are looking at their sideboard, so I guess we will as well.
Yeah, we are on Demir Doomsday here, and in Demir Doomsday, Anthony's list in the sideboard, we have 4 Duress, 3 Quantum Riddler, 2 Annul, 1 Cruel Claw's Heist, a Ghost Vacuum, Negate Outrageous Robbery. That's an interesting card there. Shoot the Sheriff and Soul Guide Lantern. Definitely that Soul Guide Lantern is looking good. What other cards might look good into this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup where you can, use things like there's ones you mentioned, Duress, Cruel Claw, Heist. Honestly, most of the sideboard you could theoretically bring in. Probably not Shoot the Sheriff, but even Robbery is a pretty good card. It doubles as a win condition once you've done the demon, but you can also just use it when you're both sitting there holding up a bunch of mana, right? Get some cards potentially from your opponent, maybe eat a counter spell. And then all these discard spells are great, sort of clear the way. They can be a little awkward with Monument, but especially Duress, you sort of want to have to kind of get the Monument ahead of time, or maybe make it so they can't get there as quickly. And then Riddler, we saw it came in over there for Anthony. It's just a good grindy card. And when your opponent's maybe bringing in stuff like Torpor Orb trying to fight over, your combo aspect, pivoting a little bit can go pretty far. So honestly, really Shoot the Sheriff's the one card I'm not at least considering when I look at all of these cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Annul is obviously one that stands out and is pretty obvious, but Annul, I feel like when you have this in this deck, going against the Lessons deck, it needs to work in concert or in tandem with other cards because they just present so much enchantments, especially on Storm Chaser talent variant, that they present so much enchantments and artifacts. It is kind of sometimes hard to pick your lane to choose to use the Annul with. But we have a Grand here from Namdang. Looks like they attacked, did a discard the extra Grand they had in hand, and following up with that Storm Chaser's talent. So we'll see what Anthony can, if Anthony has something to respond with, or if it just resolves here. Looks like it resolves. Get that Otter down, and follow up with a second land, or the first land drop, the land drop for turn number 2, into a boomerang basic. And this is the thing I was talking about earlier. It's really hard for Dimir Demons to kind of fight against all this early tempo, all this early creatures made by Nam Dang. So we'll go back to Anthony's turn, and this is the turn 3, and this is kind of like a crucial point of like, do I deal with what's going on over there? Do I feel like I have time to let me sculpt my hand? We'll see what Anthony chooses.
Looks like Cruel Claw Heist coming down. I feel like Anthony did have an Annul in hand, so maybe wanting to save it for Artist Talent or Monument. Could see if there is an Annul, maybe leave the Stormchaser's Talent here and have that clean that up, and then answer one of these other cards. Superior Spider-Man in the hand for Anthony, but nothing really too great to get back at the moment. But is going to take that Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah, taking away the disdainful stroke, obviously it's like we want to clear the way for our bigger spells like the Spider-Man that you mentioned. So, maybe we have ways to get something into the yard and Spider-Man early, because Namdang is, although it looks small right now, Namdang is definitely presenting, some form of pressure. And Grand will get you. I've been in plenty of games where Grand just keeps just giving them value, drawing cards, hitting you for 1. Grand's a hitter sometimes. Don't sleep on Grand for sure.
She has a lot of life lessons that she wants to teach you. And one of them is that I will not flood if I just loot every turn. Like if you do end up flooding with your Grand, in play, it's pretty unlucky. You're just moving through so many lands. And we all have been there, right? And some decks even use this as prey where they're like, hey, like I'm going to like run you out of resources, then you'll draw 2 or 3 lands in a row because that's life, baby. And Grand preventing that in of itself is good, even if she was, a 0 power creature. As it looks like Stock Up is going to resolve.
Yep, stock up resolving. We're gonna look at 5 here, choose 2. And the one thing about stock up is if you ever play Excruciator later on, you need to make sure when you play stock up that you're kind of sculpting the bottom of your deck, because if you cast 2 stock ups, you know what the bottom 6 are. So even trying to order those cards that you put in the bottom is as important as the cards that you take into your hand. So definitely something to think about as we play a stock up and make some choices here. And Anthony feeling pretty good playing this stock up, or at least in a place where, hey, we can take a little breather, play a stock up, see how we can sculpt our hand, because the pressure is here, but it's not so insurmountable that I can't cast this right now. So that's kind of the regular game plan of Dimir Demons when it comes to turns 3, 4, and sometimes even 5 here.
Yeah. Looks like we're having a really difficult stock up here. I mean, stock up is a hard card to play correctly anyways. But I really wonder what's going on. It makes me think maybe is there something pulling us towards the demon combo and something pulling us towards like a more grindy game plan, trying to figure out which way you want to go. Looks like Duress was picked up off that stock up. I do have to think, if you're Nam, you probably imagine Duress was, found from the stock up. Looks
Yeah.
like Disdainful Stroke was the hitting card.
Yeah, and still getting rid of those strokes. I mean, how much lessons do we have in the graveyard at this point? I mean, that I assume we're probably at draw 3 territory at this point with the accumulate.
Now we have
wisdom.
2.
We have 2. Okay, we have 2 lessons in the yard. So, I mean, we're getting to that, crucial, 3 lessons for Grand. We'll see what happens here with the draw and discard. All right, just a land here, but coming in for 2. Down to 14, Anthony goes, and a pass back over to Anthony. Looks like we have another Duress in hand, so we could do that to make sure that our opponent never gets to draw 3, because that's ultimately what Is It Lessons really wants. Who doesn't like drawing 3?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I imagine we might see this Duress get fired off. It looks like maybe there's some deceit action, possibly a Cruel Claws heist. Black being capped here. Looks like it is a deceit. Maybe
Yeah.
wanting to save Duress for a turn you go for the combo and like have a 1-mana way to clear the path. Ooh, a little Quench action. Notably, Quench will turn on this Teachings. So it was Wisdom, excuse me. So now, if you pay the 2, you will get to Deceit. But Nam either way is going to get to draw 3 cards if he wants to.
Yeah, excellent play there by Nam. Making sure that they're able to do something there no matter what. And Anthony, could have played that Duress, but chose to go with the Deceit. And it's a little bit tricky with the decision that you can make. Maybe want to put the Deceit in the yard right away so that we can make sure that we can. Oh, go ahead.
Well, we just ripped a Wisdom off the Wisdom. So now we have 6 cards in hand on this Deceit.
Rough.
Yeah,
that can be very rough for Anthony. At least we got that artist talent. That's a wonderful choice here. But I keep pointing this out. That Storm Chaser's talent in hand is not nothing, especially when we have so many cards in hand. Being able to play that and we're able to get some cards back or get a card back with Storm Chaser's talent as the turns go on. So wow, Monument and a Storm Chaser's talent, kind of have it all here on Nam's side. Now being able to kind of that Monument is on, Grand's discarding, things are kind of looking nice and set up here for Nam.
Yeah, and we're seeing here too that Nam's deck, when you're able to just constantly move through it, you can fight through these discard spells, right? Anthony was trying to set up, I think, a combo, right? We could have hit one of these Wisdoms, right? But instead we fought over these things that were stopping us from doing our game plan. So I like that Anthony had a vision in mind. We're trying to win the game. It just hasn't really worked out in this position. And now what we talked about, before the match and we saw in game 1, if Anthony slams the demon, right, it is actually not the end of the world, because Nam has done so much damage that this Monument might be able to just like sneak across lethal, right? We're seeing Nam not even use the abandoned attachments to push prowess because I think he wants to be able to throw it down on the next turn.
Yeah, and then we have a Spider-Man gonna choose the Deceit here, bounce back that Monument. In response, Nam is going to cast the abandoned attachments, I believe, to do a discard before it gets bounced. So discard here, draw a card.
Looks like we did 3 to Anthony's face there, and then Technique the Spider-Man, and I think that's game. Anyway, you select. I guess you're technically at 1 life, but there's 2 spells, so prowess will trigger, and all we have to do is cast it.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, in the Dimir Demon's seat, I definitely like playing against. Oh, okay, and that's Nam Dan taking it down.
Yeah, and we saw there too, Anthony had tools to fight, and we were trying to, I think, set up, Deceit, Superior, Spider-Man, and Nam kept drawing strokes, so we kept fighting over the strokes in order to kind of fight that fight, but the accumulated wisdoms took over the game too quickly there. As we go to the future match, somebody's dead. Yep. I imagine Prowess is the one. It looked like they had a lot of creatures in play, but we'll kind of find out here in a second. I assume if we cut to the hall, that means the match is over. And you know what? It looks like players aren't de-sideboarding. It looks like we're shuffling. So we are going to get one more match of Magic in here.
Yeah. So yeah, the Prowess and mono green landfall. And if we did see that right, looks like we're loading up one game apiece. I'm going to sideboards here. And I believe it's probably going to be Matthew here who gets to be on the play. We'll see what choices they make. But what are we thinking about on Matthew's side as we're trying to, maybe some things in possible mono green landfall sideboard, what they can get going to go against the 4-color prowess deck?
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting matchup from the perspective of I'm not really sure how much you would have even worried about this one. Like you have cards like Paw Patrol Formation that can kill a Slickshot Show Off, but for the most part, you're trying to, I think, just like set up and run them over. And we saw how in game one, when we had a couple looks in, how you were able to set up these huge Hydras, these huge Sapling Nurseries. I think we're not having a ton of cards that are really fighting over what the opponent's doing. And instead, we've got like Melstride's Resolve as like a situational kill spell, and more just I'm going to present my game plan and hope my game plan is good enough. And lots of times it is, especially on the play with Llanowar Elf, which is what Matthew has to start game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to do 3 mana on turn 2 is really nice over at Matthew's side. And like you were mentioning, like it's kind of mono green's thing, instead of reacting is to pivot, right? And so depending on how your opponent is playing, you're the proactive one. So you just have to like figure out how you can pivot around what your opponent might be presenting. And mono green landfall has a lot of ways of doing that. So we got our Llanowar Elf bounce to our hand, and now we respond with playing just 2 Llanowar Elves, which is it's representing a lot of mana going to turn 3 as we go back Alexander's way.
Yeah, it looks like Matthew has an Ice Till Explorer in hand and some Earthbending Ascension and Surrak. So we have some stuff to spend the mana on, but it really just kind of depends, I think. Can we get there before, Alex sort of interacts with us along the way and applies pressure? But we're lacking the pressure part as we just bounce the elf again.
Yeah, that bouncing, like in Matthew's seat, like all that bouncing kind of does feel nice when you're like, okay, they don't have like removal. They're just bouncing these elves. So, I have time to set up and just 1-for-1ing, 1 mana, bouncing the elves to play back the elf. It's not the best thing on Alexander's side to be able to do to your opponent, as we see a Earthbending Ascension come down and Earthbend that fetch land here, representing a virtual, well, not virtual, a real mana ramp here, going for Matthew.
Yeah, and by earthbending the fetch land, you can then fetch with that fetch land. It will come back. You'll be up again. So Matthew can start next turn with 5 lands in play. Now, this fetch land fetches tapped, so you won't really have access to that 5 mana, but you will have that second counter on the Earthbending Ascension. Then the third from the Earthbending coming back, you're 1 land away. And Earthbending Ascension, I think, is one of these cards that you really want to look out for in combination with that Sapping Nursery that we see in hand here for Matthew. So next turn, Alexander probably isn't going to die, but he's going to need to be having some real amount of pressure, because Matthew is going to have a lot of pressure of his own, assuming there's something like a null in hand for Alexander in order to stop this. Now, it could be Matthew doesn't even feel the pressure to do anything yet, and wants to play around a card like a null because Alexander has had so much time to play a threat and just hasn't. So clearly there has to be something going on in hand.
Yeah, and so it would be nice to kind of play that Sapling Nursery that Matthew has in hand. But speaking into what you just said, might need to present some alternate threats, and this is a pivot thing that we're speaking into. Matthew doesn't have ways to really react to what Alexander's doing, but has a lot of proactive ways to kind of pivot, play these alternate lines to kind of put the pressure down Alexander and ask a lot of questions of Alexander. So
Matthew missed the landfall trigger.
Oh no.
That would have been huge is maybe not the right word to say, but it would have been really nice on the Earthbending Ascension to have it at 4 already, so that we could start growing this elf. And I mean, just having the elf with a Might Form Harmonizer can go crazy. And it looks like the tree's stuck. No annuls, no counter spells for Alexander. We've just got a handful of stuff to interact and maybe punch a bunch of damage if we ever found a threat.
Yeah, so now Alexander's probably looking like, okay, Matthew knows that I don't have things to kind of be reactive with, so it's like, okay, we got to, maybe find something, step on the gas here. But so we are going to into the Flood Maw, the Sapling Nursery here. Looks like in response was a fetch to at least make a token here. So
Yep, and now that means the Earthbending Ascension is at 4 plus counter, so we're going to start giving +1/+1, which means that Tree Folk's now 4/5 with reach. And I think the way this was going was an end of turn there for Matthew. So
Right.
Alexander, had the end of the Flood Maw. We get a fish token, which it looks like we don't have a real fish, which that's okay. Oh, nice, we do have a real fish. We love to see it. Onto the battlefield, and Matthew's just going to represent this same stuff. Now, Alexander maybe drew a card like a null or something like that, but it's so hard to spell pierce using any of those situational counter spells against Saproling Nursery at this point because every forest reduces its cost by 1. So with this point, it's basically just the green up front you need to pay.
Yeah, and it looks like Matthew is also debating a Sorok and that he has in hand, and replay that Sapling Nursery. It could be we play the Sapling Nursery, and then follow up with a I still explore. That represents a lot of value, a lot of pressure, a lot of land drops. If Alexander had something in hand, this would be the time for sure.
Yeah, and this is a card that even without Saproling Nursery here would be a huge problem. Earthbending Ascension and those fetch lands, right? That's looking at 4+1/+1 counters a turn. That is so hard to beat. With these 3/4s as well, you're gonna have to do some fling unblockable shenanigans to get through this. So if Alexander has a card like Disdainful Stroke or something like that in hand, you've got to use it now. And it looks like we have something. Maybe it's an interaction spell. I'm thinking about interacting with a different piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I haven't seen the hand that clearly, but could be okay. I see at least an Into the Flood Maw there, so there's that. We do play that Fabled Passage from Graveyard. That's what I Still Explore allows you to do, and allows you to play I believe 2 lands a turn. So we're gonna see more Sapperling tokens be, or these 3/4 tokens be generated here from that land drop. And Earthbending Ascension, like we mentioned earlier, works in tandem with all of this. So gonna be able to put counters and make things have trample as well. So there's so much value, so much pressure being put down by Matthew at the moment.
Yeah, and you're seeing the players aren't really tracking the Earthbending Ascension going up because it doesn't really matter, right? Like once you're over 4 counters, there's nothing that matters when you hit like 30 counters or something silly like that. So you'll see the players will stop actually moving the dice up because it just becomes cumbersome. And once you're at 4, you're good. There's no real stealing of counters here. But yeah, I mean, Alexander has like Quantum Riddler and stuff in hand, but nothing. I don't know. It's a really weird position to be in. It looks like maybe trying to set up some sort of like full bore Riddler double damagey, playing like a Teamer Harmonizer type deck. But yeah, we're seeing Into the Floodmaw now bouncing I Still Explorer to hand, but we've already gotten a little bit of value from it.
Yeah, and Alexander, don't envy the position that Alexander is in, but making the best of it for sure, and just using the cards that we have at disposal. Perhaps we can, Quantum Riddler, like you mentioned, find something here to kind of crawl back into this game. Go for a draw here, see what Alexander can get going. I think kind of starts off there, maybe with the Quantum Riddler, to see what we can get, or maybe, hey, I don't know what he drew, but maybe we can find something to kind of get going here. I mean, there's just so much pressure going on this side. So Alexander definitely have to think this one through and see what they can get going.
So we have a fling drawn from hand. So you can Quantum Riddler, full bore. Okay, and yeah, so we're doing this all in response. Yeah, we have a double full bore. So now we're going to draw 2 from the Riddler. And our Quantum Riddler is now a 10/10. So it beats the Tree Folks in combat. And if we have a land drop for the turn and Matthew doesn't block, Alexander could go fling for lethal, but it'd involve a no block situation. And I have to imagine you want to chump a 10 damage. I mean, if you're not attacking with your Tree Folk.
Yeah,
Oh, and it looks like we're just fetching to get another Tree Folk just to maybe triple block.
yeah, maybe Matthew senses something like that, but that was kind of something I was kind of pointing to, and Alexander was like, "Hey, sometimes you just got to throw it all out there," and that's certainly that's the play at this point because Matthew's accruing a lot of value and a lot of creatures here. So trying to go for the one got to play to win. Sometimes you got to, instead of like playing not to lose, you got to play to win, and this is definitely the line that you would go with here.
All right. Well, the Riddler's gone. We've minimized the board a little bit, but Matthew still has Ice Till Explorer plus Nursery plus Earthbending Ascension.
Yeah, and I still back on the board. Keep making those land drops. Keep getting that Fabled Passage. You know, keep making a bunch of 3/4s. So it's pretty. Got to really. The engine is online. The engine is online, folks, and it's generating a lot of virtual card advantage, a lot of board presence. And this is the appeal of the mono green landfall. It's so proactive, and it can put down so many ways of being proactive, presenting threats, presenting questions to your opponent that if your opponent sometimes doesn't have everything that they need on time and exactly what they need, can be hard to kind of deal with.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times too, this deck just also grinds really well, right? Like what we're seeing right now is just like you would not expect a mono green deck to have so many forms of card advantage, right? Normally it's like play all these things to play a big dinosaur, you know? It's like, no. I play like a grindy mid-rangey deck, you know? I just instead of having a ton of answers, I have a ton of problems. And big creatures are basically kill spells. Look at that Emperor Challenger. That's not a card. We got 3 kill spells in play. We got 2 fetch lands. That's more kill spells. That's lethal.
Mm-hmm.
That's game. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm joking a little bit here, but you see Matthew, he signals like, I will triple block. Like
Yeah.
if you attack and you can deal, 40 damage, I'll die. And there's something I could have done anyways. I'll also fetch and make more of these. These are 3/4s, but we keep putting the Earthbent counter on the token. So they're actually 4/5s. So it's
Yep.
just 3 4/5s in the way with 2 more in the wings, which also means we'll have 2 more of them, which there'll be 5 4/5s, which is 16 damage, not counting anything else on the board. There's obviously 5 other creatures on the board here. So Alexander knows I have to do something this turn.
Yeah, and fighting the good fight. You're at the RC. You're gonna keep playing. Maybe your opponent doesn't block. Maybe they don't see something. Like you're just gonna play it out and go to the bitter end here. But gotta respect that from Alexander. But Matthew with the win here, putting out a huge board and some great plays there by Matthew by pivoting a lot.
Yep. Good job there to Matthew. Starting off 3-0. I've ran the numbers. It's the best you can start a tournament in the first 3 rounds. So good job there playing the most played deck here at our RC this weekend on Mono Green Landfall. Speaking of most played thing at our RC, we have some upcoming events and coming up for the face-to-face tour here. Ottawa, March 14th to the 15th. Calgary, April 11th through the 12th. Nynamo is how I was told this was said. Who knows if I pronounced that correctly? April 25th, along with Quebec City, 25 Quebecois. Anyone a little French going on there? Ottawa, May 15th to the 17th. It's going to be all awesome. These are a bunch of 5K events. Come out to the face-to-face tour. We'd love to have you, and we'd love to see you play some Magic. And you can also sell your cards to face-to-facegames.com. Go out there, check some good deals, plus 30% in-store credit. That is an insane value. Check them out. I get a lot of my singles from face-to-face games. Good shipping, even here to the States. That's something that, I think people always a little curious about, right? Is like, well, it's a different country. If you're watching from the United States, am I going to get my cards in time? I ordered some cards last Friday and got them on Tuesday. Safe and sound right away there. Didn't even have to pay for express shipping. It was just how they do it over there at face to face. So check out face-to-face.com/sell to sell some cards, and check out /buy to buy some cards. Speaking of buy, I'm going to buy myself a quick little break to get some water, and we're going to set up for round number 4. So we'll see you all in just a couple minutes.
Born to be rising, woken by the crack of dawn, sworn to survival, even with your shackles on. Time for the showdown, lighting that fire never goes out. Climbing so high, let 'em know now. Know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside you wanted to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment
I'm here at Regional Championship Vancouver once again with Gareth. We've had you on a couple times. Gareth, how are you feeling about this event?
I'm feeling pretty good. I've been playing my deck today in the LCQ. I've been having a lot of fun. This deck, I don't think it's necessarily the best deck in the room, the strongest deck, the best meta call. I'm going to play it for 9 rounds tomorrow, and I think I'm going to have fun in almost all of my games.
Listen, having fun is going to be like the biggest factor to winning. So what have you brought for the weekend?
I have brought 4-color mid-range. I'm playing not green.
Okay.
So it's the Gwen Stacy, Shiko, Jeskai Control, Jeskai mid-range deck. We're splashing black for inevitable defeat,
All right.
which is kind of sick. You want to deal with some of your bad matchups. You want just more like agnostic permanent removal. It gives you an edge in the mirror because you're playing more lightning helixes than your opponent. You get to remove their spells. Yours are uncounterable. I like it as a stabilizing card against some of the more aggressive decks that we're sort of starting to see creep back into the meta.
Awesome.
You get to play Gwen. You get to play Ashling to ramp into some of your bigger spells. Ashling Rekindled. Shiko is a really strong Magic the Gathering card.
Shiko turns out wins games a lot.
Wins games a lot. I've got Elspeth in the sideboard. Like Elspeth plus, if you can like turn 2 Ashling, turn 3 Kuruk, turn 4 Elspeth, like
We're going
I did that
places.
today. It was great.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the event, and I hope to see you day 2 and on the future match.
Thank you.
Shadows the light.
for a comeback? Are you ready to fly? Are you ready for the moment? Get ready to ride. Calling all the fighters, calling on survivors. Are you up all nighters? We can take it higher. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Can you feel the fire running through your veins? Now you're burning brighter. Don't look away. Shout out to the legends. see the mark in my sight, the touch of gold on my life, and there's no slowing me down. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. I always do it my way, and I don't care what they say. I always turn it up loud. I came, I saw, I conquered all. I came, I saw. I came, I saw, I conquered all. I came, I saw. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If there's a mountain to move, I'm gonna push till I do. And I'm just letting you know. There's nothing holding me back. I'm always on the attack. I gotta get up and go. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. Nothing can make me afraid. Nothing can stand in my way. I'm breaking free on the run. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it.
I am flesh and I am bone, rise up, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. Yeah, like glitter and gold. Yeah, like glitter. Do you walk in the valley of kings? Do you walk in the shadow of men who sold their lives to a dream? Do you ponder the manner of things? In the dark, the dark, the dark, the dark. I am flesh and I am bone, arise, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. Yeah, like glitter and gold. Yeah, like glitter. Do you walk in the meadow of spring? Do you talk to the animals? Do you hold their lives from a string? Do you ponder the manner of things? In the dark, the dark, the dark, the dark. I am flesh and I am bone, arise, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. I am flesh and I am bone, arise, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. Cause everybody in the back room spinning up, don't remember what you're asking for. And everybody in the front room stripping out, you left your bottle at the door. Cause everybody in the back room spinning up, don't remember what you're asking for. And everybody in the front room stripping out, you left your bottle at the door. I am flesh and I am bone, arise, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. Yeah, like glitter and gold. Yeah. me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go alone, it doesn't matter. 'Cause I'm always ready for the fight, and even after I've been knocked down, won't change my mind. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the two different lies. Can't hold me down, though I'm in it longer.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Regional Championship Vancouver, brought to you by Face to Face Games. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Michael Sinclair, excuse me there, and we are here with round number 4. And Michael, what do we have in the feature match area?
Oh yeah, heater of a mirror match in mono green landfall. So we have two landfall decks here. We'll see how they differ once we get to the deck list here. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna definitely be an interesting one. They both can, like we've said before, they can like kill real early. So I think it makes those beginning turns of the match like really pivotal to kind of nail down. So here we have Spencer Mazur's list here. And we see some stuff here, some choices that might be different from the other one. We'll have to pay attention to those. But here we kind of have the typical, it seems like the pretty typical build here. We do have, how we mentioned before, the two Keen-Eye Curators are in the main here. So nice to kind of have that main board graveyard hate to start. So quite nice to have that. I think this is like the big thing that I kind of see here that I really enjoy. And then we have Surak as well, kind of making sure that in the main board we have some stuff to kind of make sure that we can resolve our spells against the blue decks.
Yeah, a little bit more of like a couple of our sideboard cards in our main deck. Both cards are just totally reasonable and could easily be in main decks, but you don't often see two of each here. Sort of going down a little bit on Archdruid's Charm as well to make room for these sort of things. Let's take a look at the other mono green landfall deck that is playing the Lumbering World Wagon, just a one of. We saw this card be really big in the deck originally. Oh, it came for a second there. One Lumbering World Wagon is sort of a creature that is as big as the number of lands you have and ramps you a little. Early versions of this deck just played 4 of that card. Now we're down to 1. The hate's showing us the green shot. I'm not sure why we keep going away from the other version of the deck. But if you'll pull up the other one, stay there, production, before I start cracking the whip more. No, I'm just kidding. Kevin, though, has green shell. This allows for, if the game stalls out, green shell goes loco. It will just pop off with Sapperling Nursery. We're going to take over the battlefield, and we're going to have way more card advantage because we're not going to have a bunch of lands stuck in our deck. We even have Cryptic Caves in this deck, allowing us to have even some more land draw in combination with our Ice Hill Explorers in the late game. So I think this version of the deck is probably slightly better suited for the mirror match, but it's not like it's predetermined. These are all small changes.
Yeah, and the one thing to also I see between the lists is the first list that we spoke about has 4 form harmonizers, and this one has 2. So a difference there for sure to kind of keep in consideration for these gamers, because one can definitely be a little bit more explosive in some ways with the 4 might form harmonizers. As we get to the game here, looks like Kevin's able to put a Badgermole Cub early, and we're going to Spencer's tapping 3 to play a Saruk right away. So going back over here to Kevin.
And you see how, imagine you're playing versus one of the Demir or Izzet decks we saw today. Spencer here going Surak this early would be great, right? Imagine they set up a little bit, you play the Surak. Now we're going to, if we're going to answer something, we're going to draw some cards. Not as great typically in this mirror matches. Here comes the Hydra early. We saw this in the other feature match get really big, but no land drop for Kevin.
Ooh. Land drops is the name of the game here too, and you want to be making these land drops. They're the way you accrue your advantage. They're the way that you get some more cards in your hands virtually. The missing a land drop there is rough. And a Ice Still Explorer on Spencer's side. No fetches quite yet, but that you got to worry a little bit if you're in Kevin's seat.
Yeah, and the ice till will, if you find the fetch will go crazy, but also just moving you towards, even normal land drops is so important. Looks like what Kevin did is we kept a hand that had a turn 2 Badgermole Cub and a ton of threes. A bunch of Earthbending Ascensions, World Wagon, Ice Till. I actually really like this keep from Kevin. It looks like it might bite him in the butt this game, but if he had ripped the land, even on this turn, this game would be dangerously close and get out of control very quickly here. So Kevin kept a hand that had some, known risk, like, hey, this might not go the way I wanted to. But it's also not done yet. We do have this fetch land with the Earthbending Ascension counter on it. So we'll have 3 mana for the next turn, and we'll double our Hydra twice this turn if we do this. And so, we know Spencer still has some good spells in hand, but it's not like Kevin's out of the game just yet.
Absolutely. And, you do, even in tournament magic like this, we always speak of playing to win. And sometimes, if you keep in consideration how much lands your deck has, and usually these decks tend to run quite a bit of lands, you're like, I'm willing to take that risk. I'm playing either, 24 to 27 lands. I'll peel that land. And we still, like you mentioned, have that way of fetching, still able to get additional lands with the Badgermole Cub, earth bending onto that one fetch land. So not out of the game yet. Definitely a reasonable hand, respectable hand, something that I would also choose to pick up and keep there. So, we still have a game here, folks, as we go back over to Spencer's after a shuffle from Kevin.
Yeah, and Kevin is threatening a near lethal attack next turn if we draw a land, right? Because we have Earthbending Ascension. You also just have Harmonizer. Harmonizer, would double up your Hydra. Your Hydra has Trample. You play the landfall, it doubles the double. I mean, oh my goodness gracious. But, it's not out of things yet. And you can see too how, right? Like excuse me, how we kind of got ourselves into keeping this hand, because this is all happening with us not hitting perfects. Now, Spencer drew a second Sapperling Nursery. Very good card. Could be something that could maybe help stabilize, but we have no land drops to back up this nursery or this might form. So Spencer here really thinking about, I can only really play one card. What am I supposed to play? How much am I supposed to attack with here? And how much should I worry about this, Hydra on the crackback next turn?
Yeah, this game's definitely tailed the land drops, whether you make them or not. These are what these decks are made for, to take advantage of these land drops. So definitely, this is definitely an interesting game state where we have all the things that we need. We just got to pull the lands from the top of our deck. So it's a top deck land war. Weirdly, you love to see it.
Yeah, and that is a land. That's pretty huge. Now we need to just do some math here. So if we warp in a harmonizer, okay, so we're not warping in right away. We're gonna go 8 here. So it would have been 16, but there's enough toughness in the way that it wouldn't have been an issue. But both of these lands are actually fetch lands, Michael. So why double once when we could double twice? That's 32 damage. That's lethal. Kevin picks it up there despite not having any lands on turn 3 or 4 to be played there. And wow, really shows kind of what we talked about before about how Kevin has a few cards like that Hydra that can be mirror breakers if the games stall out, and really came up big there. Now, don't you move production on this deck list. I know you hate it, but I want to talk about it some. Michael, what are the cards in the sideboard here?
Yeah, we have Melt Strider's Resolve, 2 of those, 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, 2 Sirach, 2 Torpor Orb, 1 Arch Druid's Charm, 1 Keen-Eye Curator, a Mossborn Hydra, Origin of Metal Bending, Paw Patch Formation, a Scrap Shooter, and a Vivian Reed.
All right, so this is a mirror match. We're going to probably have a lot of the same cards on our sideboard. Here are the big key things you kind of want to fight over, right? We want to fight over Sapperling Nursery. Earthbending Ascension can be pretty frustrating. The Hydra can be pretty frustrating. From the other side of the table, we're going to want to fight over this green shell. We'll get back to that later. So what that really means from here, in my opinion, is we want to have stuff like Origin of Metal Bending that can answer some of these problematic cards and also give our creatures indestructible and a little bit of a power boost. That's pretty nice. Vivian is a card that answers the opposing engines, when the game stall out, and is a form of card advantage if we've already answered those. So Vivian Reed is looking pretty good. Another Hydra, we just saw how good that was there. That card's going to be great. Archdruid Charm is extra copies of some of these key cards, and also a removal spell for both creatures and I believe enchantments as well. So, we got a lot of heaters when it comes to our sideboard. We just want to have more cards that do those sort of things and, fight over them constantly. We can check out the opponent's sideboard, but I imagine we're going to see more of the same when it comes to that. It really is just about kind of trying to establish the board presence and run over the opponent.
Yeah, on the other side here, we have the 4 Melt Strider's Resolve, the 3 Mossborn Hydras, 3 Scrap Shooters, a Paw Patch Formation, a Sandman, Soul Guide Lantern, Torpor Orb, and a Vivian Reed. Kind of similar things here, but some different choices.
Yeah, and you're kind of seeing too, right, that it feels like to me that, Spencer here was wanting to maybe have a deck that was a bit better versus the field at large in game one, and then revert back to some of the things that are good in the mirror match, right? Like the Hydra is really nice in the mirror when people can't resolve and kill that card. But clearly Spencer thinks people have a lot of kill spells because we're main decking our Surox, right? Now we got God a little bit, we played the mirror. This is what happens. But these decisions might also be the reason that we are at the 3-0 spot. Remember, Mono Green Landfar is our most played deck in day number one. Now, is it the most played by one copy? It is, but it is the most played deck. So Spencer might get got a little bit here, but I really like these sort of changes. You still have the things that are good in the mirror match, and you're just sort of hedging your bets a little bit, because you think some other things are going to be a little bit better this weekend. So all the cards we talked about before, they're coming in here, and we're going to go up to those full 4 Hydras as well. There's a bit more removal post board, but that Hydra is also one of the things that wears, these Maelstrom resolves much better than the average bear.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you spoke into this before, but, they made sideboard plans here, not just for the mirror, they have it for different other things here. And one thing we haven't quite seen here is the Sandman in the sideboard, not particularly for this matchup, but it is something for other matchups where, it is a very sticky threat, hard to deal with. And, it's a really great card. I've had the chance to play a Sandman, really interesting card, really interesting plays with it. So, and remember, like their deck lists are a little bit different between the two. This one, like we mentioned before, has the four Might Form Harmonizers, even though the other player here in Kevin was able to kind of do the thing quickly. Spencer might have a chance here with the Might Form Harmonizer to kind of also present a very fast clock. And the games went by
and
really
it looks
quick.
like we're in our feature match area as well. So we're gonna sorry to interrupt you there. Looks
Oh,
like we're
you're good.
watching Winnie versus Olive here, and it's a Demir mid range on your right versus Simic Rhythm. And Winnie Bowser has presented a huge force on the left, a ton of mana, a ton of creatures, and Olive has this Kaito in play. We've ticked it up. That's the main thing that this deck likes to do. But Winnie has, I believe, Ouroboros in hand, and I don't think this is quite lethal, but it's going to be lethal pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that's overwhelming kind of board presence here. And with that Overboard, I mean, so much damage is going to be happening. Right now, I don't know which ones here are summoning sick or not, but we just have the 2 mana blue creature as a real blocker on the current side of Olive. So we'll see what Winnie gets done here as we put sweeping counters across the board here. It looks like it might be a concession right now from Olive as Winnie takes that down. Just an overwhelming board presence for sure.
Yeah, and this is what this deck can kind of do, right? You can put all this mana, play these Quantum Riddlers, these Nature Rhythms to go find Hoof and all that stuff. But we talked about before, Ouroboros is just a pretty good bridge set that can take over this game. Meanwhile, in our main feature match area, it looks like Kevin on a mulligan to 5 has an elf for turn 1, but down some resources.
Yeah, I mean, Spencer's playing the same deck. Spencer knows that, okay, still got to respect that. Down to 5 can still mean like lethal very soon, depending on draws and stuff. So definitely no resting on your laurels there. So, Spencer's going to definitely play tight and keep it going as Kevin's turn goes. And did the Llanowar Elf from last turn. We got the forest down, so we'll see what we want the follow-up to be here. But yeah, these, like I said, these early turns, you're making so many choices of how you want them to go because there's so much choices to make in the early turns that you got to think them through. Games could be over really quickly, so it really puts a lot of pressure on these early turns to make the right choice. And we see a Mossborn Hydra on Spencer's side.
Yeah, and all this mana means more options here. So yeah, it will double up to 2 because it starts at 1. And it looks like Badgermole Cub gonna get in a little red zone for a little 2 action. Pretty good here. But we saw this in the last game. This Hydra gets out of control pretty quickly here. So Kevin's going to need to find something that can answer or hope that Spencer runs out of land drops like he did in game number 1.
Yeah, battle of the land drops still here in game number 2. And yeah, we love the Cub beats coming in and see what Kevin can get going. Yeah, looks like we have a Gene Pollinator in hand, possibly. Okay, Ice Till Explorer, I think I saw there. Obviously some lands, maybe a Bossing Say. So let's see what choices Kevin can make here during their turn.
Yeah, it's really interesting. With this Might form, you have a lot of potential pressure, but no creature that can really use that pressure, right? So I would imagine we'll probably something like Kevin play the Might form here and then sort of next turn Ice Till and pop off. It's reasonable to go, Ice Till here, play your land from your graveyard and move.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're
Oh, it looks like there was a Hydra in hand as the alternate art card.
yep.
Let's see.
All right, so
Oh, that's
Hydra
much better than
down.
Might form.
Yeah. Hydra down. We're Hydra v Hydra right now, but the other side has a Badgermole Cub. So, the Harmonizer comes down, and with the Harmonizer, with a fetch land and another fetch land,
Oh
that's
my
a
goodness.
lot of power being represented.
Yeah, and it looks like we're holding priority here, and that's going to double to 4, right? Then you're going to double the double because of the fetch land, and then double again. So it looks like, I don't know the exact math, but I think it's like 128
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
damage, which is going to be lethal. Yeah, and even I think if you quote unquote mess it up, if like you stack your triggers incorrectly, I think you're in like the 60s. So
For sure.
this matchup is interesting, right? There are so many long grindy tools, then the games can get completely stalled out. You can also just slam a Hydra and kill the opponent. And I wonder if Kevin was mulliganing towards a Hydra. We didn't get to quite see what he was mulliganing to. But the card that I thought was Might Form Harmonizer on the alternate art, being a Hydra, makes a lot of sense for maybe why we went the direction that we did.
Yeah, absolutely. And, good on Spencer for just like, hey, let's just get proactive. Maybe my opponent's down on a couple cards, even though you still have to be careful. The deck can still get you, your opponent can still get you on a mulligan down to 5. But we're going here to our backup feature match. Winnie and Olive here. Winnie on Simic Rhythm, Olive on Demir Midrange, like we saw before. Looks like we're going into our game 2. We shuffled up, possibly just going to be making some mulligan decisions here. And so as Olive here is taking a mulligan, perhaps, what kind of things is Olive looking to do against the Simic Rhythm deck?
You want to stop that early mana generation and then get pressure going after you have that. If you can, doing something like a Spyglass Siren turn 1 can be a totally reasonable option. And then sort of, going like, all right, Requiting Hex, Bitter Triumph, that kind of stuff. Pick apart the creatures. But for the most part, you just want to stop Winnie from getting on board and getting a mana advantage over you. When the Simic Rhythm deck was first popping up, I know that a lot of the Rhythm players felt like they had a really good Demir matchup. I'm curious if that's still the case. You know what I mean? Like, has Demir changed in such a way that like that might have moved? These small little changes do have really big implications in these kind of matchups. And, we're going to have to see how it plays out. I imagine this matchup is one that Winnie is pretty happy to see. And after you win any game 1, you're happy to see a matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like, mulligan down to 6 here for Olive. I believe Olive's going to kick this off here with an Island and then Spyglass Siren. So Olive right now definitely wants to make sure they have early interaction to kind of slow down the Simic Rhythm deck a bit, and then be able to, possibly be a Kaido, possibly play a Enduring Curiosity. So we're just trying to make sure that we kind of slow down that Simic Rhythm deck because it can really go off here. Looks like we shock in a Watery Grave here for Bat is really nice. We definitely love seeing an early Bat against this deck.
By the way, I want to bring up in this feature match area, it's got to feel pretty good to be 3-0 with your, wife in this situation. But also, one of you is going to have to lose as these two are, dating / engaged is what Twitch chat is telling me, which is pretty awesome. I was pretty sure that was the case, but I wasn't going to be the one to bring it up. So I'm glad Twitch chat was the one that could bring it up for me because I was like, if it's not the case, it's a bad look. Speaking of a bad look, this Deep Cavern Bat taking our only powerful card is very awkward for Winnie, but she is left behind with a ton of mana.
Yeah, and this is so exciting. I don't know, this is like the first, like wifey team kill thing kind of happening, but you hate to see it. But it also says, hey, the success is there. You're both 3-0. You've made some great choices. I assume these people play tested together, so they probably know each other's deck really well and know how the game goes. They probably tested with each other, and so you kind of just love to see, both of them being successful and getting to this point. As we put down a Keen Eye Curator, I believe. Yep, and so Keen Eye Curator down. shock. No, just a dual land that comes in untapped and come in for some beats and pass back over to Winnie. Oh, we got our main feature match.
All right. Well, the way things are going with these games, we'll be back there pretty quickly. So it looks like it's a Llanowar Elf for Spencer and a Bristly Billiam for Kevin here. Bristly Bill is one of those cards that Spencer doesn't have that is quite good in these sort of matchups. All your landfall is applying extra counters, and then you can spend 5 mana to double the counter, something we haven't seen a ton of in this matchup, just basically every turn past turn 2. So this card is something that I imagine will be pretty great here if you're able to find the Hydra, or if the game just goes long, having the biggest body on the board, I think will matter a good bit, as Earthbending Ascension is going to copy that fetch land. And I've got to say, this fetch land copying, when I first sort of saw this, I was like, oh, that's pretty cute. Like, it's good. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's something you want to think about doing, but it probably doesn't come up as much as it as in reality. In reality, it happens all the time. Just getting 2 uses of your fetch lands has been really massive, I think, for this sort of deck and functioning, especially when you have so many landfall cards. So, hitting your fetch land here with the Earthbending Ascension is nice. I think Spencer also with an Earthbending Ascension, but no fetch land to go with it.
Oh, and fetch lands, are we're playing standard, right? Not modern, and we're just seeing all these is fetch lands powerful in standard and getting to do multiples of them? I wonder. But we get the Ice Till down, we get the Bossing Say, we get the trigger on Ice Till Explorer, definitely looking for a fetch of their own for Spencer. So let's see what we can do here. At least we have the Ice Still Explorer, definitely being able to maybe accrue some advantage here on some later turns. But, Kevin's probably liking where they're sitting at the moment with all the mana that they can kind of get or lands. Okay. Looks like we have the fight spell here. Take out so before the fetch can happen, I believe you're able to fight that land. So it just comes back and it doesn't get the additional land that it would normally get.
Yeah, just knocking it down here. Now, it does mean Bristly Bill is going to get that +1 counter from a land entering. We're going to start to have multiple of those with this Earthbending Ascension. And we just drew a fetch land with, I think, Ice Till Explorer in hand. So, we might see Kevin just attack for an absolute load of damage here.
Yeah, Battle of the Lands, like we've kept pointing to. It's just like, hey, I kind of want to hit these lands. I kind of want to hit these fetch lands. Just playing a little modern to my standard format kind of thing. So we'll see what the play here is for Kevin. Kevin giving it a little think here, trying to see how they want to move forward. Because the Ice Till Explorer on the other side isn't 0, so it's definitely some things to think about as we're going into this turn.
Yeah, I think Kevin can attack for 13 if we go all in on the Bristly Bill and the Ice Till Explorer, which I think is where the problem is arising. I think if Kevin could go to 14 and then present lethal, this would be a very easy play, right? But instead, Kevin is now having to be like, oh, okay, well, am I supposed to do like Archdruid's Charm to kill your Ice Till Explorer so you can't punch back in any sort of similar way?
Yeah, and these are the points where, like, sometimes it's really hard. You tank and you're like, can I find the 1 damage to just close this out? And it's worth doing, So, yeah, Kevin might be tanking here for a little bit, but when you're 1-2 damage away from, getting lethal in onto your opponent, it does behoove you to kind of take a little second, take a breather, think if you have it, and go for it. But here, we're just going to have the decision perhaps to just come in for some damage, hold up some interaction so that we can keep our advantage, keep our lead as we head back over to Spencer's turn. Had that Ice Till Explorer on Spencer's side, hoping that we can somehow maybe get a fetch land here, but we'll see if that was the case.
Yeah, and Kevin notably could have played Ice Till here. Could have gone Ice Till, could have played Fetch Land, put some counters on your Ice Till, make it beefy, but instead holding up Archdruid's Charm here, I think to maybe set up a sneaky lethal on the crackback here. Spencer maybe being like, okay, he doesn't have a whole bunch going on. He's saving that fetch to potentially grow something, and then tries to build up a little bit of a board here and crack back a little, and then gets kill spelled out of the game. As it does look like Multiversal Passageway found a fetch land thanks to the Ice Till Explorer. You were talking about those a second ago. Could be a pretty huge moment here.
Yeah, so at least we get this going here. And okay, is this an Earthbend Ascension as well? Yep.
I think so.
Gonna animate that land or make it Earthbend. So Spencer finally accruing some value here on their side with how their board was set up, and see what we got going on here. Putting a land down. And yeah, Kevin's still being patient here, trying to see what Spencer's trying to do throughout their whole turn before maybe using that interaction. See if Kevin wants to use it here for the turn. But yeah, trigger here off of Ice Till, put a land in the graveyard.
All right. And yeah, it looks like we're trying to figure out, am I supposed to be attacking here? What am I supposed to be doing in this position? And it's an awkward spot. We talked about these resolves maybe being pretty good if the game stalls out, but Bristly Bill just being an 8/8 has made life very awkward. And Spencer has to be thinking about, well, how am I going to win this game? Because Earthbending Ascension is going to start giving trample, and Bristly Bill can double these counters. Things can get pretty crazy pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a very tough position to be in, and might be some red flags here for Spencer of like, hey, my opponent is tanked quite a bit on their turn, maybe thought of playing out something, didn't, has some mana left up. That's definitely probably some warning bells happening in Spencer's side of like, how do I play this with maybe what Kevin has in his hand? So try to think this all through as they keep trying to figure out what to play here for turn. Looks like we still have a land drop to make here off the Ice Till Explorer, and give another counter to our Earthbending Ascension. And now we get to put a counter on Ice Till, so now it has a +1/+1 trample. It has another +2 in power from the enchantment on it, so it's getting a little bit up there, but definitely not as menacing looking. Not menace the keyword, but menacing looking compared to the Bristly Bill on the opposite side. And now it looks like Kevin is going to fire off that charm and see what they're going to go for here. Looks like Might Form Harmonizer is the choice. And possibly definitely setting up maybe a winning line here, as getting that Might Form Harmonizers represents doubling the power here of Bristly Bill.
Yeah, doubling the power is pretty nice, as we've seen. And that Earthbending Ascension we know is going to be live thanks to the fetch land in play here. So really, I think Spencer just making sure that Kevin goes through with the play. And yeah, picks up the cards once those cards get put on the stack. That would have been an attack for about 32. That's good enough to win that game here. And Kevin moves on to 4-0. Spencer's still in a great spot, 3-1. Start off the day here with the mono green landfall deck. Seems to have been a pretty good choice for the weekend. Let's see if our backup feature match is still going, as it looks like the couple is battling it out at the moment. And yeah, it looks like Winnie's situation of, we lost the Riddler, and this thing that we've talked a lot about but we haven't really seen is happening, where Winnie has a huge board of these small creatures and doesn't have any real payoff, and is now in sort of a top deck war. With these curators on the board, I can't tell if any of them have hit the 7/7 status yet, but they've maybe. It's hard to know.
Yeah, for sure. And Curator is kind of an amazing card too, especially if Enduring Innocence gets presented, ends up in the battlefield, or ends up in the graveyard. It can kind of eat that Enduring Curiosity with a trigger. So that's something that's kind of cool here, not to forget about on the Simic Rhythm side. So off to Simic Rhythm side, Winnie side. We'll see what she wants to do here. And we know that at least that one that they currently have their hand on, that one doesn't have the +4/+4 buff quite yet.
Yeah,
but
that one doesn't have enough friends yet.
no. But the other one, who knows? And we're starting to perhaps just attack in with the one with less exiled cards underneath it. And
Glenna Indra. Okay.
Right.
So this is pretty interesting. This creature, I haven't seen this yet. It's a 3/4 a neg counter on it, and you can remove a counter from this creature in order to counter a non-creature spell, and its controller draws a card. So that might stop Winnie from doing something like Nature's Rhythm to get back into this game, specifically maybe on the flashback side. And it looks like Olive has a lot of flying creatures and is just slamming in with them. Chaotic Curator does have reach.
All right, and coming in for some attacks here. Maybe that was the lethal attack, Perhaps it looks like it was a lethal attack here. Can't tell.
Yeah.
Can't tell though.
No, I think it's lethal because you wouldn't really make that attack otherwise, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
the Keen-Eyed would eat your creature here. So looks like we are going to get a game number 3 between these two. Winnie does have to help coverage out here. Thank you for putting those little slits into your multiversal passageway. It makes my life a lot easier.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do appreciate when the deck's like monocolored, but has like 1 or 2 cards, and we still
Mhm.
make them do it. You know, it's like the Mirror Excruciator deck. It's like it's a black. You're gonna
Yeah.
name Swamp. You might name Island. You're gonna name Swamp. You know, but you still
Yep.
gotta do it. We gotta track it here. So we're at to see what goes on for game number 3. And this is something that the Simic Rhythm deck can, have happen to it a fair amount. But it really matters having that clock in combination with it, right? We saw Olive had some early interaction with the Deep Cavern Bat before we went back to game number 3 of our main feature. That bat took down the Quantum Riddler, and then it looks like Winnie never just had another power draw. Now, the deck has a ton of power draws, but, in order to make sort of, these fast mana starts, work, you need to play a lot of those creatures, and so sometimes you just draw into them. Looks like Winnie's adding an Oko here for on the play, adding a Wistfulness.
Yeah, I mean, you want to present different, varying threats against a Demir mid-range, so maybe they don't have an answer for everything at every moment. So I like this, and we can maybe go through the sideboard super quickly, maybe while they're making some decisions here. But for Olive side, we have 3 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Annul, 2 Duress, 2 Glen Elendra, 2 Requiting Hex, a Day of Black Sun, Shoot the Sheriff, Unagi of Kyoshi Island, Wan Tong, and then on Winnie side, we have 2 Shimmer Wild's Growth, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spider Sense, 2 Sirach, 2 Unable to Scream, 1 Champion of the Weird, 1 Disdainful Stroke, an Explosive Prodigy, an Oko, and an Igra.
Yeah, so both players have some cards for the opposing side of the board here, but I think we're kind of, especially in the case of Winnie here, maybe targeting some other matchups and not really worrying too much about this one. We do see the cards like Sirach, which are pretty good against these sort of matchups where your opponent just presents, kill spells, whatever. Same with the Shimmering Wild Growth that we saw in the earlier round of just like, hey, my opponent's trying to interact with my creatures. I'm going to have some stuff that punishes that, whether that's me drawing some cards or maybe playing from ramp that's harder to interact with. I think we're going to see that kind of stuff. And we saw Winnie at least toyed with the idea of Oka. I'm not exactly sure if she pulled it into her deck or not. She was messing with some cards here. So this is also a weird thing that happens sometimes, Michael, which is, you're playing against someone you play against a lot. Maybe in this case, your partner, kind of what the matchup's about, but you also know this one card situationally pretty good. And you maybe know that typically she doesn't sideboard that way, right? She doesn't have a card for the Oko. So one of the interesting things about, playing a matchup against someone multiple times is you sort of learn these little, weird mini games that can happen where it's like, well, normally I wouldn't do this, but I know your deck's kind of weak to Oko post board. So on the play, I decided to cut this Wistfulness that felt kind of medium, And so let's see what happens here. So it looks like Winnie has a pretty decent start, but no turn 1 great accelerant, just a Gene Pollinator. Gonna take a mulligan.
Yeah, but hey, like you were mentioning, there's levels to this, and so this is definitely applying here where they probably play tested together. They know they know their each little like player quirks and stuff like that. They have familiarity, so you definitely kind of have to play this side mini game on top of just playing your regular games out. So definitely make for some interesting magic and some interesting match. I'm really glad we get to check this one out because there's multiple levels of play being done here, and so we get to kind of see how this plays out. The mulligan over here from Olive side, I mean, definitely probably looking for early interaction. Gotta take care of those cubs. That's kind of like the name of the game there, and then being able to present some of your own creatures and some of your own permanents there. So we'll see. It looks like this is a keep, and we just got to decide what we want to mulligan here.
Yeah. Put a card on the bottom and hope it works out. Molds to 6 definitely can get there. It's nothing too big to worry about as Gene Pollinator hopes to get there. This deck is really committed to the sort of, game plan when Gene Pollinator's in your deck.
Yeah, Gene Pollinator, I forget what, there's definitely times where like Gene Pollinator is like the only thing you have on board. It's like one Gene Pollinator against the world. You're like, please, please get there. But in this case, Gene Pollinator has some friends in Badgermole Cub and Spider Manifestation and an Earthbent land. So back over to Olive side, just a tap land go. And see if there's any payoffs here for Winnie, as we have kind of a lot of mana here to play with.
I think we have Quantum Riddler in hand, and we have this double Badgermole Cub, so we should be able to, I think, make 6 mana minimum between Spider-Man Infestation and the land, and then your Spider-Man Infestation will untap. So you should be even able to play this Surrak Dragonclaw. No, Surrak Elusive Hunter, excuse me. Wrong Surrak. Showing my age there, as I bet most people don't even know Surrak Dragonclaw.
I don't. I'm a Magic Zoomer, at least in gameplay.
There's like 3 Surraks, and I believe that one was a 5 mana flash one that made your creatures uncounterable, and 6/6 trample. Back in the day, Spider-Man Infestation untap and 2 here.
Yeah. I mean, I've only played since War of the Sparks, so I'm kind of a Magic Zoomer as it goes. But Surrak down, like you mentioned. We also had that Riddler come down. I didn't quite see if it was warped or a full cast, but in either case, I mean, Winnie's board state is looking really huge right now.
Yeah, I think it's a warp, not only just because she was touching it, but I think what we did was, because she kind of like touched her stuff, I think Spider-Man Infestation was floating some mana there, and then untapping, right, with the Warped Riddler, trying to make more mana here. And it looks like, unfortunately for Olive, just a land and a passing here might have a Day of the Black Sun. That's a card that can maybe get us out of this a little bit, but either way, Winnie has a really big turn ahead of her. Worst comes to worst, we're going to get a bunch of cards off of this Quantum Riddler and then see what we can do. And honestly, getting into combat might just be what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Day of Black Sun would do a lot of work here. It would be really nice because, I mean, I believe Day of Black Sun stops the earthbending thing from happening, so those would just go away permanently. And then, it would sweep a lot of the board other than Surrak. So if maybe Olive can rip a Day of Black Sun, that'd be really nice in her position. But Winnie taking their turn right now, counting out probably power at this moment with
has nature for them in hand.
Oh, nature's okay.
We played the Quantum Riddler for the draw for turn into the rhythm, and so I think we're counting, can I win with getting a hoof / can I just rhythm maybe for like Ouroboros, hard cast this Riddler from my warp zone, and just put Olive in a spot where it's like you can't realistically win.
Yeah, even with that Day of Black Sun that I was mentioning, you just have so much, so many threats that are different mana values, and so it would kind of make that Day of Black Sun not as great. So we'll see which direction Winnie decides to go here. Starts off with a Badgermole Cub, so that's just gonna send how much mana that we can produce on this turn through the roof, giving lots of choices for Winnie. Still could do the Crater Hoof Behemoth thing like you mentioned, and then we also have the Ouroboros. So let's see what direction Winnie wants to go. Winnie probably has a really good idea of which way she wants to go, knowing, probably having a good familiarity with all his deck lists, not only in deck presentation, but, they both tested probably together. They probably helped each other build deck lists.
Hey, I'm not making. I hadn't heard that before.
I don't know. Maybe that's separate rules. They're just like, no, this is my own thing. Hey, sometimes you got to have a little distance. Maybe they appreciate having some distance and having some boundaries. You don't know if these deck lists are top secret from each other. So I don't want to make assumptions.
That's fair enough. And we have 15 mana here to use with all of our Badgermole Cubs and our creatures. Spider-Man Infestation, I think, was also just sort of like shorthanded here. And this is enough mana to get a hoof, I believe. Hoof here, it could get Tidebindered and we could hard cast. It looks like we're maybe just going to get a Mockingbird. Oh. And then, I don't know if that works. Maybe... Oh, there's the chance. Okay, maybe we sideboard out Crater Hoof. This is something that does happen. Sometimes you just side hoof out because your opponent's so unlikely to allow that to kind of come down, right? And to, be a thing. And so, especially against Demir, where they have Tidebinder, you don't want to go all in and just get got by that. And yeah, we're seeing Tashani's Tidebinder here from Olive stopping that one. So, that does give Winnie, some amount of play aroundness here that we're allowed to keep going, but there's still another Quantum Riddler in the warp zone. And if that Tidebinder ever dies, Michael, we'll be drawing 4 extra cards.
I mean, that's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. And heads up play here by Winnie in some sense, whether Crater Hoof Behemoth there is there or not, thinking about, the Day of Black Sun, that could be, in Olive's hand. So like that is still a way to kind of have some resiliency against of what's going on here, because you'll still have like big creature. You still have the quantum riddlers and able to draw a bunch of cards next turn with Sarok. Like we're putting ourselves in a position to kind of keep ahead in case a board wipe does appear. So we're going back to Olive's turn over here, and we'll see what Olive can do. But there's so much going on, so much mana can be produced. The options over on Winnie's side is almost limitless.
Yeah. So we only draw an Ouroboros. I was gonna say we only get to draw one card at first before we have to spend our mana, but yeah, I mean, this is so the one that's in play is the one that got Tidebinder because that
Right.
got rhythm. The other one got warped. So for Twitch chat going on there, we have that happening. The Spider Manifestation makes 4 mana thanks to the Hadronwall Cubs, and Ouroboros comes down. It's free because of the untap. And now that you've done that, your Quantum Riddler draws 2 cards. Remember that the Spider Manifestation makes 4 mana, but it untaps when you play a card that costs 4 mana greater or more. That means you only really need 1 mana to play your Quantum Riddler, and then it untaps, right? So we're going to be getting out of hand very quickly here. And this goes back to, listen, if we had done a Wrath on this last turn, then Olive can start to, maybe come back in it. We're not in a great spot. We can do something. Now it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And we have so much mana from Winnie. And, she probably does have counterspells like Spider Sense somewhere in her deck that she's drawing to that are going to give her the outs to these problems. Is drawing a land here isn't the end of the world because it just means another Quantum Riddler can come down.
Yeah, and I really like Winnie's play here, really making sure that she's shored up against anything Olive could possibly play while moving her board state, moving her game plan forward. There's definitely some high level play happening here as going through the correct motions here, sequencing well, remembering our triggers, really trying to make the most and make sure that we have all the options available to us depending on how the game goes. So not getting complacent. I can really appreciate the tightness of play here by Winnie.
Olive here going for a bitter triumph on the Ouroboros before we move to combat. Winnie's hands all lands, but that's the thing. When you draw enough cards, it doesn't matter that you drew 10 or 12 lands. You will just draw through it all. And yeah, are we weirdly like setting up for lethal here if we like alpha strike in, we're like if we send Surrak, because we do have the one Quantum Riddler that is not something sick that has lost all abilities. So that's a 4/6 vanilla. When he
not
has
even flying.
Olive will not let her wife drop an extra land. Not happening here. Nice try.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Happens to us all, though.
Yeah, it happens to everyone. It's obvious. It's also with like this sort of situation when your lands like end up becoming creatures and untapping. It can get very confusing very quickly. I love this from Olive. Every turn has been land go. There's been all my cards have flash. I'm not going to worry about it. I'll play them on your turn. Make her figure it out. It looks like we just drew more lands, Michael.
Wow, it's kind of unfortunate. Just keep drawing that lands here, but I mean, I'd still like to be in Winnie's position at this moment, but definitely Olive still representing like, hey, I can still have interaction here. This game isn't over, making sure that Winnie has to like actually work for this win. So we'll see. It looks like things are being turned sideways here. And a show of Alendra and a handshake there. Winnie taking it down. Really great plays here by Winnie and Olive.
Yeah, great game there. And I think this shows why we kind of talked about before, a lot of Simic Rhythm players felt this matchup was pretty good for them, right? It's because this is a matchup where the opponent doesn't have enough pressure and answers consistently enough to break you up, and you can fight through those things. And you have so many good threats that kind of win the game. So congratulations there to Winnie, moving on to 4-0. We talked about at the start of the show how Simic Cub might be a great deck for this weekend with players like very low on it, and then Landfall being a deck that people are pretty high on. So it seems to be paying off. 5 more rounds to go. A lot of Magic left to be played. And I think we're going to go for a quick commercial break.
Makes me stronger. doesn't kill me, makes me
My darkness, I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. My power unspoken.
Let's get started. Gotta run away, feeling deep in my bones. Breaking out the cage, holding ready, set, go. Light up the fuse, gonna be a wild ride. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. Oh, let's get started. Let's get started. I know you wanna. Let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started. I know you wanna. Let's get started.
Fire in our eyes, dawn of a new day. Sun breaks through the dark, coming out, coming out. Out of the shadows, come out of the shadows. It's straight into the light. Come out of the shadows. Tomorrow will shine so bright. Home is close to you. Change is in the wind. Blow away the blue. Sweet surrender. Hope is all around. We're no longer lost. To the speed of sound, we're coming out, coming out, out. Out of the shadows, and straight into the light. Come out of the shadows. Tomorrow we will shine so bright. Out of the shadows, and straight into the light. Come out of the shadows. Tomorrow we will shine so bright. The shadows, the shadows, the shadows. Through the speed of sound, we're coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out. Out of the shadows, and straight into the light. Come out of the shadows. Tomorrow will shine so bright. Out of the shadows, and straight into the light. Come out of the shadows. Tomorrow will shine so bright. We are out of the shadows. Coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out, coming out.
I'm here with Winnie Bowser, played of Regional Championship Vancouver. Winnie, I don't think I've seen you at too many regional championships. What number is this for you?
I started in 2024 trying to qualify. So my first one was May 2024, which is like 6 or something. It was 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. This is number 6. Yeah.
Number 6? Awesome. And you haven't had too much success, so what have you brought to Vancouver this weekend to gauge a day 2 and hopefully to the top 8?
Having the Spotlight Series in Toronto 2 weeks ago, I had not played Standard in like a month. And then I got a little sick after that, so I was exhausted and I couldn't test. And no decks like felt good. And I had all the cards, tried to play lessons at Store Champs, failed miserably. Like I can't buy them with that deck. I was gonna play Landfall because of friends on it, and then last minute I saw a Cub list posted, and that's kind of fun. Tested Landfall last night, switched to Cub. But mostly because it's fun.
Cub do be fun.
Yeah.
Are we doing anything spicy with the Cub deck?
It's following Simon Nilsson's list that he posted, so it has barely any ways to make black mana,
Okay.
but it has Eager on the sideboard.
Okay.
Barely any ways to make red mana, but an explosive product you just tutor for. And then Goblin, Champion of the Weird, the Goblin Champion from Morrowind, which also, if you draw it, you cannot physically cast it.
So we're only to casting the and getting these cards out with Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And it's very fun when you do, but it's a little sketchy.
Do you feel confident in your abilities, or at least more confident than normal?
Yeah, I like found out text on some of the cards today.
Awesome.
This was fun. Yeah, I'm like happy with it, and it's kind of fun just going into a tournament and just being excited to play a deck.
Awesome.
And cards.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I hope to see you day 2 and on stream.
Thank you.
I'm a legend. Come on. I'm a legend. I wanna feel a rush, tell 'em turn the pressure up. I'll be setting fires for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Yeah, it's about to break. Got what it's gonna take. Go ahead and own that stage. Let's go. When you're made for this, yeah, it's obvious. Top another list. Let's go. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! Go! Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. It's now or it's never. No plan with forever. It's now or it's never. Yeah. It's down to the wire. Who gon' take the empire? It's down to the wire. This is it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is it. This is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Go! Go! This is it. Go! Let's go! This is it.
What's your command? Show me your rendition as you demand. I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now all the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. Is this my fate? To be trapped in your wake, or can I create by myself something great? I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now all the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like your symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's about time to let expression. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, I'm feeling this sense of ambition. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, you play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, no longer in your composition. 5 and 6
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Regional Championship Vancouver, brought to you by Face to Face Games. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Michael Sinclair, and we're here for round number 5, the tipping point, the halfway point, the start of the day where dreams are going to get crushed. And in this round, Michael, we have 2 undefeated players who are trying to lock up that coveted 9-0 after day number 1.
Yeah, it looks like we have an exciting one for you folks. We have a Boros Dragons in the hands of Alyssa, and we have a mono green, and we're gonna see how this goes. I'm partial here to Boros Dragons a little, because I've got a 5-0 in the Miko League, so I'm really excited to see this play. We've seen some mono green landfall. I do think the matchup is going to be interesting here. So I'm quite excited to see how the games play out. And Harvey's the one who's going to be on the mono green landfall list. So what do we how do we think these games are going to go? Because Dragons is like supposed to kind of here's the deck list, but Dragons is like a little bit of a tax, like kind of taxing action on the other decks of the format. But how do we think it's going to play out here?
Yeah, it's kind of like a standard version of those stompy decks you might see from Legacy with a little bit of taxation and some big creatures hitting them hard. So Clarion Conqueror is a card that can sometimes be absolutely backbreaking against Llanowar Elf and Badgermole Cub decks. Now, notably, the mono green landfall deck is a little less reliant on those. That being said, a turn 2 on the play Clarion Conqueror, is still going to be pretty frustrating, but not as bad as you would see from like a Simic Rhythm deck like we saw from Winnie last round. So this deck's going to try and get out some early dragons, apply some pressure, and beat down and interact with the opponent a little bit along the way, but mostly in annoying ways like Mimetic Hellkite, and things of that nature. Voice of Victory, turning off some of your counter spells. That's what this deck's trying to do, and it really highlights just how good creatures are at killing your opponent. I know that sounds kind of silly, but this deck, it doesn't do anything flashy, right? Every other deck in the format draws a bunch of cards, cheats a bunch of mana. This deck does accelerate, don't get me wrong. Momo's kind of nice. It's a Llanowar Elf if you squint your eyes, but it really is highlighting just how good creatures are, especially flying ones, at killing the opponent when you make them trip up a little bit. If we check out the mono green landfall deck, though, there are a few cards that if you're a Boros Dragons fan, you don't want to see on the other side of the table. Sapling Nursery, I think, is the biggest of these cards. This makes a bunch of 3/4 reach tree folk. We can start double blocking down these dragons. And while we have a decent amount of removal in the form of Get Lost and stuff like that, if we don't have that for this card, that plus an Ice Hill Explorer can be game over on its own. We see here that Harvey is actually not playing any of those Hydras that we saw in the last round in the main deck. That's going to probably be pretty good here, as those are pretty susceptible to some of those early removal spells here. So Harvey's deck set up to grind a little bit and might need to against this Boros Dragons deck.
Yeah, so I mean, it's one of those things we kind of spoke into. The reason it plays mono green deck, other than it being powerful, is it just puts so many different various threats onto the board, and it can be a lot for decks to handle. But we'll see how these games play out. Like we said, you just got to play the matches out. So we have a Saz's Chocobo on Harvey's side here. As we go back, I believe to we're okay. So now we put that counter on to Saz's Chocobo with that Bossing Say being played, and another Saz's Chocobo as we send it back over to Alyssa's side here. See what we got going. We had the Sarkon, we beheld a dragon, so we got that treasure token. So being able to probably play a 4-mana, we'll be able to play a 4-mana spell if we have it, and see what Alyssa can get up to here.
All right, Clarion Conqueror coming down. So this is what I meant. There's not a ton of elves on the board right now. This will stop future elves and Badgermole Cubs from being issues in that regard. And it is nice here to get something down so your Sarkon gets a little bigger. You get some damage going, but it's not as backbreaking as we've seen in other spots.
Yeah, so Harvey's still going to be able to play around the effects of Clarion Conqueror. So 2 Saz's Chocobo, that can be pressure really quickly here. And we spoke into Boros Dragons able to just have powerful creatures and to play them, but Harvey responding in kind, just basically putting some honest Saz's Chocobo down and just accruing some +1/+1 counters as the match goes along. So we see a fetch land being played here, or a land that could go fetch for more lands. So we'll see what Harvey wants to do here. I think kind of making a decision of what they want to do. Okay, so we're going to go looking for a land. So you have to pay 1 for this one to crack it and find another land here. And forces,
Yeah, I was just going to say the Chocobo coming in here, and this is a spot where open deckless kind of is huge, right, Michael? Where normally, this isn't a bad draw, but it isn't as strong versus maybe some other decks in the format. But here, just knowing that, hey, I'm going to have some pretty big sized Chocobos can be pretty decent. But this Charmaw coming down and actually answering that Chocobo and attacking for 6, we're starting to see why Boros Dragons is one of those decks that people don't respect, but continues to do very well, winning the South American RC last weekend.
Yeah, one of the secret sauces of the Boros Dragon, it's not that secret, but that Warp Dragon that you can put down in Nova Hellkite, that thing does so much damage so quickly if you don't have a creature with flying to block or anything with reach. It really does put a lot of pressure and a lot of damage quickly. So we'll see if that's something. We have 2 Magmatics, so Magmatics is a little awkward sometimes in this matchup because it does represent a land drop, although albeit tapped, for that turn. It has a stun counter on it, but it isn't something so, straightforward to play in a matchup where your opponent wants to make land drops, even if, they come in untapped. So definitely something Alyssa, I'm sure, is considering as, having 2 Magmatic Hellkites in hand. You definitely have to play that and consider what you might be enabling for your opponent. But Get Lost being cast here, and 2 map tokens to Harvey as the Chocobo gets put into the graveyard, and we're gonna go for a land here for fetching. So, yeah, we're still. I think Alyssa hasn't made the land drop for this turn, so see if Alyssa on future turn get that land drop, and then possibly play that Magmatic Hellkite before it ends up giving any value to Harvey.
Yeah. And this is just showing, right, pressure matters a ton. Here comes the green shell. This card's kind of nice when the game becomes about grinding, but the biggest thing here is just a 4/6 reach. Just right now, this is sort of clomping down the battlefield. We see that land get ripped, double Magnetic Hellkite. She's going to throw that down and answer the bossing say. But with the turtle in the way, now suddenly we can't get in here, and this turtle could set up a little bit of a value engine for us. Whenever a creature enters with toughness greater than its power, you can look at the top card of your library. If it's a land, you put it onto the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, put it in your hand. With Sapperling Nursery, that can go a little loco. But even just a lot of the creatures in this deck actually meet this requirement as is. And so we might see Green Shell sort of, be this huge sort of stopping point. As here's Sapperling Nursery getting slammed by Harvey.
Ooh, yeah. And yeah, I mean, Sapperling is down. That other Magmatic Hellkite in Alyssa's hand it's not, well, I guess, like I spoke into earlier, when you're playing that now, it's not trivial. You don't just get to blow up a land. Now you're giving Sapperling tokens, and so it's a little bit awkward here in Alyssa's hand, and we see Harvey pop off here.
Yeah, I mean, we just got down 3 tokens. Now we're going to use our fetch land, go get another token, trigger the green shell. That's either a spell or a 3/4 reach. Honestly, both are great, and you eventually will hit a spell. All right, so we got one there for Harvey. The pop off a clock train has stopped. And now, I mean, this is what we talked about before of like Sapperling Nursery being such a huge issue with 3/4 reach. She did a great job of applying this pressure. She used her Get Lost to try to set up lethal on a 2-turn clock. It made a lot of sense in the moment, but now Sapperling Nursery is going to try and take over this game. And these Hellkites, we maybe had to think even about blowing up our own. I don't know if you actually can blow up your own land. I've never had it happen before where I wanted to, but I wonder, was that supposed to be something we were thinking about here? It's only opponent controls,
yep. Mm-hmm.
And you don't have a
control.
May on it. Wow, that is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play what you got. Maybe there's some sequence of cards that Alyssa can string together to kind of close out this game, but it's definitely tough in the face of so many 3/4 reachers.
Yep. And that is a spot too where if she had ripped that land a turn sooner, and gotten to play the Hellkite, then the green shell doesn't come down. We get hit Harvey for 4 more, right? And then we're probably also having the Get Lost save. So a little bit of an unfortunate play there. I respect just picking your cards up. Like, yeah, I could still play for a couple turns, but there's just no way I'm realistically getting through here. So good idea there. Speaking of good ideas, it looks like we got some good ideas with the sideboarding going on here. So we're bringing in a bunch of things that answer all those cards that just beat us up.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, on Alyssa's side here, for the sideboard, we have 3 Doorkeeper Thrall, 3 Pyroclasm, 3 Rest in Peace, a lot of 3-ofs, and then we have 2 Requisition Raids, 2 Legend of Roku's, 1 Get Lost, and a Spectacular Tactics.
Yeah, Spectacular Tactics a great way to sort of destroy a bigger creature, and you can also make your creature immune, giving it hexproof until end of turn, a +1 counter. So you can get a little tricky with that one. It's pretty nice. I saw that she brought that card in. Get Lost is pretty great, right? We just saw how
Yep.
both the Green Shell and the Sapperling Nursery went absolutely crazy. And in that same vein, Requisition Raid is just a way to kind of fight through a lot of those things and grow
Mhm.
your creatures. And this game is about you trying to kill them. So even just firing Requisition Rate off for +1/+1 in order to change the turn clock could be pretty huge here. So all of those cards make a lot of sense to me. You could even have some Pyroclasms if you think your opponent, is going to potentially try to lean into like that really fast go wide draw like we saw in the Chocobo. I wouldn't hate. It kind of depends. Like you can bring them in, but I wouldn't hate leaving them out or maybe bring in one or two. It just kind of depends on which the dragon cards you think actually matter. Like I imagine Voice of Victory is a card that's pretty easy for us to get out of our deck, right? That's not really connecting for
Mhm.
damage, probably not worth a lot of value. So maybe, just get rid of that. And maybe we even want cards like the Legend of Roku to try to find something to kind of push through some later damage as the game goes on. But I think Mono Green Landfall also has some heaters for this matchup.
Yeah, and so for Mono Green Landfall, we have 4 Melt Striver Resolve, 3 Mossborn Hydra, 3 Origin of Metal Bending, 3 Torpor Orb, a Paw Patch formation, and a Vivian Reed here.
Yeah, so Paw Patch and Vivian both can destroy things with flying. So
Mhm.
that's going to basically be every card that's good in Alyssa's deck. So, that's kind of a big thing there. And then, these Maelstriders resolves are actually pretty good. Making your creature, be able to fight another creature when you have some of these bigger things, you can actually kill these dragons. And, it isn't perfect. I know maybe not like all 4 coming in, but having a couple and just being able to like pick down an early dragon off of, the back of like an Ice Hill Explorer or a Mightform Harmonizer or, the Sans Chocobo, right? Fighting down a
Yeah.
Momo could be pretty huge. So I imagine we'll see a little bit of that, but really we're just trying to get the card Sapperling Nursery down.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely, that's kind of the name of the game. It does seem like this match is kind of orbiting around the Sapling Nursery. So, I'm sure that Alyssa is really hoping to get like 1 or 2 get lost in hand, maybe just to handle that card. It's a lot to deal with here. As we go into game 2, Momo I don't know when the Momo was played, but it looks like it was played turn 1, and we also had that Nova Hellkite. That's the type of start that Boros Dragons definitely wants, is to have an early Momo into, just being able to start putting down creatures.
Yeah, like this sort of warp play from there. And this is one of the nice things about this deck. It feels kind of silly to think that this is like one of your better starts. I mean, it's not your best start by any means, but it actually is just nice to get in there for that 5 damage and put your opponent on the back foot because it doesn't take many more of that to actually win the game here.
Yeah, and another thing to consider is I believe Momo gets a little bit of you spoke into Momo gets a little bit of power when something else comes in like that. So being able to hit, for I believe like 5 here if they swung in. So let's see what we can get going. We see a Sarkhan on hand, possibly that's the choice. We'd also see a Magmatic Hellkite as well. But so definitely some choices to be made here on Alyssa's side of things. Let's see what choices she wants to make here. But different plays here kind of can represent, hey, maybe I want to really make sure I'm hitting my land drops and being able to accrue a mana advantage as the game goes, because you need to keep up the pressure with powerful creatures. And so kind of prioritizing that maybe here. And we still looks like we might we do have a Burst Lightning, but unable to be played off the land. That's still in turn. And then a Bresley Bill over by Harvey.
Yeah, there is a treasure in play. So Harvey here, because of the fetch land, I was gonna say is actually able to protect the bill if he wants. But looks like Chocobo is coming in for 4. And then no block situation.
Yeah, and not blocking here is perfectly fine. I mean, you want to make sure that you keep up the pressure. You don't want to like toss your creatures away, because how Alyssa's like path of victory is going to go is just keeping your creatures on the board and just slamming in as much damage as you can turn after turn. So excellent play there by Alyssa, removing that Bristly Bill. And then
Tactics to take down the Chocobo.
mhm.
Okay, all right. We're picking it apart, Obviously the nursery could be an issue in a few turns, but we're doing a good job of kind of, step by step taking stuff down.
Yeah, and so I think the consideration here is, hey, maybe I'll have this magmatic Hellkite. Things will be okay. It does. The sapling nursery did come down though for Harvey. So let's see what can be done. Maybe not play that magmatic Hellkite just to not have that 3/4 out, but we did have that Nova Hellkite from the Warp Zone, and this is what we were talking about. Each turn, these creatures can slam in for big damage, and over a course of a turn, like 8 damage just from the Nova Hellkite over this match is nothing to kind of take sneeze at. Yeah. See.
All right. Well, 4/3/4 have entered play here. And there's the Maelstrom's Resolve. So take down the Momo, which is sort of a mana dork in this deck. And do we have lethal with the Burst Lightning? Yeah, I think what happened is we had Harvey's life total incorrect. I think we maybe did the math a little wrong on our side there. And so, yeah, Ellis was just saying, like, hey, I'm going to Burst Lightning you. And, this is kind of how these games can go, right? Like, Momo into Sarkhan really accelerates the mana for this deck pretty quickly here. And then Harvey, didn't really play around Burst Lightning on his Bristly Bill, understandably, because there was only the treasure up, right? And so kind of got a little bit there and was able to sort of sneak out the win there. While they're shuffling up, let's check up our backup feature match here.
Yeah, it looks like we have Rakdos Monument in the hands of Terrence and Dimir Demons in the hands of Mazen. So let's see what we can get going. We have Terza was just played for turn. Well, I don't know if it was on the battlefield. Don't know if anything was discarded at the moment, but we're tapping here for a black. It's probably a previous turn. And a Moon Shadow comes down, which gets -6, -1, -1 counters on it. And anytime a permanent is put into your graveyard from anywhere, you remove one of those -1/-1 counters, and it has menace. So something to keep in mind here as a Shoot the Sheriff comes down onto Terza from Mazen's side. And we also have an Inti as well as that was played on Terrence.
Yeah, NT is a great form of card advantage just in general for these sort of Rakdos-y aggressive decks. And in this deck, also triggering things like the Shadow and the Monument, it's pretty great here. We do see the Excruciator in hand, but Mason's is going to pick apart some stuff. Remember the Moon Shadow trigger now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a tough thing with Moon Shadow. I had a little bit of difficulty playing this at my local F&M last night. Like, oh dang, I missed one of my things because when they remove a permanent, Moon Shadow gets a -1/-1 counter off it. So got to be very mindful about that. And the Monument of Endurance comes down. Let's see what the follow. Okay, and then we also have the Flail. So for the Flail, how this works, you can either pay 3 or discard a card and equip it onto a creature. And so the choice here was to discard a Flame Wake Phoenix, which will trigger the Monument. You get to put the artifact onto the Moon Shadow, and now it gets another +2. So attacking for a bunch of damage here.
Yeah, I mean, getting in for 4 is no joke. And, you sort of get that Phoenix in the Yard, which is a card we can bring back eventually and sort of get the Monument going. And one of the things that's interesting about this is you can just keep discarding cards the Flail, right? Like, you can sort of just on your turn, in theory, go like discard anything Bolt. I'll say what else is in theory is that Momo is dying to his Maelstrom.
No.
And the Battle of the Llanowar Elves, the OG is Stand Supreme. Momo is very powerful in this deck. I think it's one of the reasons, like, I'm not sure this deck could exist without Momo. You know what I mean? It is sort of the key, I would say, to making this archetype a choice. As Voice of Victory come onto the battlefield.
Yeah, Voice of Victory down. I mean, it's kind of the one of the less. It's not as impactful here, but it still makes out a bunch of creatures. So that is something to kind of think about here. And yeah, Momo is just, I've played this deck, and Momo is definitely something that really gets this deck to have these explosive high damage turns, being able to play out some of your bigger creatures early. So Lissa kind of having a think here, maybe deciding whether, okay, no attacks there. Yep. And then over back to Harvey, and Harvey has the Ice Till Explorer, has some Chocobos, and now is starting to fetch and look for a land here. So that's going to grow the Chocobo. Kind of has a little bit of an engine going here between the Chocobo and the Ice Till Explorer.
Yeah, it does look like we have a tactics in hand along with a get lost. So we have some of the, crucial removal we're going to need, but we're just lacking that game-ending dragon, right? If this Voice of Victory was something even like a Clarion Conqueror, I feel like life would be a lot easier. As we do get to get lost, this Ice Hill Explorer responds to the mill trigger from the land to play around the Ice Hill, getting an extra land for a turn there. So some tight play. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Being patient with that and just waiting until the crack happened to hit that get lost. Now we're going to use that map token that we got from the get lost to put it onto the Chocobo. Can't tell what that was off the top, but sent
Llanowar Elf.
another. Yeah, well, at this point of the game, yeah, Llanowar Elf's not as impactful, so I could definitely see why that was sent to the graveyard here. Thanks for production, moving that camera up a little bit. But hey, Chocobo getting swole, hitting that gym. Every land you see is another opportunity to hit the gym for Chocobo. So it's getting big. It's getting huge over here.
Yeah. And now, yeah, I was gonna say, I think this land that is it looks like it's on the battlefield, but really it's in our hand. Yeah, that's why it's underneath, because that's revealed from the map. So Harvey, just trying to make it clear what you do and don't know. A little nicety there, as Momo is a great card in a nicety normally, not really in this spot.
Yeah, wish that we had that. The Momo stayed that we had from earlier. It stayed earlier, so we can kind of play into bigger spells. And it does seem like we don't have as other creatures really here to play off in Alyssa's hand, as attacks come in with the attacks come in, generate some warrior tokens, and I think it was a block here by the Llanowar Elves onto something. So
Yeah, the Llanowar Elf with the Maelstrom Resolve is a 1/2, excuse me, 1/3. So just block any other creatures, right? They're all 1/1 tokens that die at the end of turn. So yeah, and here comes Sapling Nursery. The Chocobo's getting bigger. The trees are coming down. We need to start ripping some big dragons ASAP.
and there we go. Take down the Chocobo here and play another Llanowar. So we ditched away Llanowar Elf. We had another Llanowar Elf. We play that. And let's see if maybe we can get something going here on Alyssa's side, as land was drawn for the turn, and we have a Sarkon. No dragons to behold, unfortunately. So really hoping Alyssa might be able to top deck something in her future turn. As an Ice Till Explorer comes down, that's rough. There's already fetch lands in the graveyard, so Ice Till Explorer plus the Saplings, it's like we mentioned before, it's going to pop off a lot here. And kind of a nice thing that Alyssa took care of the Saz's Chocobo. Otherwise, that thing would be getting massive too. But this Saproling and Ice Till combination is just going to get out of hand here.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where, when we get our opponent's life total low early, right? Like we saw in the game number 2, then we can use stuff like Burst Lightning or potentially, Nova Hellkite if you attack a little too much with your tokens, right? To take over this game and close the door. But at this point, when your opponent has this much life total, it's really hard to kind of get out of this position. I wouldn't say it's 0%, but we're fastly approaching that number. And this is one of the, issues that the Boros Dragon deck has to fight, is that if you don't get your early dragons down and they don't do a good job of applying quick damage, you can get stuck in these sort of spots. I would say this matchup is probably the best one at stopping you from ripping dragons off the top. Lots of other decks and standards just hope to have enough kill spells, but this one, with all these 3-4 reaches, it's like a continuous army of kill spells here. So
yeah,
tough spot to be. Game's far from over, but that's simply because we need to have more time to get these tree folk coming down so we can get a big attack in. It's a rough spot to be.
For sure.
But it's one of the things, though, right? Like, if you play a deck like this, it's not like it's her fault. You've picked a deck that does this sort of thing, and you're 4-0 for probably a reason of beating up on lots of other decks on the weekend. So, Lord giveth, Lord taketh.
And still lots of games to play for the rest of the day. So Alyssa is still, in a good position here for the rest of the day. Let's see if Hari can close it out. But, like I mentioned, I'd love to be on Boros Dragons. That was the second deck I would choose for the weekend, other than Excruciator. A nice show of the card here to us. That's, good sportsmanship. That's some good showmanship. Appreciate that by Alyssa.
Yeah. Harvey is going to be at 14, and you better count your lucky stars. I don't do it sooner. As there goes the green shell to the graveyard. That's a good sign. That's one less one we can draw. So we got that going for us.
Yeah, and it's like kind of F6 time right now where, Harvey's taking a bunch of game actions, trying to find a way to close it out. And,
Ooh. We bossing say the fetch land so we can get two
mm,
3/4 off it. Wow, the 1/3 elf coming in.
yeah.
I like it.
And I'm not a big land enjoyer. Like, I don't care what people play for lands because, who knows what you can access. But sometimes it's nice to point it out. And, like, these kind of gold lands that Harvey's playing definitely add a little bit more pizzazz to the deck that he's playing today. So,
You're right on that one. You can play whatever land you want.
yeah, don't let anyone discourage you from playing the lands you want, chat. They're just lands. As long as they're lands made by Wizards of the Coast, just play them. It doesn't matter. But
I gotta say, these lands too, the opponent wants you to complain. As Alyssa's gonna pick it up here, knows it's on the wall. And congratulations to Harvey. I mean, really showing why this deck is so good. We've seen the future match area play against a couple different decks now this Mono Green Landfall, and it has been impressive and faced against a different type of deck each time and come out victorious. So I'm excited to see how the later rounds go. But for the rest of this round, we're going to be watching this match here of Rakdos Monument versus Dimir Demons. And it looked like we came in right when Superior Spider-Man swinging in to save the day.
And let's see if there's a Scrutiator in the yard of Mason here, as the choice here is, I think, maybe a Deceit. Yeah. So bouncing that Monument back to hand and probably a discard of that same exact thing. Yep, discard. Get rid of that Monument. And so I've played the Rakdos Monument deck. Love the Rakdos Monument deck, but just having one of your enablers here and not much else going on is kind of tough, especially after the Monument got bounced. Because maybe if Terrence found a creature, equipped it on, and still had the Monument in deck, can get the card advantage flowing again, get some damage going. But we'll see what the peel off the top is here and what we can do during Terrence's turn. As looks like we have another flail in hand, so just play that out and a pass back over to Mason. So Mason kind of in the driver's seat currently. As interesting, so the Ghost Vacuum is going to get the it gets that. And the thing I'm trying to point to is we're almost at 6 lands here, and so you can just crack that Ghost Vacuum and play all the creatures down as like these 1/1s effectively that still have their ETBs and abilities. And that's not a non-zero thing. Depending if a Harvester is underneath, we don't know everything underneath that Ghost Vacuum, but that is something to consider. So why the Ghost Vacuum may have targeted the Harvester of Misery in the graveyard.
Yeah, it's wanting to be there just so that if the opponent starts to put pressure, you can kind of push through, right? That's sort of what we're hoping for here. As it looks like, I think that Mason maybe is dead on board and didn't realize that creature has menace. Oh, yeah, and the nonverbal here from is brutal. Yeah, we attacked him there, maybe not realizing that that was the case. And now we're going on to the next game. I'm going to assume this is a game number 3 situation. It looks like that game was pretty different than the one we had left before, but it's possible that that was, just game number 1. Looks like the players are shuffling.
Mm-hmm.
There's no D-sideboarding happening.
Yeah, get that out of there. Get that out of the. Yeah, it's nice for indicating to tell us what's happening happening with the choice of basic land that you're choosing, but got to get that out of there. And yeah, that's the thing with the Rakdos Monument deck. It can definitely sneak in some kills right there, and we just saw that happen. Equip both those flails onto the creature land and just swing in big. We've all kind of been there of like, oh, my opponent has a creature land, and you didn't take that into account, and it just gets you on the crackback, and it seems to be the case here. So, I definitely feel for Mason a little bit with that play.
Yeah, and it's also like so easy at this point. Like you're 3-1, you're far from dead, right? You're in the future match area, you're excited, you think you just stabilized against this spot where you thought for sure you were dead, and then boom, turns out it was all there. We've all been there before.
Mm-hmm. And that's
there again.
Something to also speak into, like the complexity of Standard is there, and not only just with the creatures and the card, like the spells, right? The lands as well. So there's so much to keep track of. It could be easy to definitely miss out on like, oh, that's a creature land, and with all the arts and stuff. But I love the variety and choice that we get here in 2026 Magic. But here we go. We start off with a Ghost Vacuum on Mason's side.
Yeah. And this card is pretty good against Rakdos Monument. Rakdos Monument, at the end of the day, is an aggressive deck. right? Now, it does use the graveyard for a lot of synergies and things like that. So this Ghost Vacuum can be very huge for stopping some of them. But it's a deck that's going to try and, I think, apply a lot of pressure. You know, cards like Mako, which we just drew for turn, and Moon Shadow, those sort of early one-drop creatures can get really big really quickly and run away with the game.
Yeah, and another sneaky thing on Mako that sometimes you don't forget, because it wasn't seen in a lot of the standard decks before this meta, or before, before this set and meta. A lot of people didn't cycle their Makos because there's just more value in playing the Mako a lot of the time. But here and now, something with Monument and all these other various things that accrue advantage when you discard them, that Mako is sometimes used for its other secret cost or secret ability of cycling it. But here we, like I spoken to Demir Demons in our other games, you have a little bit of breathing room. Turn 3 is kind of that big, maybe I can cast a Stock Up or Winter Night story here and start to sculpt out how I want the rest of this game to look. Another thing to consider, if you weren't here earlier, is Stock Up can make sure that you have a sequence of cards that you can access if you play Demir Excruciator and you're down to the last 6 cards. So if you play 2 Stock Ups, the last 6 cards in your hand. As we go back to Terrence's side and going down with a Iron Shield Elf and a Mako. So now we have a little interaction between the Iron Shield Elf and Mako.
Yeah, and this can get very big very quickly. It also works really well with Monument to Endurance, right? That's one of the jokes, right? It's like what we call the deck Rakdos Monument. But Mazen here, thinking about how we're supposed to get out from underneath this spot, it looks like her hand is Superior Spider-Man, Excruciator, Annul, and lands. So you can play a Superior Spider-Man to get on board, but it doesn't have a real target. And then if you do that, you can't Excruciator. But also if you sit around, as I was right about the hand, you're just going to die to what's on board. So maybe kind of posturing here like, hey, I'm going to interact a little bit. Don't commit too much to these Makos. As Tursa, very powerful card that allows you to commit some of these Makos without losing it too much as you just sort of turn these cards into other cards. And it looks like Flame Wake Phoenix, a Foundation All-Star, is potentially going to be one of those discarded cards. And that's Blood Gas coming down too. So those are 2 things that are going to tax that Ghost Vacuum. It's going to get one of them.
Yeah, it's going to get one of those here. And, speaking into what we're kind of set up here on Terrence's side is, we played that Tursa, discard some stuff, grew what some of the creatures here on the board. And the one thing good about the Blood Gas is if we go into turn 5, Mazen might be able to present a board wipe, and then at least we get a Blood Gas if we play a land, so that we're not.
Ghost Vacuum's going to just eat it, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good spot for sure. Appreciate the backup there, but yeah, Ghost Vacuum. Hey, we're getting later in the commentary day,
Hey, I'm just. It's a spot where it's tough because those are good cards, but you kind of needed to have them at slightly different times in the yard to overwhelm this Ghost Vacuum. And so you're right, though. This is why this deck is typically pretty good, though, against a lot of removal, right? A pile of removal doesn't really stop this deck because of Blood Gas and Flamewake Phoenix and things of that nature.
Yeah, so yeah, Ghost Vacuum doing a lot of work here, as you said, for Mazen. And we have the Superior Spider-Man. And it might just be, I think it's just a 4/4 Spider-Man, unless there's something in the yard. It took the Phoenix. Okay, so now we're a flying 4/4. It does have to attack if able.
Definitely... I wonder if we said main phase 2, Michael, because if not, I think we're dead on board.
Oh, no.
Which would be the second time it happened today. Odd that it's happened twice.
Sometimes you don't know what the cards your opponent does. You copy it with Spider-Man. You're like, this is a solid play. I've definitely had plays where that was the best line for copying something in my opponent's. I've had the other side of that was the worst card I picked. So, it happens to us all. It definitely does. Sometimes just reading the card you're about to talk about, Spider-Man, a little extra as you point it towards the opponent's side can help you out there. So, still at 3-1, it's totally okay. You Mazen got here for a reason. There's still more Magic to play here, but yeah, costly Spider-Man choice there.
Yeah, and from Terrence's perspective, it's like, oh, there's a requiting hex on the other side. What do I do against that? You know? And there's not. So congratulations there to Terrence, moving on to 4-1. Down to 3-2 goes Mazen. Fine, got a little bit I'm going to say it there, maybe slipped up a bit too much, but you have some breathing room. You can still be X and 3 in day 2. So this is just going to happen. Take it with stride. Call it the rest of your day. Terrence 4-1. 4 rounds left to go. Keep that up, and you're going to make the Pro Tour this 4-1 record. And you know what else is going to help you get to the Pro Tour, Michael? Playing more Magic. So let's look
Yep.
at some of our upcoming events here. Ottawa, March 14th through the 15th. Calgary, April 11th through the 12th. 9 May, I believe is how I'm supposed to say that. I think that's wrong now that I've said it out loud. April 25th, Quebec City, Quebecois. I know that one. Let's get some poutine together. April 25th,
Yeah.
an Ottawa weekend, May 15th to the 17th as well. I can't read the rest of those. That's too far in the future. That's halfway through the year if I get to Hamilton, so I'm not going to think about that future part. I am going to think about watching more Magic with you all and selling your cards to face-to-face games. You can go to face-to-facegames.com/sell. And then you can get an extra 30% on your credit. You can also buy your cards there after you sell, maybe do a little trades in, get the kind of cards you want for the deck you want after watching this weekend. Unfortunately, for this day on this weekend, that's going to do it from Michael and I, as we are going to tag out in the booth and allow Graham and Andrew to finish up the last 4 rounds of Swiss today. Michael, it's been great working with you, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same start time we did today, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you're at home right now and you're thinking, when is that? Subtract 7 hours from wherever you are. That's where we'll be there, and we'll see you then.
Have a good one, folks.
the skin.
I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
Let's go. We the ones, we number one. Top runners, we the top guns. Tycoons making major moves on a major play. Major way, when I'm in my groove, I can't lose. When we let's go, you better move. I got a bone to pick, no point to prove. We too hard like a bodyguard. Yeah, we standing tall like we on the Eiffel. Yeah, a shooting star, you know just how I go. Yeah, we up and we ain't been down yet. We ready for it, we militant. We linked up, now we the threats like blasting on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, 6, 7, yeah, just begun. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. You don't wanna make me do it. Let's go.
Life's like an ocean. Tides can be rough, but when we're floating, the world's not so tough. We could start a fire, burning down the walls, walking on a wire. I would risk it all. Days can be torture. Roads can be long, but when you're closer, my world still anchored. We could start a fire, burning down the walls, walking on a wire. I would risk it all. We could start a fire, burning down the walls, walking on a wire. I would risk it all. Born to be rising, sworn to survival, even with your shackles on. Time for the showdown, lighting that fire never goes out. Climbing so high, let 'em know now. Know your name. Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you wanted to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment, now is the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are light, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the wrong world hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide.
Break the gates, break the door down. Whatever's in the way is getting torn down. Better not pit the other side beyond your short stash. If you ain't know it then you should know it now. One tap, one tap, one tap, one dub. My team doing nothing to fear that's covered. Guess I gotta study all the pressure we apply. Come take a dive in the tides I'm under. Come check the rise to refine my hunger. Here's a little wave on your way down. Everything we try to undermine was apply, my brother. Our time's coming any day now. No winner if it ain't us. Better pay up, better battle our own. How to ever show them any fear, but it's still clear. Out of test of water with the winners all dope. Now I couldn't relate to that with my faith. Even if the height's too tall, all those who ain't with me send away, but tell me,
Are you ready for the call? Feel the urge inside, you wanted to win. It's pulling you in, ready for it all. If there's any moment, now is the one. Are you ready for the call? Making history, won't settle for less. The best of the best, heroes never fall. When the challenges are light, let 'em come. We belong with the fearless. We belong with the brave. When the wrong world hears us, let 'em know our name. This is our legacy, this is our destiny. There is no stopping the champions. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Today we turn the tide. Can you feel the storm heading our way? Feel chaos and war, the echoes of rage. I still feel the hope, the madness and pain. We'll carry it home. The damage is made. Under the fire, fight for the dawn. We are still running, the armies march on. Through all the havoc, answer the call. This is the showdown before darkness falls. Can you see the glimpses of paradise? Eyes on the eclipse that shadows the light. We'll hold on to swords, our shields and our might. We'll carry it home. The end is in sight. Under the fire, fight for the dawn. We
Can't stop me now. Can't stop me now. Can't stop me now. I'm just doing what I do. Won't stop doing what I do. Can't stop me now. Ain't backing down. Can't stop me now. I'm just doing what I do. Won't stop doing what I do. Can't stop me now. Can't stop me now. Can't stop me now. I'm just doing what I do. Won't stop doing what I do. Can't stop me now. Ain't backing down. Can't stop me now. I'm just doing what I do. Won't stop doing what I do.
What the moonlight gives, no one can explain. From beyond the cliffs lies a hidden shame. When tomorrow breaks, so fall the chains, and the one who's caged turns another page. What you thought was lost still remains. Open up the gates, and you'll see its face. I hear the whispers singing, try again. Spread out your
looking to get higher. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Can you feel the fire running through your veins? Now you're burning brighter. Don't look away. Shout out to the legends rising from the wreckage. around. I see the mark in my sight, the touch of gold on my life, and there's no slowing me down. And I have only begun. Just wait until I am done. I always do it my way, and I don't care what they say. I always turn it up loud. I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh, I came, I saw. I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh, I came, I saw. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If there's a mountain to move, I'm gonna push till I do, and I'm just letting you know. There's nothing holding me back. I'm always on the attack. I gotta get up and go. And I have only begun. Just wait until I'm done. Nothing can make me afraid. Nothing can stand in my way. I'm breaking free on the run. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. Ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing, no, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm doing it.
I am flesh and I am bone, rise up, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. Yeah, like glitter and gold. Yeah, like glitter. Do you walk in the valley of kings? Do you walk in the shadow of men who sold their lives to a dream? Do you ponder the manner of things? In the dark, the dark, the dark, the dark. I am flesh and I am bone, arise, ting ting like glitter and gold. I got fire in my soul, rise up, ting ting like glitter. Yeah, like glitter and gold. Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Vancouver Regional Championship hosted by Face to Face Games. We're headed into round 6 here. My name is Graham. I'm joined in the booth by Andrew Ellenbogen. Andrew, how you feeling? Are you ready for some magic?
I sure am. Yeah, I'm excited to watch some of this incredibly dynamic standard format play out.
It's going to be awesome. I'm very, very excited. This round, we've got a new deck here on Feature Match. We've got 4-color elementals facing off against Is It Prowess, Cameron versus Steven. How do you feel about this matchup, Andrew?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked. So this Fork Elementals deck kind of became popular around the time of the Pro Tour. It's in the kind of family of 4 Wistfulness main decks that exist to exploit Is It Lessons, which is fundamentally vulnerable to uncounterable disenchants attached to 6/5s. But in this case, it's not going to be facing its natural prey in the Is It Lessons deck. It's actually going to be facing a different Is It strategy, the Is It Prowess deck, which I think could be a lot faster, not as vulnerable to these Wistfulness shenanigans, and therefore the Elementals deck is going to be pretty liable to get overrun by something like a Slick Shot show-off before it gets its kind of a situation set up.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You mentioned Wistfulness out of the 4-color Elementals deck. Are there any other key cards in this matchup?
Yeah, well, so to be clear, I think this is one of those important cards in the deck. It's sort of why the deck exists. But in this matchup, it's going to be far too slow to be impactful. In this matchup, I think the most important cards are actually just going to be the instant speed interaction. The Animals deck fundamentally plays very much at sorcery speed, and the Prowess deck is very well set up to exploit that. Specifically, the card Slickshot Show Off is Nightmarish against a deck where almost all your cards are sorceries. So these few instants are going to be incredibly important. These 2 Burst Lightnings, these 2 Bounce Offs, those are going to be cards to keep your eye on. The other cards we're going to be looking at are the cards that give the Elementals deck its trademark speed. The reason this deck is fast enough to compete ever is because of cards like Ashling Rekindled and Flame Braider. And if it's able to stick one of those cards in the early turns, that's what a victory is often going to look like for the Elementals deck.
Absolutely, yeah. And Roaming Throne popularized at this most recent Pro Tour, a very interesting addition to this Elementals deck.
Yeah, I definitely
Looking
agreed.
at the list there,
The
we
Roaming
see-
Throne is pretty powerful. It definitely lets the deck kind of take over if it's able to stick the card, but because it can only be cast off the Ashling mana but not the Flame Braider mana, it's not always easy to establish as early as you'd like in a fast matchup like this one.
Makes sense. And the one of Superior Spider-Man able to copy any of those elementals that hit the bin.
Yeah, the Spider-Man here is a pretty unusual choice. Very few Elementals lists even have this card at all. I imagine this is some sort of tech by Cameron. I'm not sure exactly what he has in mind for the Spider-Man, but my guess is it's not the Izzet Prowess matchup.
It makes a lot of sense. All right, we can take a look at the other deck list here. So this is Steven's Izzet Prowess list. You mentioned Slickshot Show Off before this list came up. Anything else that we're looking at that's important?
Yeah, so definitely Slickshot Show is going to be the absolute best card in the deck in this matchup. The other thing that this deck does very well is it's fundamentally a Storm Chaser's Talent Boomerang Basics deck, and those 2 cards are going to be important in every matchup, and this one is no exception. Of course, the opponent has plenty of ways to answer those auto tokens, but they just keep coming as you base the Storm Chasers and eventually reach a state in the game where you start looping those 2 if things go on long enough. That's very effective. Another key card I will mention is Wild Ride, because again, the Elements deck, primarily an expensive sorceries deck, any form of haste is going to be incredibly effective.
Absolutely, and that extra pump up is very good. Interestingly, only 8 creatures in this deck, but Storm Chaser's Talent does come with otters, and like you said, it does generate a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, definitely right. And I mean, I think these prowess strategies often run on a bit right light, and that is one of the kind of fail cases that Cameron's going to look to exploit here. Just answering all the creatures and taking over.
Absolutely. So as we get into the game here, looks like we're on Steven's turn 2, casting a sleight of hand, taking a look. We've got
cards changing zones, as we say in the business.
Yeah, cards indeed changing zones. Take 1, pop to the bottom, put 1 in hand. Looking at his hand, we see a Pyre Verge come down, in with the otter. Ship's turned back over, Cameron picks up. Plays a Cavern of Souls. Probably naming elemental on that one.
It seems likely.
And casting a Ashling. Now you mentioned this is a very good value engine card. Very good for the turn play.
Yeah, this is how the Elementals deck is going to have some of its most broken starts, is opening on that Ashling. It's going to let them play a 4-drop on turn 3, a 5-drop on turn 4, really get off to the races kind of ahead of schedule. And that's the speed that the Elementals deck is going to need to compete with a fast aggro deck like the Prowess deck.
Yeah, looks like Cameron with that trigger pitches a Sunderfluck and picks up a card. Shipped it back over to Steven. Steven on his end step casts an opt. Goes to the bottom.
And this end step op is actually pretty interesting from Steven. Because he could have cast the op main phase to generate initial damage and chose not to. And I think what that should tell us and tell Cameron is Steven had something else to do with that 1 mana. Maybe a bounce off, maybe a burst lightning for a potential flame braider. And if Cameron is paying attention, he should know that such a card is in Steven's hand at this point.
Mm-hmm. So Steven heads to his main phase, ends up casting one of the ops on his main phase, another sign that he might have some other kind of interaction to move on, thinking on the scry. Goes to the bottom, picks up a random one.
Now, notably, it's not that easy for Steven to kill the Ashling because of that 3 toughness. He can bounce it pretty easily, but he's not so good at cleanly answering this card without spending a lot more mana than he probably wants to.
Yeah, absolutely. Only having Burst Lightning to lean on makes 3 toughness a little bit awkward. Thinking about his next play, he's looking at a Boomerang Basics at the start of the hand. What's the value in bouncing the Boomerang, the Ashling with this Boomerang Basics?
Well, fundamentally, the power of the Ashling is often in that mana it generates. It generates 2 mana of any one color every turn that it sits in play flipped, including the turn it initially transforms. And Steve might want to just slow down Cameron by bouncing Ashling. Sure, look at another loot on the ETB, but what matters most is preventing that mana and keeping the Elementals deck on the back foot as long as possible.
Absolutely. And does end up bouncing that Ashling up. We're going to rumble with the Otter. Cameron takes 3 down to 15. Steven ships the turn back.
And you can see Steven again holding up this Burst Lightning that he has in hand here. I assume for Smoke Raider, although it's a little stranger given that he knows Ashling is present. I'm wondering if he also has a bounce spell. He might want to EOT bounce again. I'm not exactly sure.
Could be interesting. We can see where he's going. Cameron, thinking about which land to play. Looks like he's just recasting that Ashling.
And in the early turns, the Elmos deck is simply not going to have that many moves. Its cards are mostly expensive. So in the early turns, probably it's, Cameron's going to play the cards he has.
Yeah, absolutely. Goes with a tapped breeding pool. Passes it back over to Steven. Nothing on the end step. Picks up a card for turn. Now, does Steven just want to pressure as much as possible? Does he want to cast spells aggressively and make as much damage as possible early?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, basically, the way I would describe it is Steven has kind of two sort of approaches to the game. One is he can just completely run Cameron over before Cameron gets going. The other is he can kind of try to steal the game by like plotting a slick shot show off and then all of a sudden bring it off plot, casting a flurry with spells and ending the game all at once. And in this game, the way I would describe it is his initial rush strategy has kind of failed. Cameron has a lot of life still, so he's probably going to need to resort to playing one of those longer games. And in order to succeed at that, I suspect he's going to need to find the slick shot show off.
Absolutely. So we ended up casting a stock up. I saw 2 Spire Bluff Canals, an island, no slick shot show offs in hand or in the pile for stock up.
Yeah, and I think this is what victory looks like for Cameron. Like he's not taking too much damage. The board is under control. He's untapping with an Ashling. I don't know what's in Cameron's hand, but he's had 2 loots to sculpt it. I would guess Cameron's in a good position here.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Now, one of the cards that you did note is in Steven's hand. It is that Wild Ride. So if we're looking to find a slick shot show off, we can give it haste once it comes off a plot, or just cast it and then haste it right away.
That's true. And it is possible that Steven could kind of do a slick shot show off impression, by playing a creature that isn't a show off, hasting it up with that Wild Ride and getting in there. Notably, the Otter itself is also extremely difficult to block if you get enough prowess triggers on it.
Absolutely. So he does end up taking the couple of otters off that stock up, shocks himself with the steam vents, plays one of the otters, ships the turn back. Cameron, going to his main phase, is going to flip over that Ashling. So when Ashling flips over, she's going to create a couple of mana. So we haven't played a land yet this turn. We are at 5 mana. What kind of elementals can we cast with that mana?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be ideal if Cameron could get a Vibrance down here, really stabilize the board, remove an Otter, something to that effect. It would be acceptable to play a Wistfulness here, but Vibrance is definitely kind of the ideal play for Cameron.
Goes to play a Superior Spider-Man, changes his mind.
What card is that, Graham? Do you have any idea? It's some sort of strange promo art?
I believe that's a Roaming Throne.
Ah, all right.
Yeah, the alternate art on a Roaming Throne. It's very Aztec.
Yes, agreed.
Ends up passing the turn over to Steven.
Yeah, and the Roaming Throne here is going to mean Cameron can set up for an even bigger turn next turn, but it also might signal weakness. It might mean that he doesn't actually have a great big play right now, and that he's kind of, hoping to find one and dropping the Roaming Throne in the meantime.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting something that is at least able to throw something in front of any hasty creature that is made with this Wild Ride.
Yes,
Steven, thinking over his options.
One problem, though, remember, is that because these Elusive Otters cannot be blocked by creatures with power less than them, if Steven does play this Elusive Otter and Wild Ride it, the Roaming Throne will not be blocking.
Mm-hmm.
They don't call it the easy to find honor, Grim.
Honestly, he is pretty hard to get. We'll see what Steven decides to do, just thinking through his options. Goes for one of those elusive otters. And I think we are going to see Steven Wild Ride. Absolutely. Puts down that Wild Ride. Onto the otter that just came in. Says prowess triggers.
Now, Steven does have bounce available in his hand, but notably, bouncing the roaming throne will be impossible due to the ward trigger. So,
Yes, absolutely. Ward, very relevant on that card.
yeah.
Especially in this lead into the ground deck.
If Steven could remove the roaming throne, I think he'd have a pretty good shot at swinging for lethal all this turn. But without the ability to do that, I'm not sure he has enough damage.
Ends up using the boomerang basics, targeting the Ashling, at least limiting that mana on the next turn. Get some prowess triggers. Now with this burst lightning, we can get these elusive otters high enough to trade with the roaming throne, so it rumbles into the red zone with all three of them.
Yeah, and Cameron should know that he has to block here. As much as he might not want to, as much as he might want to set up a big play. Oh, unless he has in-speed interaction.
Absolutely. Finds a bounce off. Targets that wild-rided elusive otter.
Wow, huge swing from Cameron. The bounce off here might be the difference between winning and losing this game.
Absolutely. I think not being able to block that 6-power otter would be less than ideal. Taking 6 here would put him very close to in range to a quick couple of burn spells like Burst Lightning and these elusive otters.
Yes. Whereas this way, Cameron does get to untap with everything if he wants. He can trade off if he prefers, but that will set him up for something like a Vibrance. Killing both elusive otters would be incredible. You know, a Sunder Flock would be excellent, just bouncing both the otters. He kind of has a lot of great plays next turn, if indeed he chooses to keep the Wraithen around.
Cameron does end up blocking one of the elusive otters. Steven quickly fires off that Burst Lightning, going upstairs. Cameron's going to take an additional 4 from the other otter. Steven passes it back, not able to deploy that other otter that was bounced to his hand. Now, Steven does only have 2 cards in hand. How do you feel in Cameron's seat?
Well, I think that given that Cameron blocked with the roaming throne, I think that's a sign of weakness. I think if he had a great play like rolled up, he probably would not have made that block. So my guess is he's staring at a pretty clunky hand. He doesn't have a great option at the ready, and therefore I wouldn't be feeling great.
Does end up going with a Vibrance.
Yeah, I think he peeled this Vibrance just because I got a brief look at Cameron's hand there, and it is an awesome top deck here. I mean,
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
Because if he had the Vibrance originally, he definitely just takes the hit, keeps the Wraithen around, plays it, gains 4 life, kills both otters, and the game is basically over. Now, Steven is more in the game, but still, 9 life, empty board, 4/4 blocker. This is looking good for Cameron.
Absolutely. And Cameron starting to turn the corner here, looking across the board with 2 cards in hand for Steven. No board available. 1 known elusive otter. What's Steven looking for here in order to try and prevent Cameron from turning this corner?
Yeah, well, I think it's tough on Steven's side because I think he's going to need more resources in addition to specific cards. Like, it's not as simple as he feels the slick shot, he's all set because he doesn't have enough kind of spells to fuel it. He's going to need to do something like find a stock up, cast that stock up, find, perhaps additional threats and additional kind of gasoline to power those threats. His deck kind of fundamentally needs both creatures and spells to function. And at the moment, I don't think he has enough of those to get over the finish line. So my suspicion is that we're going to need to get some kind of card draw involved.
Makes a lot of sense. And he did pick up one of those slick shot show-offs, so something that he could plot in order to get back on a future turn.
Yeah, I mean, the plotted show-off is terrifying for Cameron, given that his deck is, mostly sorceries and mostly ground creatures. He doesn't have great ways to react to this card beyond the 2 burst bounce off and 2 burst lightnings.
Absolutely. So Steven does end up just plotting that slick shot show off. and deploys the elusive otter. Ships turn back over to Cameron. So we know that Cameron has the superior Spider-Man in hand, the Ashling from the previous bounce spell, and I believe we have 3 unknown cards right now.
I think there's a Winter Night Stories in there. I got a just brief look at his hand, which is probably one of the worst possible cards you could have in this matchup, would be my guess.
Looks like Cavern of Souls and a Spirebluff Canal as well.
Yeah,
Plays
not
together.
what Cameron would like to see here. I mean, no more Vibrances, no Sunderflocks, none of his kind of real strong heavy hitters in this matchup are at the ready. Even a Deceit would be great just to strip away spells to kind of weaken the future show off.
Now, we did pitch a Sunderflock earlier in the game to the Ashling, so this Superior Spider-Man could copy that Sunderflock. And it looks like that's
a
what
good
he is
point.
going with.
Yeah, and actually, I love this play from Cameron because what's really important about the Sunderflock here is not bouncing Elusive Otter, it's the flying keyword.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to block that Slick Shot show off, should it get going, is very powerful.
Yeah, and I suspect we will see Cameron, although he's going to try to end the game quickly with his kind of ground beats, I wouldn't be shocked if we see the Superior Spider-Man sit in play on defense turn after turn just to prevent that potential show off.
Absolutely. Cameron's only a handful of spells away from a quick death to this Slick Shot show off. Cameron, being very mana efficient, casts the Ashling, pitches that Winter Night Stories that we weren't impressed with earlier, ships the turn back over to Steven.
And I want to be clear that I'm not saying the Winter Night Stories will never contribute in this matchup. It's just that it's going to tend to come into play later in the game when basically is the Fork Elemental's deck. If you're alive, sure, it's good, but the hard part is getting there.
Absolutely.
That said, I mean, Cameron's maybe gotten there at this point, so I wouldn't be shocked if the Winter Night Stories does end up playing a role here. Given that we've made it to turn, what is this, 6 at this point?
Yeah, I believe it's turn 6. I think Steven has missed a land drop last turn and this turn. So we'll see where we're going from here. Steven considering his options. I think the Sunderflock staring him down is going to present a very difficult to get through wall.
Yeah, I mean, he can bounce it. He has a few bounce spells in his deck, but we've already spent one of those. There's only 2 others left. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. Oh, no, he has many others. Oh, wait a minute. I apologize. There's 7 bounces deck, so maybe that's what he needs to do. He needs to, like, find a bounce spell, play the show off, bounce the Spider-Man, and then end the game before the successful spell can be removed or blocked. So some sort of sequence like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this makes sense. A Boomerang basics could be the key. The basic unsummon, fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why Steven has a 1-1-1 split of bounce off into Flipmon summon, but you know, I respect the gumption.
And we do have the option to harmonize this Wild Ride. Now, 5 mana is a lot, but if we get there, it could end up being a problem. These otters, after the Wild Ride, would become 5/2s.
That's true. And I mean, Steven could do something tricky like play the show off, play spells to grow the show off, and then use the then grown show off to harmonize the Wild Ride rather than attacking. Something like that to try to get the last 10 points in. I mean, I don't think Steven's out of it, even though I think Cameron's in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. So we pass back over to Cameron. We flip over the Ashling. Make some mana. One thing that our other commentators pointed out earlier was one thing that a lot of people miss is that this Ashling actually makes mana every main phase, not just when it flips.
Indeed. I mean, and I think the Ashling card is to some extent the heart and soul of this Fork Elementals deck. It's the reason the deck is playable at all. In order to play a deck of just all clunky expensive cards, you fundamentally need strong mana dorks, and Ashling is the queen of these mana dorks.
Absolutely. Does end up going with the Winter Night Stories, harmonized from the graveyard for the full price. Pitches a couple of lands and finds a Restless Vinestock. Plays that. Thinking about his options, I believe we should still have the 2 mana from the Ashling floating. Maybe he found a Flame Braider to cast.
Well, the question is, okay, notably, you can only use Ashling mana to cast expensive cards. So the question is, what color did Cameron pick of his Ashling mana?
Right. It is 4 mana or greater. Sorry, I thought it was 4 mana or elementals.
No. Only expensive cards. Actually is not like a, not all about the elementals. Ashley will cast any spells you want as long as it costs. Ashley likes nice things,
Yeah. Going for a Vibrance attack here, thinking about it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I respect it from Cameron. I mean, the situation is kind of, look, Cameron knows that given enough time, Steven will be able to assemble, an otter that's so large it can't be blocked for lethal, or a slickshot show off plus a bounce spell, or one of these sequences that ends the game. So although Cameron is in a good position, he does need to get a move on. He doesn't have all the time in the world to wait around. Eventually, Steven will work through this board and find a way to deal lethal.
Absolutely. So ends up not going for the attack with the Vibrance, passes it back over to Steven. Steven, I believe, picked up a land for turn. I think most awkwardly it was a Spire Bluff Canal, so couldn't even harmonize the Wild Ride for the full mana.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate for Steven. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Spire Bluff go. I mean, pick your spot. Cameron's giving you a few turns to sculpt your hand. You don't necessarily have to make a move just yet.
Absolutely, Steven. Considering his options here, looking at the slick shot, looking at the otters, wondering to himself how he can squeeze through these last 7 points of damage.
One other aspect of all this that has to be on Steven's mind is Cameron just drew 3 fresh cards. And so one thing Steven has to consider is okay, what if he picks up a Deceit? Does that mean I have to deploy my cards now because they'll be taken by a Deceit that might be fresh in Cameron's hand? And fundamentally, he knows that cards held back aren't totally safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe the last card in his hand is a Get Out. So not a lot he can do proactively here. Plays the Spire Bluff Canal and passes it back over.
Yeah, Get Out, not going to be its most effective against the all Cavalier of Souls, all Elementals deck. Certainly you can get a cheeky Roaming Throne at some point in time, since that is a construct. But other than the Roaming Throne itself, I think the vast majority of Karen's spells are going to be uncounterable.
Makes a lot of sense. Cameron, looking through his options, looks like he has that Deceit that you mentioned. I believe that's an Ashling, a Flame Braider, and I'm not certain on that last card. Ends up paying to flip over the Ashling, pitching another Ashling.
Yeah, and Cameron's actually pulling off a pretty cool trick here that you can do with Ashling, which is that you can transform it, perform the loot, and then after that's resolved, you can choose the color of mana you're making, just in case your new card impacts your decision. And that's, I believe, what Cameron was explaining to Steven there. Oh, I'm going to stack it such that I'll transform first, then make the mana.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Cameron ends up going for the Deceit. Looks like he's going to pay the full 6. Presumably black, and blue in there.
Yeah, I think Cameron will find a way to do that with his 4 Utopia lands or whatever.
And certainly uncounterable. Certainly. Cameron just explaining how he's stacking his triggers. So stacks it to make sure that he can Thought Seize the card that he bounces one of the otters.
And he might well choose Thoughts as the otter. Get Out here not looking particularly great.
Mm-hmm. I think it makes sense to just limit the threats that Steven has access to, and does end up taking that otter, leaving Steven with the Get Out.
Ooh, the Pit of Offerings taking out the Wild right here. That's actually huge.
Very good play here. Really limiting the options of Steven.
Yeah, with the Wild Red God, I think Steven is on very few outs, and I think maybe even no outs to kill Cameron on his next turn, which is really all that Cameron wants.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And Cameron, feeling comfortable, gets into the red zone, rumbles with the Vibrance and the Ashling. Is there a world where Steven blocks here?
I mean, he could block and get out to pick up the otter. I'm not really sure what that would accomplish. I imagine Steven's always just taking the hit.
So 7 for everybody. Cameron chips the turn back to Steven. Steven, looking for a hero.
Yeah, and I think the hero in question is likely going to be a stock up. I don't think we're gonna be able to get enough damage without it.
And we did find a stock up.
Oh wow, this could be huge for Steven. There are sequences of cards here that I think would end the game on the spot. Something like Bounce Spell for the blocker plus Wild Ride. I mean, that would be extremely lethal. Even I think just like Bounce Spell plus 1-drop spell to play would be good enough, right? Because that would be 3, 5, 7. So
I believe I saw Bounce Off and an Into the Floodmaw.
I mean,
Does that
2 Bounce
pick
Spells
up?
plays?
We get a couple of prowess triggers. The Slick Shot goes up to 7 by itself. Gets into the red zone, and I believe Steven has stolen this game. An impressive pull from a spot that was very, very down.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this just shows you why this matchup is so structurally difficult for the Elementals deck. Because as an Elementals deck, you don't just have to stabilize, you don't just have to kind of survive the early rush. You also have to close before the Prowess deck assembles a sequence of cards that kills you out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So the players are going to take a look at their sideboards. We will as well. Let's start with Steven here. In the sideboards, we've got 3 Ral Crackling Wit, 3 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Spell Snare, 2 Torch the Tower, 1 Annul, 1 Into the Floodmaw, and 1 Wild Ride. Andrew, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, I'm expecting mostly micro adjustments on the part of the Prowess deck. I mean, kind of fundamentally, your plan works well in this matchup, and while you might change things around a little bit, I don't see any of these cards in the sideboard being like huge bangers or hugely impactful. You know, I think probably the extra bounce spell, the extra wild right is going to come in. We might get these blank get outs, you know, out of our deck. But I don't really think that Steven is going to mess around with any of this other stuff. I mean, Graveyard Hate, Counter Magic, Ral, I don't think he really needs to go there. Maybe you could experiment with Ral in the matchup because it's a slower matchup, but I kind of think that Steven is going to just stay nimble and low to the ground and just board in 1 Wild Ride, 1 into Floodmaw, cut the 2 get outs, and call it a day.
Is there any value to bringing in the Spell Snare on the draw? Maybe get underneath a Cavern of Souls to get the Ashlings and the Flame Raiders?
Well, the challenge there is that both the Ashling and the Flame Braider are elementals. So, although the Spell Snare is good if it connects, I'm worried that too often there's the very thing you're trying to get will itself be uncounterable as well. So my guess is no, but it wouldn't be out of the question, is I guess what I will say.
Makes sense. And I don't think there's anything else really to discuss here, so we'll move over to Cameron here. Lots of work to do. A slower deck can lean on its sideboard a little bit more. So we've got 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Flash Freeze, 2 Pyroclasm, 2 Seer, 2 Spell Snare, 2 Untimely Malfunction, 1 Sabsunin, 1 Sunderflock, and 1 Igra Eater of All. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, so this sideboard, I think, is going to improve a lot for Cameron in the post-board games. We're definitely going to see these Pyroclasms get in there, sweep up these small early creatures. These Seers in speed removal worth their weight in gold in the matchup. Definitely going to see those. The Spell Snares, I also expect to come in. Even if the only thing they ever counter is Slick Shot, it's going to really take away kind of the Prowess ability to wait with that Slick Shot shelf on plot and eventually play it and swing for the kill. So I think those are going to come in for sure. And I expect those cards to be collectively a pretty big improvement. Now, as to what's going to get cut, I think these Winter Night stories are going to be the first thing on the chopping block. Way too slow, not what the games are about. Superior Spider-Man also probably going to get out there as well. And after that, I think some of the maybe slower, less relevant elementals might get trimmed. Wistfulness, Deceit, something like this. But probably not cut. You need some critical mass of those expensive elementals for your deck to fundamentally function.
Absolutely, I think that makes a lot of sense. Pyroclasm, pretty much a slam dunk in this matchup. Just getting to clean up those otters, even nabbing the Slick Shot show-offs. Very, very good. And yes, being able to hold up that Spell Snare if you see a plotted Slick Shot makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and actually, I think part of the challenge with Clouds in this matchup is negotiating around those haste threats, around those wild rides, those plotted slick shots, that kind of thing. Not that it's not an effective tool, but that it's kind of not the end all be all. And so I think it is important to actually have those instant speed interaction in the form of Seer and Spell Snare, kind of in order to manage that.
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, if I had to guess, my suspicion would be that the prowess deck is substantially favored in game one, and then post board things get a lot closer.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So as the players shuffle up post sideboard, we're gonna check in on our backup feature match. Cody and Harvey both playing for their 6th win, which means they will get a win and in. Looks like Harvey on mono green and Cody on Is It Spelementals.
Yeah, just a quick check on this game, but it sort of looks like this particular game has already spiraled far outside of Cody's control. I mean, the Spellmentals deck is sort of fundamentally a big aggro deck. Like it's an aggro deck, but like big increments of damage. And the point of the game that your opponent is going off with like Might Form Harmonizer and the Turtle is a game where the aggression has sort of already failed. So
Absolutely, yeah. Cody looking pretty behind this game. Obviously, we're not certain on life totals, but lots of permanence in play for Harvey. We do have a crab coming down.
I think, interesting. So here, what I believe is happening is Harvey is triggering the turtle repeatedly with these 0-1 chocobos.
it's very interesting. Green shell looking at the top card of the library, putting lands into play. A very effective strategy in the mono green deck.
I mean, to get back into this game, Cody is going to need the flock, okay? Like, the Isabel's deck is all about the flock. It's the best flock deck in the format. And when the game has gotten this out of control on the mono green side, you need to flock them. You gotta pump out the Storm W. Like, that's what Cody needs here to come back.
That sounds accurate. Seems like it'd be pretty good here, being able to sweep up all of Harvey's relevant permanents. Cody hard in the tank here.
Yeah, the way I would describe this tank, for the record, is this is not the tank of someone who has the Sunder flock.
Absolutely not. Goes for a couple of burst lightnings, cleaning up those chocobos, gets into the red zone.
Okay, I mean, I guess I can't see lentils here, but what I'm concerned about is that between the turtle and the might form harmonizer and like the promising vein, my suspicion is this is just going to be lethal unless Cody has something like a bounce spell or another way to survive this massive harmonizer hit. But even then, it's possible that Harvey can present like multiple lethal threats given the number of harmonizer triggers involved.
Absolutely. So goes with a Ice Till Explorer, triggering the green shell yet again. Getting a lot of value off of this green shell. Harvey taking a look if he can get to lethal. Cody is representing another crab here. Just counting out damage, I believe. Figuring out whose power to double, who's not to.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously right for Harvey to take a moment and work this all out, but I'm pretty sure that the kind of end result of this is it's lethal, trust me.
Just working through everything here. Looks like we did double the power of the green shell. Plays a land from the graveyard.
So right now,
Trigger the Harmonizer.
the green shell is 14. And then if the Harmonizer goes on itself this time, it'll be 12 by my count, with 2 doubles left.
That's what it looks like, and we have a handful of fetch lands in here, so we can get a lot of power onto the board. But one crab might be enough to just shut that down. We head back to our main feature match. Looks like Cameron did lead off with an Ashling, so one of those cards to start off that can get us to that critical mass, those big elementals.
It also looks like Steven did crucially not have a 1-drop, so going to have to play a slightly slower draw here.
Absolutely. So Steven doing some digging. I don't believe I saw any threats in his hand either. I do see a Storm Chaser's talent. Slick Shot Show Off. Grabs a second Slick Shot off of that sleight of hand and goes for the Storm Chaser's talent. Ships the turn back over to Cameron.
Now, crucially, Cameron actually has a problem in this situation, which is that I don't think Cameron has a way to pay for Ashling's blue mana. Because Cavern of Souls only works if you're casting elementals, and Secluded Courtyard only works to cast elementals or pay for their activate abilities, not their triggered abilities, their activate abilities, which means that he actually cannot transform the Ashling, and he's currently just sitting there with an irrelevant 1/3.
Yeah, very awkward using these Horizon lands, not being able to flip the Ashling, but Flame Braider, pardon me, comes down. It is the same way, only can cast or activate abilities of elementals, so not going to be flipping that Ashling on the next turn, but good for casting. Still, yes. that 2 mana addition to be able to cast those big elementals.
And Steven does seem to have kind of gotten his hand to come together a bit here, finding a threat on turn 2, if not turn 1.
Steven going for a Boomerang Basics on his own Storm Chaser's talent makes a lot of sense. Picks up an extra card, goes for the Multiversal Passage. Gonna recast that Storm Chaser's talent. Otter's growing. Up to a 3/3 at this point.
It's growing and it's finding a friend.
Steven gets in there for 3. Probably not blocking with this Flame Raider. Cameron down 17. It looks like we didn't grab our Otter, didn't announce our trigger, so unfortunately the Otter does not have a friend. Now he does.
Yeah,
Cast
that's
Otter.
A pretty big swing for Steven, but it also looked pretty clear-cut to me in the booth here. I mean, Steven very clearly played it, didn't indicate anything, attacked for 3, and then afterwards like, oh, wait. And unfortunately, if a game action is obtained afterwards, then that is too late.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, because he's went to combat, that means he has effectively missed his trigger. So ships it back over to Cameron. Cameron going with this big Ashling's Command. What are the modes you think here, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like there's that much value in copying either of Cameron's creatures. I have to imagine this is just Sweep plus Divination, would be my guess. Although, certainly other options are possible depending on Cameron's exact hand.
Absolutely. And I don't believe I saw another land in Cameron's hand, so looking for that. Does find a Spire Bluff Canal. Gets into the red zone with the Ashling, down to 16 for Steven.
And that Spire Bluff Canal does mean that Cameron is finally going to be able to transform this Ashling.
Steven picks up a card for turn. Untapping with no board, facing down an Ashling, a Flame Braider, and a whole bunch of lands. Cameron looks like he's in a pretty good spot. But as we saw last game, we can definitely steal some games out of the blue for Steven.
Yes. I mean, what I'd say about this spot, right, is if Cameron were at like 10 here, we'd be having a different conversation. You know, then it's like very easy to burst you down from that life total. 18 is going to be pretty difficult. Not impossible. The Power Stick is capable of very large bursts of damage, but 18 is not easy.
Absolutely. So just considering his options is Steven has a couple of Slick Shots, a couple of cantrips in hand, ends up going with the Plot on the Slick Shot. Passes it back.
And And I believe that I just got a quick look here. I think Steven has another slick shot at the ready. And what I'll say is, although dealing 18 all at once is difficult, 2 slick shots might be up to the challenge.
Absolutely, yeah. If there's one card that can burst out of nowhere, Slickshot is quite high on that list. Looks like Cameron choosing to pay for the Ashling. Steven bounces it to the hand.
Wait. I'm confused. That
I don't believe that is how the priority would work.
Yes, okay, I might be mistaken, but my understanding is that you pay the mana on the resolution of Ashling's trigger. So if you want to bounce it, you have to respond to the trigger, and therefore the mana is not spent. But
That
I'm not
is
100% sure.
that is how it reads. And even if we did bounce it with the trigger after flipping, we would still get the trigger for the 2 mana.
Yes.
So maybe we did still get the trigger, we just shortcutted it, and that's why we're casting this Ashling now.
Okay. Interesting.
So we did go for a Roaming Throne and an Ashling. Passes it back over to Steven. Steven picks up a card, casts a Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, and the Roaming Throne here, again, is a bit strange for Cameron, because a lot of the triggers to be doubled are just not at their most important against a completely empty board state. I mean, I guess you could send like 6 damage with your Vibrance upstairs, try to really push the tempo, something like that. But really the only one that's going to be incredibly important to double here is the Deceit Thoughtseize, which admittedly would be, I think, pretty great.
Absolutely. Steven notably missing a land here, but does plot the Slick Shot. So has 2 of those in the plot zone. Cameron thinking about this Ashling flip.
Would be surprising to me if Cameron chose not to flip the Ashling, but maybe there's something to it. Maybe his hand involves casting a fair number of non-expensive spells.
Absolutely. It does look like there's another Roaming Throne in hand, as well as that Deceit that you mentioned. So does flip the Ashling. And it goes for the Roaming Throne. And I believe we're evoking this Deceit for a triple Thoughtseize.
Wow.
Steven showing 4 non-lands, so Cameron has his pick of the litter. Steven left with a single lonely opt.
I mean, I think that Deceit just swung the game, because with a handful of spells, Steven's odds of putting both six shots off plot and killing in one turn were extremely realistic. And with only one spell, it's going to be very difficult.
Significantly harder. Another situation where a stock up would be a great draw this turn. Oh wow, and we're even evoking a wistfulness here. We're gonna draw 2, discard 1 3 times.
Yeah, and I imagine if you're Cameron here, all you're looking to find is interaction for slick shots. Ideally, instant speed interaction for slick shots, but maybe also an untapped land to hold up that interaction, because I think Cameron hasn't played a land yet, but that's really all he wants.
That is correct. Goes ahead and shocks with the breeding pool, representing Spell Snare, Spell Pierce, maybe.
So just bounce off. I mean, would be totally fine, right? Stop that big turn.
Absolutely. Gets into the red zone for 5, puts Steven down to 11.
And I got a brief glance at Cameron's hand there. I think there is a bounce off. I believe his hand is bounce off Pyroclasm Burst Lightning. Which,
that's what it looks like. A very strong hand against slick shot show offs.
Yeah. The way I would describe Cameron's hand is the nut.
Steven in the tank here, thinking about if he can get back into it, what he can find off this opt. It would have to be a pretty significant sequence of draws. Again, stock up, a great draw. So we're going to go ahead and cast these 2 slick shot show offs.
But
we did find stock up.
Well, yes. The problem is, if you're in Steven's seat, you sort of know that this untapped blue mana represents some sort of interaction, and it's not that clear you can beat some sort of interaction.
Absolutely. So, in response to the stock up, Cameron bounces the slick shot show off. Is there any reason to doing that while he doesn't have mana up? Steven doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kevin's thinking like maybe this could get pierced or something to that effect. Again, I don't think the prowess deck would have that in this matchup, and probably Cameron doesn't think so either. But he's also just pretty sure if he does this, he can't lose. So figures might as well.
Reasonably heads up play. Steven just considering his options. With only down to one slick shot show off at this point, going to be pretty hard to push through those last little bits of damage. I believe all of the creatures across the board are exactly lethal. 2 4/4s. Flame Braider is a 2/2, right? It's a Grizzly Bear?
Yes, although what just happened is Cameron showed Steven, I believe, a Vibrance in hand, which does 9 damage upstairs. And Steven screws it up to that one.
Absolutely. So Cameron picking up this game too. Tripling triggers on elementals seems pretty good. Triple Thoughtseize for 2 mana. I'll take that deal.
Yes. Although it is crucial, I think, that Steven does get to be on the play for game 3, because notably, that triple Roving Throne turn was sort of the whole difference between winning and losing for Cameron there. And which means if Steven had been 1 turn faster, we might have had a different game result.
Absolutely. Looks like the players aren't changing anything up, but is there anything that you would consider going into this game 3 switching up sideboard decision-wise?
I mean, honestly, if I have the players in this spot, I'm thinking I have 6 minutes on the clock. I just need to play fast.
This makes a lot of sense. So the players do shuffle up really quick. Steven taking a look at his hand. We've got 3 lands and a bunch of spells. Seems pretty good to me. They both decide to keep. We start off Steven with a Spirebluff Canal and a Storm Chase talent. Not missing the trigger on this one.
Steve's probably learned his lesson after that incident, I would guess.
Absolutely. Cameron goes with his own Spirebluff Canal. Passes back to Steven. Steven goes for a sleight of hand.
Picks up another sleight, I think.
We are sleight of hand storming. And just goes ahead and casts that one. Player's playing really quick here. Gets into the red zone for 3.
And I love to see this from players. I mean, they both know that a draw harms both of them. They both want to finish the match, and they're both going to do the best to make that happen.
Absolutely, yeah. Already having 1 draw. The second draw is definitely less than ideal. With that 6-3 record advancing into day 2. Cameron plays a starting town and casts an Ashling. Pitches a Wistfulness, passes it back. Steven goes for a Boomerang Basics on his own Storm Chase's talent. Picks up a card, Torch the Tower.
Oh, and Torch the Tower actually totally awesome here, because Steven can, assuming he has a 3rd land, replay the talent and then use the talent as bargain to kill the Ashling.
Goes for the Verge. And does end up... He does pay with the token.
Oh, interesting. So I assume that means Steven has at least 1 more Boomerang Basics in his hand. It figures, well, I'm going to get another otter out of this thing anyway, so I'll just sack the otter I have and keep the enchantment for later.
Absolutely. Rumbles for 4 with that big otter. Looks like, yeah, there is another Boomerang Basics in hand. He's got double stock up, I believe, and a bounce off. So lots of good interaction here. Cameron down to 12, going into his turn 3. And as you highlighted, this key of being on the play for the prowess deck.
Yeah, I think it's making a huge difference here. And even though Cameron does have this Pyroclasm to clean up this otter token, you can see he's thinking like, well, I'm only getting 1 token. And this is sort of the awkwardness of the card. I mean, the prowess deck isn't that threat dense. Each of the threats are in itself individually threatening. There's also all this haste. And that really limits the effectiveness of the sweeper.
Absolutely. And bargaining that other otter token also makes the sweeper a little bit more awkward. So Steven does go for this Boomerang Basics on his own talent. Picks it up, plays it back, gets another one. Steven plays a Steam Vents return, passes it back over to Cameron. Cameron Plays the land for turn, goes for that roaming throne again.
Yeah, and that does, promise kind of some scary stuff coming up on Cameron's next turn. Definitely for Steve, you have to be worried about sequences like Vibrance, Double Bolt, Gain 4 Life, for example.
Absolutely.
But it also means for this turn, Steve can kind of do whatever he wants.
Absolutely. And now Ward 2 is going to tax his mana, but we do see the bounce off in the boomerang basics. Is there a thought to getting the tempo and bouncing this roaming throne back up to Cameron's hand?
Yeah, I definitely don't think that would be crazy, but we do see Steven go instead with the metal to the metal, all my cards on the table, make you have it, get in for damage line, which I respect.
Absolutely. So goes for the boomerang basics, replays the Storm Chaser's talent. Otter already up to a 4/4 and goes with another Storm Chaser's talent. Gets in there for 5. Cameron, what are your thoughts on chump blocking here, Andrew?
Well, I think that's playing not to lose. I think if you're Cameron and you're playing to win here, you need to just have a strong follow-up here, a Sunderflock, a Vibrance, whatever it is, and you just cannot have most of these strong follow-ups without the roaming throne in play. You just need it.
Oh, absolutely. And he does end up grabbing that Sunderflock, sweeps up those tokens. Crucial that roaming throne becomes the creature type that it names.
Yes, totally critical to functioning this deck, and I don't think that could play for were that not the case.
Absolutely.
So now the question is, can Steve manage to cheese Cameron for these last 8 points, bearing in mind that there's a flying blocker on the table now?
Steven going with a stock up, reviewing his options, seeing what can happen. Looks like he's going to take a Storm Chaser's talent, and I didn't see that other card. But
I think it was a wild ride.
A good pickup. That's one way to get through.
I mean, Steve could just play the Storm Chasers, make an otter, wild ride it, send it in, maybe trade his otter for the Sunderflock. I'm not sure how appealing that is, but it's something.
Yeah, absolutely. Ends up playing the Storm Chaser's talent and just passing over. Oh, Cameron with the Vibrance. For the full cost, looks like we can get green, green, and red, red out of it. Doubles all of the triggers with the roaming throne.
And crucially, the land search trigger on Vibrance gains 2 life, which means Cameron is going to go up to 12 here. And look, I wasn't totally sure Steven can deal 8. I really do not think he can deal 12.
Absolutely. 12 is significantly more than 8. We'll see how this goes from here.
And you can see Cameron knows it too. He knows this life will secure. Now is the time to push to the finish line. Don't give Steven time to sculpt that perfect draw. Just come in for 9 and make him have it right now.
Absolutely. Steven looks like he's halting him on attacks, thinking about this bounce off. Is there any reason to save the life total here? Maybe bounce the Sunderflock?
I mean, I guess I'd say it's a move of desperation, but it might be all you have.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And production has let us know they are in turns. Time has elapsed in this round. So Steven just thinking.
And often when you reach the turn spot, there's this sigh of relief moment because the players are both playing as kind of as quickly as they could, and now finally they're allowed to think through their moves again.
Absolutely, yeah. To put a little bit more thought. Steven, looking through his hand, ends up going for an elusive otter. And a stock up. This otter can get pretty big with the wild ride. What else are we looking for off of this stock up?
Let's see. So the otter is currently at 2. If we wild ride it, it will go up to 6. If we wild ride it again, it would go to 10. But I don't see how to get to 12. We might need to find a way to buy another turn, but that will not be easy.
Yeah, absolutely. And into this blue mana that's untapped with Cameron. I don't believe I see a bounce off, but he is definitely representing it.
Yeah, although if you're Steve here at this point, I mean, you might be in a spot of look, I can't beat any in-speeder action, so I'm not going to respect it.
I think that makes a lot of sense. So is going to go for it. Cast that wild ride. Says Prowse Trigger. Is there a way with the cards in hand right now? I think I see a Torch the Tower, a Bounce Off, a Storm Chaser's Talent. I don't see a world where we can get to 12.
Yeah, and I think Steven's plan here amounts to play Storm Chasers, make an honor token, attack for 7 down to 5, hope my honor token can shove block to keep me alive, and then get to untap, but it's best plan.
So Steven Rummels gets in there for a total of 7. Cameron thinking. And with Steven tapped out here with only 1 blocker, does have the bounce off. So Steven extends the hand. Cameron does pick this one up against the Is It Prowess deck. A really exciting game for this round here.
Yeah, we do see a little stack very narrowly emerge with the win. I have to be feeling good about that one. I do not think it's a good matchup, but, magic is magic.
Absolutely. So we're going to head into round 7 here. We'll get everything sorted out with time being called here. Shouldn't be too long. We have about a 5 to 10 minute break with about 3 matches remaining. Make sure you stay tuned. Don't go too far, and we will see you soon.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. I'm never missing, 'cause I got something I gotta prove. Taking my power, might hit the ground, but I'll get up. You're counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. I got a long way left to go. Don't know what I'm doing, but even if I have to go alone, it doesn't matter, 'cause I'm always ready for the fight. And even after I've been knocked down, won't change my mind. I've been here before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals. Only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown. Siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with
Welcome back to Vancouver Regional Championships. Our players are getting seated. You can see Gavin getting ready to sit down to our feature match area. We've got a win and in this round, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, we're in day two. I might say. I mean, look, I suspect these players have higher ambitions than simply getting to play tomorrow at this point.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've got a couple of 5-1 players sitting down in our feature match. We're going to be watching Gavin Bennett versus Sasha Ferenyuk. Very exciting. Gavin on 4-color control and Sasha on this Simic Rhythm deck.
Yeah, so the control decks in this format kind of traditionally prey on the Cub deck to some extent. This is one of the original anti-Cub decks. Often have some kind of dubious matchups elsewhere, but I would imagine you can't be too sad to play against Cub if you're playing control deck.
Absolutely. No, I don't doubt it. Gavin, that 4th color splashing for a 4 of inevitable defeat. This card is very, very strong. Can't be countered. Exile any non-land permanent. Its controller loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. So effectively, a exile permanent and lightning helix. Very, very strong here.
Yeah.
What are the key matchups here?
Well, I mean, I guess I want to be clear that I'm certainly not familiar with this particular variation of the control deck. What I guess I will say is this looks to me like a control deck that's a little bit less geared towards beating Cub than some other lists. And what I mean by that is the best cards against the Cub deck are going to be the kind of cheap sweepers, not just sweepers, but inexpensive ones. And here you only see two of those Day of Judgments uh, and two Ultimas, which is a little bit less than ideal split in the matchup. I also think that Inevitable Defeat, despite its versatility, is a bit expensive as a spot removal spell against a deck where you're often going to want to kill their cards that cost 1 and 2. And those cards are coming at the expense of some more nimble cards, such as Seamrip. We only see 2 of those. Often lists have as many as 4. And so I think this list is a little bit less geared towards beating Cub than a typical control deck. I also want to share one other thing about this list, which is that Gavin Bennett played roughly this exact deck at Pro Tour Lord Eclipse a few weeks ago to a 5-5 constructed record. So make of that what you will, but I just thought I would share that fact.
Absolutely, definitely less than ideal on the PT side of things, but did end up getting to the semifinals of our last regional championship, Calgary. I think a couple of things that are notable with this deck is Ultima does end the turn, which means the lands that are Earthbent would not come back because those triggers are removed from the stack.
Good call.
And so Ultima good at sweeping them up, but it does come down a little bit late. Also, Gavin running the 61 card special.
Oh man,
We love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, given that fact alone, I guess I have no choice but to root for our Cynic Rhythm player here. But really showing a lack of discipline. But nonetheless,
Absolutely. So let's take a look at Sasha's list here. We'll switch over there. One of the key cards that I found this weekend has been this Spider Sense. Very, very good, very clean answer to these Ultimas, to these Day of Judgments. What are you thinking about here, Andrew?
No, I mean, I think you're absolutely right to call the Spider Sense card. It's going to be one of the most important cards in a matchup like this. Because the Cub deck is so fast, it makes so much mana, it's very possible for the Cub deck to present a threatening board and back that board up with a counterspell. Not every deck would be capable of this kind of thing, but the Cub deck very much is. Also, the control deck, because their plan is to sweep with these 4 and 5 mana sweepers, is quite vulnerable to Spider Sense. And we see that people play different numbers of this card, sometimes 1, sometimes 2. Sasha is the full 3 Spider Sense. So I honestly think that even though this matchup is kind of typically control slanted, with these 2 particular lists, I think Sasha's got a really good chance. So I think some other things that come out this list, this is the traditional blue-green version with Ouroboros, not the more tutor-heavy version with the Gear Hulks and the other colors. This is sort of the Simon Nielsen list inspired. You can see that with the Archdruid's charms here. Not sure how much those will come into play in this matchup, but it does mean that we don't have any of those speakers, just the leaning instead on the kind of instant speed effect, which is interesting. We also do have quite a few Ouroboros, and I do think the Ouroboros in this kind of matchup can be pretty effective, because honestly, if you play an Ouroboros and you back it up with a Spider Sense, sometimes that's all you need. Kind of their one interaction piece, on top of it once, they die.
Absolutely, especially going in with you get any mana acceleration on turns 1 or 2, you can play that Ouroboros on turn 3, which can come down a lot sooner than the control deck can get to sweepers. So we're into the game here. Gavin starting us off. Starts the surveil land and passes it over to Sasha.
One other thing I should probably mention here is that because Quantum Riddler is so strong in this Cub deck, is so good at emptying its hand, it's not necessarily true that Sasha's going to like snap concede if he gets swept in some way. There is substantial ability, I think, for the Cub deck to get swept, lose a few of its creatures, and keep on coming.
Absolutely. So Sasha gets that land Morales swept up by a Lightning Helix and goes for the Spider Manifestation. Gavin, just developing his land as control decks want to do, passes it back over to Sasha.
I mean, what just happened is actually pretty significant, I think, from Sasha's perspective, because you have to be wondering, like, all right, did Gavin choose not to kill my Spider Manifestation because he doesn't have a removal spell? Because the Spider Manifestation is pretty threatening. Or is it more that Gavin wants me to have an explosive turn with all this mana from the Spider Manifestation because he has a sweep relying in wait? And if you're Sasha, it's sort of hard to tell which of those worlds you're living in.
Absolutely. I think it makes sense for Gavin to play towards the sweeper, especially getting past those first couple of turns. Goes for a Nature's Rhythm for 2, finds that key card, Badger Mole Cub, and untaps that Spider Manifestation. Brings that force to a 1/1. Rumble in the Jungle.
And you see Sasha here, I think, eyeing casting another spell experimentation, but choosing to not overcommit into potential Day of Judgment and instead just attack for 2 and set up for next turn, which I appreciate. You definitely have to kind of measure your pace of deployment when playing the Cub deck against controlling matchups.
Absolutely. And looking at Gavin's hand, we do see that Day of Judgment in hand, but not deploying a land, deciding to Lightning Helix the Badgermole Cub, and Gavin passes it back without making a 4th land drop. How impactful is that going to be this game, Andrew?
I mean, I think pretty enormously. I mean, this control deck really wants to keep putting its land drops far into late game, and we are playing Jeskai Revelation. That card costs 7, and missing one this early might spell a lot of trouble for Gavin here.
Absolutely. And importantly, not having a black mana for any inevitable defeats that he may have. Sasha plays a Multiversal Passage and gets into the red zone, not developing anything. It's very interesting, not capitalizing on this stumble from Gavin.
Well, yes, and I imagine, I mean, Sasha had the all clear that turn. You know, Gavin was completely tapped out, missing land drops. If Sasha wanted to, like, deploy his hand and, like, go crazy, I mean, he had the opportunity to do that. So I think not doing so is likely a show of weakness. I think Sasha does not have an incredibly strong big play to make at this time.
Absolutely. So Gavin ends up missing another land drop, and Sasha casts an Archdruid's Charm, presumably to grab a land. Gavin does respond with his Wan Shitong.
Wait, I suspect that Sasha here is going to be tutoring for a threat of some sort. Maybe a Cub, maybe an Ouroborid, maybe even going for a Quantum Riddler, depending on what's in his hand. Because his last turn seems to just to me that he is gas light, and Archdruid's Charm can fix that problem if you want it to.
Makes sense. Looks like he has shuffled that Ouroboros to the front. We'll see what he ends up grabbing. Does settle on the Badgermole Cub. And Gavin's going to draw a card. Looks like he did pick up a Plains off of that Wan Shitong. So going to have a land for next turn. And crucially, that 4 mana for that Day of Judgment that we saw in his hand.
I mean, but if you're Sasha here, you have to kind of suspect the Day of Judgment. I mean, after that, like, letting you untap with the Spider-Mentation, then missing the 4th land drop, I mean, I think Sasha should at least have a sense that Day of Judgment is what Gavin has going on. Now, whether he can do anything about that, what his moves are to play around it, I don't know. But if I'm Sasha here, I'm going to make whatever the best play I can against a potential Day of Judgment.
Absolutely. And it does look like Sasha has a Spider Manifestation and another land in their hand. I didn't catch what that last card was, but like you mentioned, very threat light so far. We are harmonizing a Nature's Rhythm. I believe the count is for 6, maybe 4.
Wait, so you tap the 2, 4, 6. The Cub is 8. Yeah, that seems like 4. Okay.
Grabs that Ouroboros.
Yeah, I think Sasha is maybe this is a little bit ambitious on his part. He's sort of the problem with getting overboard here is you're just kind of hoping that Gavin doesn't have the wrath, but Gavin's made kind of explicitly clear with his plays that he does have it. And although he could miss on land drop again, he's also had, you know, the 2 Washitong draws to find it, plus his draw step is 3 looks.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, I think Sasha got a little bit hasty here. Like, basically, my take is if you're going to EOT Archdruid's Charm and find Cub, you have to then, on your big turn, do something wrath-proof. If you can't do something wrath-proof, then I think you kind of need to find something like a Quantum Riddler or another card that will help you rebuild post-wrath.
Absolutely. I think it was certainly ambitious, but on the other end, if Gavin does end up missing this other 4th land drop, Sasha's in a commanding position.
Oh, yes. I imagine if Sasha untaps with your board in this spot, I mean, he just wins the game immediately. And possibly even if it's removed in a spot removal type way, he wins the game immediately. But I really don't like his position now.
Absolutely. So Gavin does cast that Wrath. Sasha scoops up the creatures, puts them in the graveyard. And we'll see where he goes from here. It's like we have a Gene Pollinator and passes it back over.
Yeah. And you can see how Sasha just like deployed some features, warped a Riddler, drew 2, and then had that Riddler recast to rebuild here. I think he might have been in a lot better shape rather than going for that Cub that sort of didn't lead to kind of immediate overwhelming force. And I think he may end up paying the price for that misstep.
Absolutely. So Gavin, developing some resources in the face of a Gene Pollinator, goes for that stock up, shocks himself with the Steam Vents, and passes the turn over. What are you thinking if you're Sasha? The shock means no more lies, Lightning Helix. Are you thinking about anything else?
Yeah, I mean, no more lies, Lightning Helix, get lost. I mean, most of Gavin's interaction costs 2, so it's hard to narrow it down to something specific. Definitely he has one of those cards, but I'm not sure how much Sasha can conclude specifically. He can't necessarily say, oh, it's definitely no more lies or what have you.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at Sasha's hand, I see a forest. Believe he picked up an action spell. Not certain on what it is though. Goes for a wistfulness for the double blue to draw 2 and discard 1. Gavin lets that happen.
Interesting. Yeah, so I think what the reason Sasha is going for this line is that he suspects the shock last turn does mean specifically normalize, which I know, like I said, that's one thing it could mean. I don't know if he can be incredibly certain, but he feels that's the case and choose to play around it with the loot too. And I don't know, I see some logic to this. I mean, Sasha's a lot of lands into play. It's not necessarily obvious the normalize is going to be able to land kind of on a good threat otherwise. But on the other hand, one could make the argument like, can Sasha afford this? I mean, he sort of has nothing going on.
Yeah, Sasha, I believe the last card in his hand was a Nature's Rhythm after playing this forest. So does go for 2. Gavin does show him that no more lies, and Sasha's seen enough. Sasha packs it up. Game 1 goes over to Gavin.
Yeah, and I sort of think that if you're going to cast that Nature Rhythm for 2 kind of into the normalize anyways, like you would probably be better served just playing full price on your Wistfulness and getting that countered, and then hopefully, if you draw the normalize in a few turns, you can resolve that. But I don't know. Basically, I think once Daedric resolves, the game is pretty hopeless for Sasha regardless.
Yeah, unfortunately, just didn't get the engine going after that sweeper. So we'll take a look at the sideboards. We'll start with Sasha's Simic Rhythm deck. We've got 2 Into the Floodmaw, 2 Oko Lorwyn Liege, 2 Shimmer Wild's Growth, 2 Sirach Elusive Hunter, 2 Unable to Screen, 1 Abhorrent Oculus, 1 Champion of the Weird, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Explosive Prodigy, and 1 Igra Eater of All. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, and I mean, I think another piece of good news, Sasha, is okay. His board is pretty well set up for this match. He's going to get to board in a lot of effective cards. Oko, resilient threat, hard to control deck to pressure, definitely coming in. Shimmer Wild's Growth, reliable way to develop your mana, not vulnerable to sweepers, definitely need those in there. Sirach, 2-for-1's removal spells, pretty threatening just on its own, so helps you not overcommit. Also uncounterable, of course, definitely a good addition. And then Disdainful Stroke, also another great card. I mean, the control deck is like all expensive, clunky cards. You would love to counter them. Counter the Sky Revelation, counter the Wrath card, counter the Ultima, etc. All of those things are auto includes. As far as the tutor targets go, the Abhorrent Oculus and the Yigra, either of these could come in, but I guess I think it's not obvious. I mean, neither is like a slam dunk for this matchup. Yigra is primarily intended for the Thunderflock matchups. Oculus definitely can be a bit awkward against these control decks, but especially because some of their cards exile, such as the No More Lies. So I think you might see one of those come in, you might not. And as far as the cuts, basically it's going to be Mana Dorks. What Sasha's going to do is cut large numbers of Mana Dorks, maybe also get out these Keen-Eyed Curators that are primarily intended for graveyard matchups. But yeah, primarily just like Gene Pollinator potentially on the chopping block, Spider Mutation on the chopping block, Mana Dorks getting out of here. Also, some people also like to trim the Crater Hoof in this kind of matchup. You rarely get to enough mana to really capitalize on that. That's not the kind of game you want to play.
Absolutely. I think all of that makes a lot of sense. I think the Igra ward sacrifice of food might be pretty relevant. Not a lot of creatures out of Gavin's side, but I think it's pretty loose, like you said. Not something that that is a slam dunk for sure.
One problem with it in this specific matchup is notably Inevitable Defeat ignores ward.
Absolutely. So we'll switch over to Gavin's side. We'll take a look at what he's got working with. We've got 2 Stoic Sphinx, 2 Torpor Orb, 1 Annul, 1 Day of Judgment, 1 Elspeth Stormslayer, 1 Fire Magic, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 High Noon, 1 Outrageous Robbery, 1 Raven Eagle, 1 Rest in Peace, 1 Strategic Betrayal, and 1 other Wan Shi Tong. What are we looking at here? Lots of one-ofs.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically, okay, Fire Magic and Extra Day of Judgment, these are great. They're additional sweepers, exactly what you want. Definitely going to get in there. Flash Freeze, pretty flexible counterspell, gets most of the relevant cards in the matchup, misses Quantum Riddler, but probably still worth boarding in. Washi Tong, number 2, definitely great. The Rhythm deck does a ton of searching. You definitely want that additional threat. Kind of kills them before they can rebuild, draws a bunch of cards. Awesome. After that, there's a bunch of cards that are like sort of okay, and you could consider them, but I'm not sure it's gonna be worth it. Like, you could try Turper Orb. It does some stuff. It stops the Cubs and the Crater Hoof and the Chron Riddler, but I sort of think it's too narrow. I don't know if Gavin will end up actually wanting that card. You could try the one of Rest in Peace to get the second half of the rhythms, but that seems a bit thin to me. The Strategic Betrayal maybe is a way to manage rhythms in the graveyard, but at the end of the day, I don't think Gavin is going to do anything too drastic. As far as cuts go, honestly, well, I guess what I would say is I might look to cut the Inevitable Feats in this matchup. Again, I think it's a bit clunky. You're killing things that mostly cost much less. However, I also probably wouldn't register for them in my main deck, so I'm not sure I see Gavin's vision. Maybe Gavin really values this card in this kind of matchup. Certainly, the flexibility is nice, and the avoiding ward is nice, so I'm not too sure. I also think trimming on the Jeskai Revelations is pretty appealing. You don't necessarily need that many finishers. The Wanshi Tongs can mostly handle things for you, and the Unagis. So I think the more expensive, overwhelming finisher might not be as needed in this matchup. So yeah, I think that those are kind of the swaps I expect from Gavin's side.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to at least trim on some Jeskai Revelations, knowing that we have the full 3 Spider Sense out of the Simic Rhythm deck. Paying 7 mana to get blown out by Counterspell is very, very difficult. So I think I agree pretty well across the board.
Yeah. And I guess another thing I'll just mention here is, okay, I sort of think that there's been a trend sort of in modern Magic, which is that for most recent formats, if you ever see a control deck play like a less controlling deck, like, a mid-range deck or something to that effect, it's almost always true that the non-control deck benefits more in sideboarding because the control decks are sort of inherently slow, and that slowness is sort of inherently exploitable. And I think that this will not buck that trend. I do think the control deck is a substantial favorite in game 1. I expect it to be a much closer post board. I'm not sure if we'll reach the point of the deck being favored, but they'll stand a much better shot.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think this Simic deck is pretty low to the ground, and so being able to board into a little bit more of elusive threats makes things pretty nice. So just checking in on our backup feature match here, we've got Winnie back on the feature and Ryan Primdahl. Ryan playing some Is It Prowess.
It looks like against the Cub deck.
Absolutely, yeah. So we've got Winnie on Simic Rhythm as well.
And what I'll comment on this matchup briefly here is that the Is It Prowess deck was originally created by Team Cosmos for the Pro Tour, a Pro Tour that, let's not forget, was 40% plus Cub. So, I mean, if you're signing up with the Prowess deck, you are hoping to play this matchup. Like, you have to be, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that doesn't mean Woody can't win, but I imagine you'd rather be on the Prowess side.
Absolutely. I think a proactive quick strategy does pretty well into these Simic Ouroboros decks. Interestingly, Winnie on 2 mana doesn't have the Cub. And just ships it back over to Ryan. Ryan with that slick shot show off from Plot. Getting some Prowess triggers. I think he senses a little bit of weakness with only Gene Pollinator and a Forest available.
Yes, Ryan knows that Winnie can't have any interaction here, and he's going to play accordingly.
Absolutely. Back over to our main feature match. We've got Sasha sticking that key Oko on 3.
Yes, and we see there is no get lost here, which means Sasha is going to have the option to make 2 3/3 elks if he would so like.
Absolutely. We'll see if he takes that option. Does end up flipping that Oko. And I think we're going to see a couple of elks.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if Sasha would prefer to, draw some cards or maybe try to build up the ultimate, those are things he could do. But 9 times out of 10, much as with the original Oko, you make elks.
Absolutely. Just make some elks, win the game.
It's a
So
pretty
grabs
simple formula. It's worked for years.
absolutely. We will see what Sasha moves on from here with. I don't believe I'm seeing a land in Sasha's hand right now. So
No, Sasha
develops
does
the
not have
Gene
a land and
Pollinator.
does have Spider Sense, and I believe was mostly trying to think about the question of like, should I leave this up rather than deploying the Gene Pollinator? And ultimately decides, no, I need to develop my board more before I just sit back with Wrath.
Absolutely. So passes it back to Gavin. Gavin develops this 1/1 Wan Shi Tong. Rumbles into the red zone to this Oko.
I believe it's a 2/2 Washitong.
Oh yes, sorry, it is a base 1/1. Yeah, so it does clean up that Oko.
Yeah, I think Gavin here chose to deploy the Washitong not as like, draw a card for searching, not as a big card draw spell, but literally just as I need this Oko dead. This is how I will achieve that.
Absolutely. So Gavin cleans up that Oko, plays a land for turn, as the control deck wants to do, and passes. Sasha picks up a card, rumbles with the Elks. Gavin taking one off that starting town. Lightning Helix is one of the Elks. Sasha thinking about this. Spider Sense opts not to.
Yes,
Ends up
indeed.
that Gavin is net going to lose 1 life off of this starting town, and the gain 3, lose 3.
I mean, look, I think it's good to consider your options with the Spider Sense. There might come a day where countering a rule spell, is that key thing that gets you over the finish line. But at the moment, I think Sasha needs to dream bigger. I think trading this for just a single rule spell is not going to be enough. Then, Gavin could easily just untap, play a sweeper with impunity. You're in a bad spot then. I think holding Spider Sense is the right decision.
Absolutely. And looking at Sasha's hand, we've got a couple of Nature's Rhythms. That Spider Sense. I'm not certain on what that last card is. Gets into the red zone with the Elk. Sasha missing a couple of land drops at this point. That last one is a Quantum Riddler.
Interesting. So I'm just warping the Quantum Riddler here, but not able to empty his hand and get the full 2 cards. I suspect just desperately looking for a land is the point of this play.
Absolutely. And I don't believe he picked one up. I believe that's the Igra. Passes the turn back over after warping out that Riddler.
Yeah, and so I guess Sasha deciding that, perhaps Gavin is siding out some inevitable feats, that makes the Egret better, so he'll give it a shot. Definitely not unreasonable.
Absolutely. Gavin, not needing to deploy anything, activates that Quarry Monastery, gets a land for turn, free card. Plays that land, passes it back over to Sasha. After
So-
getting in for 2.
I believe Sasha just picked up an Aura Board, which does open up some interesting options. For example, Sasha could cast the Aura Board and then have Spider Sense up off the second gene, which is pretty appealing if the Aura Board resolves.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not going to resolve. Gavin finding that flash freeze. Draws turn, plays a land. Really getting the max value off of this Wan Shi Tong. Attack it for 2 every single turn. And we'll see what Gavin decides to deploy. This looks like 7 mana with no interaction from Sasha. Pretty safe place to resolve a Jeskai Revelation if he has one.
Yes,
Doesn't
one of the
have to-
downsides of going for this Aura Board line is it means that if the Aura Board is countered, you don't have to tap your Gene, you're tapped out of Spider Sense, which means Gavin do whatever he wants, choose to use the opportunity to resolve the Jeskai Revelation, the biggest, baddest spell in the business. And that's honestly quite bad for Sasha. And look, like, this game, it just really does not look like how these matches tend to go when the Simic Rhythm deck wins them. The Simic Rhythm deck really wants to be hitting its land drops, developing its mana without playing too many mana creatures. And honestly, drawing 2 Genes, pretty sad in this matchup. It's a commonly cut card. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Sasha leaving a few of them, but I would guess that, like, those are the only 2 he left in.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised. And does end up trying to deploy 1 for 1. Gavin lets it go, not being able to interact with that without any mana. And gets a free card out of the deal.
Yeah.
Sasha wins that mana dork.
Look, you pay 3 mana to get a dork, your opponent draws a card and grows their creature, is not the best of exchanges.
Definitely not the best to rate. Gavin looking like he's in a pretty commanding spot. A full grip of cards. Gets into the red zone. Now, what does it look like for Sasha to come back here? We see the Nature's Rhythm, we see that web slinging to deal with any sweepers, but what are the sequence of draws that we need in order to get back into this game?
Oh man, it's going to be a long road. I mean, the first thing we might need is for Gavin's hand to not be very good, which you know, I I I think is unlikely. But then
Got
the
some
second
bad news on that one.
the second thing I think we're going to need is we're going to need to find some land drops, and we're going to need to combine those land drops with Riddlers. I mean, that is land drops, deploy our hand, get down low in cards, and use Riddlers to kind of rebuild, refill, get that card advantage going. We will need more resources than we have to win this game. Um, and in the meanwhile, Gavin needs to continue to not have too much going on because we're at 7. So
Absolutely.
I guess what I'm saying is I think Sasha might need a miracle.
Absolutely. Terminus not legal in this format, unfortunately, but
Yeah, Devastation Tide, anyone? Okay,
Sasha does end up going for a Nature's Rhythm 4-2, and Gavin, shrugging his shoulders, just says, counter spell. Untaps in a commanding position. If he can remove this Gene Pollinator with any non-creature spell, absolutely gets into the red zone, and Gavin's going to pick up this match against Simic Rhythm, advancing to 6-1, which means he's guaranteed for day 2. Congratulations goes out to Gavin.
yeah, and I think in a good position to kind of redeem maybe this rough Pro Tour experience, maybe some better variants going his way, and really prove that his 4-color control deck has what it takes.
Absolutely. So congratulations goes on to Gavin, and we will head on over to our backup feature match. Looks like we've got Ryan and Winnie. They've split games, so I believe this should be game 3. Winnie with a couple of mana dorks and a mockingbird, and Primdall with that lovely elusive otter.
Yeah, this game definitely looking a little bit tougher for as a prowess player. I mean, the Simic Rhythm deck getting out to one of its trademark explosive starts.
Absolutely. Primdall develops his board, plays another elusive otter and a Verge for turn. And Wild rides one of these otters. They're getting pretty large. And they're swinging through, not able to be blocked by that mockingbird. Winnie untaps after taking 7.
Right. So it is definitely good for Ryan that he's able to get in for 7, but he wasn't able to disrupt Winnie's mana whatsoever. So now she has free reign to do whatever she wants and plenty of mana to do it with. Let's see what she can put together because Ryan is totally tapped out.
Absolutely. We are looking at an Ouroboros in her hand. I believe she's got a Nature's Rhythm and another Landware Elves. So lots of options. She decides to go for the Nature's Rhythm for 2. Probably grabbing a Badger Mole Cub here. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. One of the secrets of the Rhythm deck is that you find Quantum Riddler, Cub, or the Crater Hoof like 90% of the time. 10% of the time is all other cards.
Absolutely. And with this Badger Mole Cub entering the field, we can tap it with the Gene Pollinator and the Landware Elves to make 4 mana to still develop this Ouroboros. So a very strong turn out of Winnie.
Yeah, and one of the things I like here for Winnie as well is that even if Ryan does have some kind of answer for the Aura board, Winnie still gets that first trigger. So she still gets to anthem up that team, and that antheming is important partially because if you want to block otters, you need to have stats.
Absolutely. They do need to be large, and one of the best ways in this deck for it to get large creatures is this Ouroboros. So gonna develop that one. And we're gonna get a whole bunch of dice and spread them out. Counters for everybody. Growing to be pretty large, developing a very, very large force, a very threatening force this turn. Ryan Primdall untapping. Now, this is one of the few turns that Primdall is going to have in order to get through this wall of creatures that Winnie has amassed. What are we looking for here?
Well,
Are we looking to just end the game?
Yeah, I mean, look, Ryan attacked for a large amount of damage last turn. it is maybe possible with two prowess creatures in play that he can kill Winnie. If he cannot kill Winnie this turn, then his kind of secondary approach is something like, push a bunch of damage, get the aura board off the table, and then try to finish next turn. If you're Ryan here, you know you don't have much time. Winnie has a ton of mana, and the second aura board trigger is always lethal. So you have to move quick. But it's hard to both move quickly enough to win and be disruptive enough to not lose. And that's kind of the needle Ryan has to thread here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I believe Winnie should be at 11 life. I believe I see 2 life from the Multiversal Passage, -7 from last turn's attack. So it's not out of the picture. We'll see what Ryan ends up going for.
Yeah, and this suggests kind of the disruptive line, going for the bouncing this aura board, because if you were trying to win this turn, you look through something like Wild Ride plus, spell and like kill you all at once. I don't know. I think that's 11. Yeah. And this does not look like that. This looks more like he's gonna try to eke out another turn and finish winning next turn.
Yep. And I think that makes sense. Obviously, we're not certain on Ryan's hand, but Ryan's life total. My apologies. But I believe that the mana dorks have been tapped every single turn, so he should be at a healthy 18 if he took 2, or since he took 2 off that Multiversal Passage.
Yes, I don't think Winnie's gonna have lethal next turn based solely on cards that we know about. Although I don't think she's that far from Withering for Craterhoof.
Absolutely, yeah. She is quite close. Badgermaul Cub making a lot of mana on a board with 3 mana dorks and an Earthbent land. So Ryan just counting up the damage, thinking about what happens if Craterhoof comes down, what happens if Uroboroid comes down, and gets into the red zone for 4.
Yeah, I might be miscounting this, but my count is that she has 4 mana dorks, that's 8 mana, plus 2 lands is 10 mana. So she needs plus she can maybe harmonize something. She's very close. I think she might not be quite there because the Gene Pollinator tapping the Badgermaul Cub.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
We'll see what she goes with. She did pick up another copy of Nature's Rhythm for turn, so she has access to that, an Uroboroid, and a Landware Elves. What do you think is the line here? What are we wanting to do? Are we slowing down Ryan, or are we just developing our board?
Right. So the first question is, does she have access to Meringue River Regent? It looks to me, looking at her list, like the answer is no. Because if you could find that, I think basically she'd be totally stable and everything would be fine. But she can't. So in the absence of that, the next question is, can we have some sequence where we rhythm for Cub, find a second Cub gives us enough mana to find Craterhoof, something like that? And the answer to that is maybe.
So we Earthbend another land, so we have 9 from our creatures plus 1.
Well, we have 9 from our creatures plus we can tap the Pumped Cub for 3 is 12. So that is a Craterhoof. So she can Craterhoof, but I don't think she can lethally Craterhoof because she has to tap all of her non-summoning set creatures to do it. Awkwardly.
Yeah, I think the Badgermaul is a 3/3 right now. We can tap the other Badgermaul with the Gene Pollinator.
Yes, but we also need to harmonize in order to get to 8, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I mean, it's possible I'm miscounting. I'm not a Cub math scientist, but I don't see the lethal yet. She might have to do something weirder. Now, okay, she doesn't necessarily need to present lethal. For example, we could just Explosive Prodigy one of these. Wait, there's Explosive Prodigy, right? Yeah, she could Explosive Prodigy one of these otters down and just play the Ouroboros because like that. But it doesn't look like she's going for that. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm curious to see what Winnie has in store for us. I mean, my suspicion is she's better at the Cub math than I am. So
she could also still get the Explosive Prodigy by harmonizing one of these rhythms.
That's true.
seeing where we go from there, and then developing the Ouroboros, amassing such a large board that it's hard for Ryan to get through. But these elusive otters, they aren't named for nothing. They are quite elusive.
Agreed.
We'll see what Winnie opts to go for. It could also be she does have this champion of the weird in the sideboard. So she could blight Ryan's elusive otters out of the game.
Oh, that's interesting. You're right. And now, I guess I'm not exactly sure the set of matchups champion where it's like quote unquote 4, but I guess it wouldn't shock me if Prowess is one of them. And I mean, that would be highly effective. 6, 9, 10. Wait a minute. Yeah, I think she has to tap all of her creatures. I think that's correct.
I believe so. Let's see what she ends up going for. Just count it up. 3, 4. Goes for that Ouroboros.
Okay. Is there more, Winnie? What else do you have in store?
Certainly has deployed a lot of mana worth of spells. Does go for that harmonized Nature's Rhythm. We'll see what she ends up grabbing.
That looks like 9 right now, so this can find a 5 or less by my count.
That sounds accurate.
Interesting. I mean, so there's some options here, right? So she could go for like Quantum Riddler, draw 2 cards. Is that the 5 she has in mind?
Mm-hmm. Could be. Just explaining the harmonize the math. We'll see what she ends up grabbing.
Wait, looks like she's floating a green, so she's only going for 4?
Does
That is the champion of the
weird.
Wow. Okay. I mean, the champion of the weird does look like it might lock up this game here. Notably, you can just blight both the otters down at the cost of 2 life. Now, maybe Ryan can finish you then with like a slick shot plus some stuff, but it's certainly not easy to finish from, let's see. So she was at 11 last turn. She took 4 down to 7. I guess it's 5 life. That isn't very much.
Mm-hmm. And notably, nothing with reach or flying, like no spider manifestations, no untapped mockingbirds. And so a slick shot show off could steal this game.
Yes. Now we have the fun experience of trying to represent a board that is -1 and +1/+1 counters on it.
My favorite game.
Yeah. Gonna be a little bit tricky for Winnie here, but you know, I imagine that the game state will be clear enough. Another advantage of this Champion of the Weird line, honestly, is that it's a 5/5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, there's pretty much no way, even if Ryan is something like Otter plus Wild Ride, like it's gonna be hard to get through the Champion of the Weird that has been also grown by the Ouroboros. I mean, nothing's impossible, but that seems difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Shadow Production brought different colored dice for -1 and +1 counters, so it's easier to to know.
Yeah. I mean, on the plus side, this game doesn't have a lot of turns left, so
Ooh, Ryan finding that bounce off. So responding to the first activation can only be activated as a sorcery and bounces that goblin to Winnie's hand. So does end up coming out with 1 elusive otter when we thought it would be 0.
yes. So I mean, this is good because now Ryan's chances of like finishing Winnie all next turn are a lot more realistic. We've stuck the otter into play. The highest power creature that's untapped does not have a lot of power. So if Ryan can get to a large enough otter, I think he will just win, but it's still not trivial.
Absolutely, yeah. Without, I don't believe I saw a Wild Ride in his hand last turn, or while he was flicking through his cards. That would make it pretty easy, but picks up a Spire Bluff Canal, and I believe the other card is a Stock Up. Does go for the Stock Up, making the Otter a 2/2, and he's going to tap the top of the deck and pray. Looks like we found Opt, a land, a Burst Lightning, a couple of lands.
I mean, I think given that he had to test a stock up out of desperation, I think he needs like specifically land wild ride. I think nothing else will do. There's no way he's living another turn at this point. The 2-ore board will, I think, kill him from basically any life total. Maybe like a bounce off could buy him another turn, although I suspect there'll just be a crater hoof coming in also. Oh, yeah, I think he basically needs land wild ride or bust.
Absolutely. And I don't believe he has it, so he's going to extend the hand. Winnie taking down this match, getting up to 6-1. Winnie's going to make it into day 2. Congratulations go to her. And Ryan still has 2 more rounds to win 1 more in order to get into day 2 here. So an excellent sequence from Winnie, taking that down, casting lots of mana worth of spells, as is expected out of this Cub deck.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that when he was able to identify that she didn't have quite enough mana to go for Crater Hoof, but still found a strong line.
Absolutely. Shout out to Face to Face for putting on this tournament. As a reminder, Face to Face does buy all cards. They're really quick to get payment out, and they give an extra 30% in-store credit. So make sure you head on over to facetofacegames.com/sell. Get some cards, or get some cash for your cards. And don't forget to try and find a tour stop near you. Lots of places happening in this next year. We've got Ottawa coming up in March, Calgary in April, alongside Nanaimo and Quebec City. And then we've got the Ottawa Regional Championship happening in May, Regina happening a couple weeks after, Hamilton, Langley, Edmonton, Truro, North Bay, Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg, all coming up this year. Lots of places that you can find in order to engage in some Magic and win some sweet prizes at your local face-to-face tour. So make sure you take a look, find which one's closest to you. Make sure you head down there. With that being said, me and Andrew are going to take a quick break, grab some water. You should too. We'll be back in just a few minutes for your 8th round of Swiss today. We'll see you soon.
Let's get started. Gotta run away, feeling deep in my bones. Breaking out the cage, holding ready, set, go. Light up the fuse, gonna be a wild ride. Ready or not, it's time. So let's get started. Let's get started. Let's get started.
couldn't make it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are up, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. God-like renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend.
Come on.
I will not surrender.
I'm a legend. Come on. I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend.
I was born to be a legend.
I wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I'll be setting fires ready for it. Get ready for it. Yeah, this is it. Go! 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 Yeah, this is it. Go! Let's go! This is it. Yeah, it's about to break. Got what it's gonna take. Go ahead and own that stage. Let's go. When you're made for this, yeah, it's obvious. Top another list.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the face-to-face Vancouver Regional Championship. We're headed into our 8th round of penultimate round. We've just got this one and one more for you today. It's going to be a very exciting round. This round, we've got the deck that shook up Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed in Teamer Harmonizer, and we've got a little bit of an off-meta deck in Demir Bounce. Andrew, how do you feel about this round?
Yeah, I mean, so this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup to watch. I certainly don't have as deep knowledge as some of our other matchups because the decks in question are less popular, but I'm happy to take a stab at it. And yeah, what we're seeing on the screen here first is Chris Yao's list. This is the Teamer Landfall list, played to a second place finish by Tony Portolan, invented by the mad genius themselves, CFT Sock. And this deck, if you haven't seen it before, is basically a Splinter Twin deck. What it's trying to do is kind of draw cards and interact and wait and bide its time, and then eventually set up a Mightform Hyonizer with a fetch land, with a full bore to kill all in one shot. Oftentimes you can also set this up with like additional layers, such as additional land drops via the Ice Tills, or with counterspell backup via the Spell Snares and Spider Senses. And in this Tabir matchup, it's really going to be less about the combo though, and more about kind of fighting through the Demir deck's array of disruption in order to eventually win somehow. It might not be with the combo as like traditionally thought of. It might be with like bossing, say, lands, or it might be with like fair or beatdowns backed by Mightform. This matchup tends to not be one where the combo is as prevalent, although it's certainly not impossible.
Absolutely. Lovingly called this deck Boring Harmonizer. It is anything but boring to watch. These games can get stolen out of nowhere with a quick, hasty Harmonizer. It'll be an interesting match to watch. So Chris Yao is going to be on Teamer Harmonizer. We'll take a look at our other list, our Demir Bounce list from Philip Lee. So lots of interesting stuff here. Just another Riddler deck, playing some Kaitos. What do you think about this list, Andrew?
Yeah, so I mean, fundamentally, I do think this is a Demir mid-range type deck. We see many of the staples that are type: Cecil, Flittering Nusis, disruptions in the form of like get outs, requiting hex, a couple of counter spells, etc. What's different here is, as you noted, the Riddlers. Most Demir decks do not go as big as Riddler. That's going to give this deck some additional punch, some additional late game. We also do see the Boomerang Basic Storm Chasers talent combination, which again, a lot of Demir decks tend to eschew. Now, one kind of interesting aspect of this list is the removal spell of choice here appears to be Strategic Betrayal. This is the card that's going to exile your graveyard and make you sacrifice a creature for 2 mana. And notably, this card is a sorcery, and therefore is somewhat fundamentally bad against the Teamer Harmonizer stratagem. You are not going to be able to hit their premier combination.
Absolutely. So Teamer Harmonizer looking to steal some games. Demir Bounce looking to get on the board, do some blue shenanigans, draw a whole bunch of cards. Lots of different cards that draw cards here. Who do you think is favored in this matchup here, Andrew?
Well, I guess what I would state is I think traditionally the Demir decks can be a little bit of a tougher matchup for the Teamer Harmonizer deck, but I don't know how much this bounce dynamic changes things, and my guess would be that this bounce deck is a little bit worse in the matchup, actually, because of these additional sorcery removal spells, because of these clunkier Quantum Riddlers instead of like the nimble low to the ground deck. So my guess is going to be quite close.
Absolutely. I think with the removal light, Requiting Hex not being able to hit Harmonizer, nowhere to run, being able to shrink it, but not quite get rid of it. I think I'm going to be leaning pretty heavily on these Shoot the Sheriffs.
There's only 2 of them. I mean, traditional Demir often has 4 of them. You know, like I think that's a big difference.
Absolutely. I think it makes it a much different matchup than your typical Demir into Harmonizer matchup.
Yes, I do think these three get outs though are something of a saving grace for Philip Lee. I mean, get out is going to be pretty effective. Fundamentally, your opponent is playing a deck where they try to resolve 4-drop sorcery speed creatures, and you putting 2 to counter those is very nice. Although, of course, the Harmonize deck can fight back with spell, snare, spider sense, etc.
Absolutely. We do see a handful of spider senses in the lists here. We've got 2 out of the Might Form deck, so something to fight over at least.
Yeah, although it's important to understand when you with the Team Harmonize deck that because it is a 4 Consult the Startrite 4 stock up deck, like a 2 of in this deck often plays like a 3 of Might in another deck because you are so good at finding whatever you want at any particular moment.
Absolutely. So lots of interaction to be had this match. Lots of cards to be drawn with a couple of blue decks. I think it'll be very exciting. What are some of the key cards in each of these decks? So obviously Harmonizer has the Harmonizers and the full bores. What else are
Yes.
we really hoping to draws?
Yeah, well, so in this Demir matchup, a lot of any really Kaito deck in this format revolves to some extent around Kaito. And the Temur Landfall deck is going to try to manage the Kaito less by stopping the Kaito directly, more by stopping all of the threats that you can kind of ninjutsu off of. And so I think kind of the presence of Kaito, even when it's not necessarily even in the Demir player's hand, is going to cast a large shadow in this game and be like very impactful. Beyond that, the other important cards in the mirror deck are just the removal spells that stop the combo, as we mentioned, the get outs and the shoot the sheriffs. Those are definitely the most important cards on the mirror side. On the teamer side, I do think this is a matchup where even Might from Harmonizer without the full bore follow up is pretty effective. Like fair Might from Harmonizer is pretty important. I also think Seer can be pretty important since one of the few ways to get Kaido off the table once it has managed to land. And then the final thing I'll note is this is a matchup where the B threats actually tend to matter more. It's a matchup where sometimes you see Earthbender Ascension lands getting in for value. It's a matchup where you sometimes see like Bossing Sade lands off Ice Till Explorers mattering. So like these kind of less plan A threats will come up a lot more in the grindy, disruptive matchup that is Demir versus Harmonizer.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So we'll head down to our match right away here. We'll see how it goes. I believe both of these players at X and 1, so they should be locked for day 2.
Yes. But there's
So
plenty more to play for, regardless of whether they're locked for day 2. I mean, these players almost certainly have their sights set higher than that at this point, and we come in right in the thick of things.
absolutely. So we're into it. We've got a couple of otters, a Earthbent land from that Earthbender's Ascension, like you mentioned. So we're in the throes. Chris at 17, Philip at 18. Philip casting a strategic betrayal.
Yeah, so I believe that if you strategic betrayal an Earthbent land, wait, does it get exiled?
It does get exiled, but Earthbend specifically does say exile or goes to the graveyard. So it will still return off of that strategic betrayal.
I see. Okay. Even though like the exiling is like separate from the sacrifice. Oh no, it's not. Oh, sorry.
Exile the thing and then exile the yard as well.
Okay, yep. Sorry, no worries. Just double checking that. So okay, we get the land back. We push some damage, but no lands have been lost.
Correct. So Philip develops a Cecil onto the board with the otter. After getting in there for 2, Chris picks up a card for turn.
And something that you should also pay a pretty close attention to whenever you watch this Temur Harmonized deck in action is that is the lands. Because this deck is 3 colors, it has a lot of basics. The mana base is anything but smooth. And you can see here, Chris Yao does not have a second island. So there's no option to kick this Consult. He's not making an intentional choice necessarily. This is maybe just the only way he can cast it.
Absolutely. So we're gonna take a look at gonna take a look at 5 cards, Will Chris. We'll see what he has for options. Looks like a whole bunch of non-land cards.
Yeah. Which is maybe fine. I mean, he doesn't necessarily want more lands, although certainly a second island would not be amiss.
Absolutely. Looking at stock up here, I believe that was a spider sense that he pulled to the front. And I believe I see a Fabled Passage in his hand as well, so has that 6 land.
Yes, I mean it looks like had he found a full bar here, it would be lethal, right? But he has unfortunately not found the other half of the combo.
He's currently grabbing 2 cards, but only allowed to grab one. Yeah, Philip reminds him that he's only getting one because he did not kick this Consult the Star Charts.
Yes.
And ends up just grabbing another Consult the Star Charts.
Yeah, not what Chris would prefer. I mean, he sort of ends up spending 2 mana and a lot of his turn to really not get anywhere. But
goes with that Fabled Passage, taking up that Earthbender Ascension and cracks the land. Lots of options at 4 mana here. See what he ends up going with. Grabs that island.
interesting. So he did consult intentionally looking for that full board lethal there. That was not like a mana issue. He had the second boom lined up. He was just hoping to full board for the kill.
Absolutely. So plays the Ice Explorer and gets that Fabled Passage from the graveyard. I believe he was just consulting with a judge. I don't think he ticked it up when he grabbed the island.
Yeah, I mean, this I think is a fairly academic debate that they're having here, but
Absolutely. Passes the turn back over to Philip.
And I mean, now Chris Yao has set up some pretty scary stuff. For example, next turn, if he plays the Mightform Harmonizer, he could definitely make this Ice Till Explorer even lethal, even without necessarily getting full board involved. So if you're Philip Lee, you have to consider removing this Ice Till, leaving up Get Out, some sort of plan to just prevent death next turn.
Absolutely. And we do see that he has one of those 2 Shoot the Sheriffs in his hand, very key as we mentioned in this matchup. So curious to see if he decides to hold that up. I do see that his only other land in hand is a tapped land, so only has 3 mana available this turn. We'll see what he decides to do. And does end up firing off that Shoot the Sheriff onto the Ice Still.
Yeah, I mean, I think this makes sense. I mean, the Ice Till's pretty scary, but this means he might once again find himself placed in the unenviable position of being dead to Mightform plus Fulbor.
Absolutely. And Philip plays that Restless Reef for the turn and passes it back over to Chris.
Yeah, now
Chris
Philly
taps.
does have a few bounce spells in his deck, right? There's a couple of them. The one into the Flood Maw is maybe an out to the combo, but barring that, I mean, he's just dead to Fulbor.
Absolutely. And Chris, key not cracking that Fabled Passage on end step, wants that landfall trigger for his Harmonizers and for his Earthbender Ascension on a later turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think you do this pretty commonly with the deck, just not crack your fetch lands, although it makes even more sense when the land is untapped. You really sort of have no incentive to do otherwise.
Absolutely. So Chris, considering his options, ends up just passing the turn back, leaving lots of mana open. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not. I'm not necessarily saying it's wrong. What I think is, I'm wondering what it means. I mean, because he definitely could have gone for it again, right? He could have just cast another consult unkicked, looked for a full board. If he finds it, it's pretty likely to work. But he chooses not to. So maybe playing just kick the thing on the end step, maybe hoping to play more an interactive game is what I would guess it means. It means he thinks his hand is well set up to play a longer game. Doesn't necessarily need to try to cheese Philip in the short run.
Absolutely. So Philip gets into the red zone. Ninjutsu's out the Cecil for the Kaito. Chris going to take 4. Philip considering his option in the second main phase. I'm going to 0 the Kaito, surveil 2, and then draw a card since Chris has lost life.
Yep, and I believe saw land second Kaito there, sending those straight to the bin.
And Philip passes the turn back over to Chris. Only 1 mana available. Notably didn't develop that Cecil, so Chris has to be thinking about what that could mean for him.
Right. I mean, it might mean that he has into the Flood Maw. It might mean the Spell Pierce, the Spell Snare. Oh wow, and it does mean the Spell Snare here, which is huge.
Absolutely. So Philip nabbing that kick to consult the star charts with that spell pierce, but shields are down now. No available mana. If Chris does have the combo, he can rip it. Now we know that he doesn't, but
Well, yeah. The part of the problem is he also needs a land. He needs full bar plus land to combo here, which is a bit awkward.
Chris going for another consult. Unkicked again. We'll see what he
Yes.
finds.
Well, I assume he's looking for full bore, although doesn't seem to do it. Because I don't think he has the land, unless I might have misseen it in his hand, but
Yeah, I'm not certain. I believe he should have 2 cards in his hand, but I'm not certain what the second one is. Or 3 cards. I believe he has double harmonizer, and then I still didn't catch what that third card was.
yeah.
Taking a look, I don't believe he found the full bore either.
And he's just going to consult for another consult again. Definitely one of the problems with Kingdom Hearts deck is that it sort of only does this like one thing. So can kind of end up spinning its wheels sometimes when you cannot put the thing together.
Absolutely. So develops the harmonizer, hoping to get it as a blocker. Kaito might shut that down. We'll see what happens on Philip's turn. Chris only at 7, so quite low this turn.
But if you're Chris, playing Harness and getting it stunned is really not the end of the world. You denied your opponent that Kaido draw, which is pretty nice. You got the Kaido's loyalty down, so that's easier to handle with like a Seer or a Burst Lightning. Obviously not ideal, but I might be okay as long as you can get something going before you die.
Absolutely. So Philip picks up an island for turn, plays that, does stun the harmonizer.
Although, wait a minute. Isn't Chris just dead to the Restless Reef?
I believe he is. I think Philip is considering the options of what Chris might have. Now, this is an open deck list format, so we know that it can't be a whole lot. I believe the only thing we're looking at is the one of Into the Floodmaw, but that can't target either Kaito or the Restless Reef. Or no, sorry, it can target the Restless Reef.
Yes, exactly. You can. So, if you're Philip here, the question on his mind, I think what he's working through right now is, should I play around the one Floodmaw? And I think the right answer to that is no. If I were Philip, I'm jamming here every time. Make them have it. If they don't, they die. Lights out.
Absolutely. So Philip agrees, fires up that Restless Reef, and attacks with everything. Chris looks at the life total and says, yep, you got me. Does not have the Floodmaw and picks up his cards. Philip going to take this game 1. All right. As the players shuffle up and take a look at the sideboards, we'll see what we have available to us. We'll start with looking at Philip's Demir Bounce deck. In the sideboard, we've got 2 Annul, 2 Day of Black Sun, 2 Requiting Hex, 2 Tashana's Tidebinder, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Elegy Acolyte, 1 Negate, 1 Shoot the Sheriff, 1 Spell Snare, 1 Unagi of Kyoshi Island, and 1 Wan Shitong. How do you feel about the sideboard here, Andrew?
Yeah, so I guess I think that there are a few kind of slam dunks and then a few more kind of dubious options. Like, definitely, I think you're definitely going to want the Spell Snare. Countering those consults for 1 mana is awesome. A pretty effective card also against some of the interactions, such as Seer. I think you're definitely going to want Shoot the Sheriff, stops the combo, pretty straightforward. Disdainful Stroke, same justification. But past the Shoot the Sheriff, the Spell Snare, and the Disdainful Stroke, I think that there's a lot of kind of medium options. Like, you could put in Tidebinder, does some stuff. You can like stop a Harmonize, make it lose its abilities, which is pretty decent, but it's a lot of mana to leave up, a bit clunky. Not sure if that one's actually worth it. You also could put something like Negate, which the deck is mostly non-creatures, counter your stock up, etc. Is something to consider, but then again, the team in our Harmonized deck often boards down on full boards in this matchup anyway. So are there really enough targets is kind of a valid question. As far as what to cut, though, the good news is there's plenty of like just total blanks in our deck. This Requiting Hex is getting out of here. These Strategic Betrayals are getting out of here. I also wouldn't mind trimming on Quantum Riddlers, but I wouldn't cut them probably. Just trim. Maybe this Nowhere to Run also is pretty bad. Does almost nothing. So that's how I imagine the Mirror deck flip sideboard. Honestly, not too radical a change.
I think Tidebinder is an interesting an interesting card to potentially bring in. It can nab Fabled Passage and Escape Tunnel activations, as well as the Teamer Harmonizer triggers, and so could be interesting. But yeah, I agree. It is a little bit on the outlier. It's not a slam dunk for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not okay. That card will always do something. Tidebinder is never going to be like blank. It's just that 3 mana is a lot to leave up in a matchup where your mana is very taxed. Is I guess the way I feel. I can see going either way on it.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And so we'll take a look at Chris's sideboard as well. In Chris's sideboard for Teamer Harmonizer, we have 3 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Heritage Reclamation, 2 Pyroclasm, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Essence Scatter, 1 Quantum Riddler, 1 Sandman, 1 Seer, 1 Songcrafter Mage, 1 Sirach Elusive Hunter. How are you looking here?
Okay, so I know that I've talked to CFT a lot about this deck, so I can tell you that the way CFT tends to sideboard against these Dimir decks is to heavily board down on the combo and board in kind of like a B plan. So like CFT tends to cut like at least 2 full boards and sometimes even like trim a Might Form Harmonizer in this kind of matchup. So if Chris has sort of studied the blade, Chris might be aware of this kind of plan. And in that sort of approach, you're going to see cards like Quantum Riddler, Sandman, Seer, Sirach, maybe even Songcrafter Mage getting in there. Just kind of anything that does anything sort of is going to be the approach. And the reason for this is just very hard to land the combo against the deck that is so good at playing against its speed, has so many ways to answer it, like Dimir. And so you kind of just end up playing as like Teamer control.
Makes sense.
Another card that I suspect will go in all this is the Wistfulness. This is a Plan B card, and I know I mentioned that we want Plan B cards, but without any great artifacts or enchantments to answer, I don't think hitting Storm Chaser's talent is really where it's at. I think this card is ultimately just too clunky. It's mostly in the deck to have one kind of out against the Lessons matchup, and so I imagine that card will go. That's how I would guess Chris would sideboard, but I want to be clear that I don't know if Chris has studied the blade. Perhaps he has a different approach to the matchup. I don't necessarily think kind of the CFTsian approach is the only one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that all makes a lot of sense. I think trimming on the combo, especially when the Dimir bounce deck is boarding into a little bit more interaction in the shoot the sheriffs and such, I think it makes a lot of sense to go to. So we'll see how the players feel and how they board. Heading back down, we're going to take a look at our backup feature match. We've got Nam versus Adam January. So just taking a look at what we're doing here. Nam with an active Ral. Adam
this is a strange game state we've come in on here. I mean, you're seeing a pile of animated lands, but not much else going on, facing down a Ral. I mean, things can't be too bad if you're untapping with Ral.
Absolutely. So we don't know life totals, but January currently hellbent. Just staring down at their animated lands. Nam in the tank. Thinking about what to do with this Ral, considering the cards in his hand. Looks like he went to roll it up, decided against it. We see an artist talent and an abandoned attachments in his hand. Does end up ticking it up and passing it back over to January here.
I mean, that hand is not very good. So I'm interested. I'm a little surprised to see Nam making the otter here. Perhaps he's intending to just hope that his abandon, finds him business. Perhaps he's playing to like block for his Ral and keep it alive that way and, buy another turn to get somewhere. I'm not sure.
Very curious indeed. January gonna rumble. Nam casting the abandoned attachments. Pitches that artist talent, looking for some action. We'll see what he finds.
So in order to keep his Ral alive, he does have to chump block with his otter unless he's found another instant.
Absolutely, and he does find is that a firebending lesson, I believe?
It is, and that's great, because that means not only does the Ral take less damage in combat, but also the otter goes to 3/3 and trades for the Bajamel Cup.
Absolutely amazing. So Ral down to 4 after that spell. Now I'm nodding, picks up and accumulate knowledge. A great draw here.
Yep, full ancestral. And what's even better is that if these cards aren't to Nam's liking, he can always minus the Ral to kind of find better ones. He kind of not only draw a lot of cards, but they kind of have to be good because the Ral card filtering will fix them otherwise.
Absolutely. And Nam finding a lot of great ones, resolving a Gran, and killing one of those lands with an Iroh's demonstration. Ticks up the Ral, happy with the cards that he has. January picks up a card for turn.
Yeah, this is an extreme stow of strength from Nam. His hand being good enough that he doesn't even need to minus the Ral, to me suggests that this game's basically over.
Absolutely, yeah. Untapping with a Ral, even has the flash freeze for the Saz Chocobo. Really turning the corner after those dicey attacks. January shows Nam that the last card in their hand is a forest.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Adam can use bossing, say, animate another land. I mean, that's cool and all, but he's totally out of cards, whereas Nam has resources to spare.
Absolutely, and an active planeswalker, a Gran that can loot away. Lots of action over on Nam's side. As we hop back to our main feature match, looks like Chris on the play after losing game 1. Just developing a couple of lands for the first 2 turns. Chris goes to his turn 3. Interesting to not have a threat to deploy out of Philip on the first couple of turns.
Yes. I mean, if you're a Harmonizer fan, if you were in Chris Yao's seat, I mean, that has to be what you'd like to see. I mean, a slow-paced early game giving you time to just, develop your mana and put together your pieces is exactly what you want.
Absolutely, and looks like Philip had a get out for this Earthbender Ascension. Chris just checking to make sure that was a legal target. It is indeed.
Yeah, and I mean, look, obviously you'd rather your Earthbender Ascension resolve than not, but if you're not under any pressure, if Philip isn't making any meaningful progress, getting this kind of non-crucial piece countered is not the end of the world.
Absolutely, Philip, after countering that, goes for a Quantum Riddler, this very powerful warp card.
I mean, it's a lot more powerful when your hand is empty than when you're literally just cycling it for 2 mana, though, to be fair.
Absolutely. Thinking once. And plays a land for turn. Plays a Storm Chaser's talent, makes the token, passes it back. Chris gets up to that 4th land. Plays an Ice Tail, has to take 1 off of that starting town. Plays an Escape Tunnel from his graveyard. Mills over a Steam Events and passes it back to Philip.
I mean, honestly, that's great for Chris. Building up mana, like setting up his combo is awesome. As well, like if the ice still is killed, you still got a full card out of it in the land, and you got an extra land drop, so you'll have more mana to work with later. This is exactly how the early game should look in games that Chris wins. Not to say that it's over. There's plenty more game to play, but yeah, I like the start for Chris.
Absolutely. Philip, finding one of those shoot the sheriffs this turn. Really great tempo play to clear that Ice Tail off. And we're going to boomerang basics the Storm Chaser's talent back to our hand.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's a good tempo play, but the problem is that it's just that. It's sort of a bad play on resources, good play on tempo, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Philip rumbles with the Otter. And opts not to play that Storm Chaser's talent. What does that signal to Chris?
Well, I mean, there aren't that many possible 1 mana interaction spells that Philip Lee could have. It of course could be a bounce spell. It could be the 1 Flood Maw once again rearing its head. It could be the Spell Pierce, the Spell Snare, both of which I expect to be in the deck post board. But there's really not much else. It kind of needs to be one of those 3 cards exactly. Chris Yao might be able to play around it, or might be able to play around some percentage of those things.
Absolutely, and I think Chris is even happy with seeing the Storm Chaser's talent not be developed since he's not under a lot of pressure, like you said. So
Yes.
does end up passing the turn back to Philip after drawing their card for turn.
Another thing I'll just say about the Temur Harmonizer deck in general is that it's pretty inevitable in most matchups. Like in most matchups, if the game drags on long enough, it will eventually find a way to combo even through like multiple layers of protection. Now, obviously doing that before you die is not trivial, but it's pretty good at eventually doing it. And Philip Lee's really giving him a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely. So Philip getting in there with one of the otters. I noticed that he does have a Kaido in hand, but doesn't opt to ninjutsu that. And we do see that he does have that Into the Floodmaw in his hand.
Well, and okay, if Chris is paying attention here, Chris knows it too. And here's why. That consult just resolved. The 3 1-mana cards that Philip Lee could have left up last turn, let's go back to it, right? Were Spell Snare, Spell Pierce, and Into the Floodmaw. If it were Spell Snare or Spell Pierce, this consult would have been counted. So as soon as this resolves, if I am Chris, I am putting my opponent on a Floodmaw with probability 100%. Like, I know it. There is no doubt.
Absolutely. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think Chris will probably be able to sniff that out too. So takes a couple of cards off the consult and draws another consult for the turn. Pops that flooded strand. Holy. Fabled Passage directly to the graveyard and goes to grab a mountain.
Flooded Strand, slightly different format here, but there's plenty of fetching to be had even in Standard these days.
Absolutely. And goes for a Pyroclasm to sweep up those 2 tokens.
And I like this from Chris, because we know that there's no spells there. We just resolved the consult. So the coast is clear. Just clean up these auto tokens.
Absolutely. Passes it back. Again, not feeling any pressure from Philip right now. So happy to just play the long game as it sits.
And even more than the fact that Chris is under pressure, he also knows that a lot of cards kind of aren't in his opponent's hand, which really lets him play the game with kind of impunity. I mean, again, I think that consult resolving was like a huge turn in the game.
Absolutely. And he looks like he's looking to set up another one. He has a Seer in his hand, a consult. And so probably looking to act on Philip's turn at some point. Philip develops a warps a Quantum Riddler after playing an Agnikella. And Chris, on the end step, casts that consult kicked.
And I mentioned when we were first discussing the differences between the Dimir bounce deck and the typical Dimir deck that Quantum Riddler is not really what you want in this kind of matchup. And you can see why here. I mean, Philip Lee just, he needs to hold these interaction spells. He's not able to empty his hand because of the threat of the combo, and therefore the clunkiness of the Riddler. I mean, the Riddler's powerful, but it's clunky. And that just isn't what you want in this kind of matchup. You want to be nimble, you want to be lean, and Riddler is not that.
Absolutely. So Chris Yao picks up a couple of cards. Off of that, consult the star charts. Looking across to a board with only a Storm Chaser talent, has got to be feeling pretty content. Picks up a card for turn. Considering his options. Hey, I just got 2 cards, why not 2 more? Cast a stock up.
Yeah, and this kind of chains of divinations into divinations into divinations and divinations is why the CFD deck is so inevitable. I mean, how many cards up on Philip Lee is Chris at this point? 3, 4, 5? I don't know. He is drowning in divinations.
Absolutely. Teamer divinations, as called by Chad. So taking a look at the hand, taking a look at the pile, figuring out what he wants. But really the spoils of choice for Chris at this point.
Yes. I mean, part of the kind of squeeze that Philip Lee is in is like, okay, like, what do you want him to do? Like, tap out for Kaido, leave up just 1 bounce spell, and maybe die to, like, combo plus counterspell? I mean, it's a scary spot. Like, I would say he has no good options.
Absolutely. And Chris just happy and content to keep going. Notably, doesn't play a land for this turn, but just ships it back over to Philip.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he has 6 spells in hand, which is a bit double-edged.
I believe this is just a strategic betrayal to exile the graveyard. Yep.
Okay, I'm a bit surprised to see that in for Philip Lee. I mean, I understand that your opponent's deck plays Ice Till Explorer, but it's kind of the only graveyard active card. I'm not quite sure what he's in mind there. Maybe trying to get some of the sideboard threats like Surrak or Sandman with it.
Yeah, makes sense. It could be a sideboard informed decision. And I believe this one is going to be the Surrak from Chris.
Yeah, kind of just in time for after the Chill has been used.
Passes back to Philip. Philip plays a land for turn.
See, the thing about Surrak is that it's spiritually a divination, so it fits very nicely into Teamer divinations.
Absolutely. Really on brand for Chris. And Philip goes with that Kaito, Bane of Nightmares.
But if you're Philip here, like, what do you do with the Kaido? I mean, if you stun, you give Chris's card, and your Kaido is vulnerable to even like a burst lightning. But if you plus, then the Surok is just going to attack the Kaido. It's kind of a tough spot.
Absolutely. A very difficult spot for Philip. Just trying to muster it. Anything and everything that he can. There is a consideration to zero and see what he can find, but obviously it wouldn't draw a card this turn, which is less than ideal. Ends up rolling it up to get a Kaito emblem. Looks like production doesn't have any, but that's okay. We know what that is. Philip passes it back over. Chris Yao untaps. Does find an escape tunnel for turn. And we're going to attack with the Surok. We'll see what Philip wants to do. Does end up committing that into the Floodmaw for the Surok.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't mind this. I mean, it's not a great exchange for Philip, but you kind of need to get something going. Although, God, this Spell Pierce is brutal here.
Absolutely, yeah. Drawing a card off of the Surok and being able to Spell Pierce and being able to deal with the Kaito with that Seer. Everything's coming up Chris with the amount of cards that he has in hand.
Right.
Develop
I mean,
a turn.
See, like, on the one hand, right, you could say, like, wow, kind of unlucky for Philip that Chris had the Spell Pierce to counter it, plus the Seer to finish it off. But, like, I think the reverse perspective on that is, well, okay, like, if you cast 2 Consults and a Stock Up, you kind of have whatever you want, So it's not so surprising anymore.
Absolutely. And so Philip tries to resolve a Wan Shi Tong, is met with an Essence Scatter from Chris.
Yeah. All the answers for Chris Yao here.
Absolutely. The advantage of having the choice of the top 15 cards of your deck, choose 6.
Yes. Also, you can see, as I discussed in the sideboarding section, that in the post-board games, Chris Yao really is not focused on his combo. The combo's there, but the threat is stronger than the execution. Mostly, he's just winning the game as a control deck.
Absolutely. And going back to a couple of turns where Philip didn't resolve a Storm Chaser's talent to hold up into the Floodmaw, thinking about future turns here with the Disdainful Stroke in hand. Really, like you said, that threat is a lot more than the actual combo. And so Chris is going to go for it. Go for a Harmonizer here. It is met with a Disdainful Stroke.
It should trigger the Surok, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a creature spell. So going to draw a card. And at this point, just burying Philip in card advantage. Nice of Chris Yao to build the stack for us. Looking at the top 7 with this consult.
And I want to say to Philip Lee's credit here, I mean, I think part of why this game has been so difficult to play for him is that not everyone has played a lot against the Team of Harmoners deck. Like before coming to this tournament, Philip Lee probably played a larger matches against Cub, a larger match against Landfall, a larger match against Lesson. But did he play any games against this Teamer deck? Maybe he played a few, but my guess would be that this is one of the, earlier games he played, so he might not necessarily know that the dynamic is so different post-board, and that's one of the advantages you get by playing one of these stranger, lesser-played archetypes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the knowledge is very important in a lot of formats, and so missing some of that would be quite difficult.
Yeah, would you say that knowledge is power?
I would say that. And with power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, there you go.
We did it. Chris Yao rumbles for 4, shifts the turn back over to Philip.
Cards in hand 5 is nice.
Philip, staring down at a Kaito in a starting town, looks across the table and sees 5 cards in hand. Can't feel amazing.
I mean, he might get to the point here where he gets to start replaying these Riddlers from Exile and drawing 2. I mean, that's some sort of plan. I would say it's not without its foibles, but that's probably how Philip Lee gets back into this.
Absolutely. So chooses to go for the Kaito. We'll see what he decides to do with this. Looks like he's considering rolling it up.
I mean, because the Surak, right? The only two options are stun or plus, and if you stun, you give a card. So it seems totally plausible to plus here. I'm not sure if it's exactly right.
Absolutely. So ends up going for the stun. Chris Yao draws a card for that. And Philip shields down, plays the land for turn, passes it over. Chris draws for turn. Has tons of options. We'll see what he goes with. Now, notably, it doesn't look like he has a lot of proactive action. I don't see any harmonizers. I see some lands. I see some card advantage spells. Oh, that is a harmonizer at the front, actually. But goes for the Bossing Say, fires up one of his lands, and deals with the Kaito cleanly.
And this Bossing Say is another form of ability for the teamer deck here. Once you've drawn all these cards, made all these lands, maybe you can't put together the combo, but what if you just made a 2/2 every turn of the game? Like,
yeah, absolutely. A very strong option for Chris. And so passes it back to Philip, and we are going to start developing these Riddlers. We've only got one card in hand for Philip, so looks pretty good to draw two here. Chris Yao responds with a consult the star charts.
yeah, and I like the response here. Like, you know that you don't have a response to the Riddler at the moment, and if it resolves, Philip will see two new cards. So therefore, you're just like, okay, well, I'll just make sure that I resolve my card selection spell, and that will kind of equip me to fight whatever it is Philip ends up drawing.
Absolutely. So Philip picks up two cards. I believe I saw a strategic betrayal in that pile. Reads Sirach and casts the strategic betrayal. Wants to make sure that he's not giving him an extra card. So just says, sure, I'll pop the island and get it back. Philip passes it back with a lone Quantum Riddler. Chris removes that last stun counter. We'll see where he goes.
I will say to Philip Lee's credit that Chris Yao is probably not that great at getting Quantum Riddler off the board once it has resolved. He's I think mostly relying on Essence Scatter to answer this particular card. So the 4/6 flying definitely is not ideal for him. Now, obviously, Might Form Harmonizer itself can kind of go through sort of arbitrarily large toughnesses. But barring the namesake card, I do expect the Riddler to be pretty effective.
Absolutely. So we'll see what he goes with. We are going to find a Wistfulness.
Wow. I'm surprised to see that left in, but it's certainly going to be effective here.
Absolutely. Dealing with that Storm Chaser's talent and drawing a couple cards for Chris. We do see he picked up a Seer. Could seek to couple a couple of those together in order to get rid of that Riddler.
Yeah, I think Seer plus Burst Lighting on the Riddler is like totally plausible at this point.
And so we'll see what Chris decides to do. And that is what's going to happen. A Seer and a Burst Lightning to get rid of that Riddler. That's one of them off the table. Philip only has access to one more in the exile zone right now.
I mean, it makes sense because if the Riddler sticks around, Philip Lee gets to draw two in his draw step, and then potentially deploy those cards and then draw three off the second Riddler, which is really a lot of cards to find. So I think you definitely just want to kill it while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And this slightly less proactive game plan from Chris has given Philip a lot of time in order to try and draw out of these.
Yeah, I'm just not sure it's the sort of thing one can draw out of, is I guess the way that I feel.
Absolutely. No, this is completely fair. Philip goes for the Quantum Riddler, and with the trigger on the stack so that Philip doesn't draw two cards, Chris is going to bounce that back to his hand.
Heads up play from Chris, knows he's going to bounce it anyway. And I mean, what this looks to me is like Chris is clearing all the toughness out so that this Surak plus a freshly cast Harmonizer can swing for the win.
Absolutely. And Philip opting not to warp the Quantum Riddler, I believe he picked up a Get Out. And so we'll see if he gets rewarded for that. Chris casts a Harmonizer. Oh, goes for the get out, but Chris has the spell snare in order to get it out of him. And with this Sirach untapped, knowing the last card in hand for Philip is a Quantum Ruler, I believe Chris should be able to just go for this.
Well, what Chris is currently checking there is, does he have a basic land left in his library? That's what the counting in his exile zone was. And basically, if he has that, then his opponent's just dead. So he was like, let me double check that I do, but he finds it and wins. Now,
Absolutely. Doubles Sirach's power twice, hits him for 16.
yeah, now I do think this sideboard from Chris Yao very effective. Definitely what CFT would do. Makes a lot of sense to me. However, one criticism of this sideboard plan that you might level is that it takes a long time to win. And notably, players do have to be cognizant of the fact there are only 11 minutes left on the clock.
Absolutely, yeah. So going into a game 3, hopefully the players can play pretty quickly. It's always not great when it ends in a draw. Doesn't really benefit either player.
Well, right. But what I think is interesting is possibly like Chris Yao might sideboard slightly differently given the clock situation. You know, like maybe he boarded down to 1 or 0 full boards in that game, but maybe he's going to board one like back in to have a little bit more, ways to win quickly if he needs it. I'm not saying for sure that he will or won't do this, but I think it's got to be on his mind.
Absolutely, and I think it is always something to consider, especially showing your opponent that, hey, like I've boarded out a lot of these combo pieces. Maybe that also changes how his opponent sideboards, and we'll see. So if you were to change up anything, what would you be looking at out of Chris Yao's Temur Landfall deck?
Well, I mean, again, I mostly think it centers around the combo. Like, I think that game he very heavily boarded out of the combo. We never saw him draw a full board the entire game. I think he might have boarded out all 4 or at least 3 of them. And I think the main concession to Kaimi would make is boarding a few of them back in, just for trimming, whatever marginal interaction he thinks is least important. But I'm not sure that that's right. I mean, you could just say, look, I'm going to play quickly, it'll be fine.
This is completely fair. And I think it's similar out of Philip as well. I think that the post-game board plan is completely reasonable. I think he's boarded into a place where he's happy. I don't think that it really affects anything, but do you think that anything else comes in or goes out after game 2?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, maybe once he's seen this game plan from Chris Yao, he'll try to sideboard in the way that like lets him be a little bit more proactive because he knows playing these reactive long games are ineffective. I'm just not sure how many tools he to do that, or how many tools of that form that he sided out to start with, if that makes sense. But certainly, if he did trim out these proactive elements, he would be bringing them back in now.
Absolutely makes sense. So we're back into it. We see a Cecil trying to come down from Philip's side. Chris Yao meets it with a Essence Scatter. Goes in and plays a land. Looking at the hands here, we've got a couple of lands for Philip. We've got a Wan Shi Tong. And Chris Yao does go for a stock up. So we're going to take a look at the top 5, choose 2. And Philip, looking at a Wan Shi Tong here, could play that as a 1/1. This Temur Harmonizer deck does have lots of ways to search his library with Fable to Passage and Secret Tunnel. Sorry, Escape Tunnel.
Yes. I mean, I think the Wan Shi Tong is very effective in this matchup if Philip Lee can stick it. Between Essence Scatter, Seer, Burst Lightning in response to the trigger, etc., I think it's not that easy for him to land the Owl.
Absolutely. So Philip does end step, casts a 1/1, picks up a negate for turn, plays a land. A fairly reactive hand out of Philip. I saw a Tidebinder, a negate, a Strategic Betrayal, and a Boomerang Basics.
Although it is a bit nice to have that negate, because now, like, let's say Chris goes to kill the Wan Shi Tong in order to, like, start fetching or something like that. You can protect it with negate at least. It's something. Maybe you don't want to fight over it, but it's a nice option to have.
Absolutely. So does go for that fire magic, does Chris, and Philip meets it with a negate. Chris has no problem. Ends up having the second Seer to clear that Wan Shi Tong off the table.
Yes, but I think getting the Seers out of Chris here is actually a pretty big concession. I mean, Seer is your best way to answer Kaito, which is obviously one of Philip Lee's most threatening cards. So I think you should feel pretty good about the exchange if you're Chris. Or sorry, if you're Philip. Also, yeah, I love this from Philip. He's learned from his mistakes. He's learned that endlessly waiting will not win him this matchup. That in order to succeed against the Temur deck, you have to pressure them. And he says, look, if you have the combo here, I am just dead. But I am tapping out for Kaido, and I'm taking up to 5, so Seer does not work.
Absolutely. I think just taking a little bit more of a proactive approach is a great show that Philip is adapting his game plan, and a good reason why he would be 6-1 here at Vancouver Regionals.
Absolutely, yes. And I mean, I think this is actually a really important concept to understand anytime you play against a twin style deck, which is that, like, look, if you play against a twin deck and you never put yourself dead to twin combo a single time, you are probably playing badly. Like, some of the time, you should just put yourself dead to it, and if they don't have it, put yourself in a great position.
Absolutely. So rolls it up to play around that other Seer that we know that Chris has in the deck. That Kaito going to be a 4/5 on the offense next turn. Pass it back to Chris. Chris with a Steam Vents, shocking.
And when he plays that land, Philip, he's got to breathe a sigh of relief because you know once the land drop's been played, you are not dying to the combo.
Absolutely. And Chris just decides, well, Philip is tapped out, doesn't want to get spell snared, just resolves that consult the star charts.
Yeah, but this is not a good position for Chris. This is not like the last game where he was comfortably casting divinations under no pressure. I mean, he is facing down a loaded Kaido, and that Kaido means that Philip Lee is going to have a steady supply of cards with which to interact, and also a steady supply of damage with which to pressure Chris. So at this point, I would say Chris has to figure something out, and quickly. The advantage bar firmly on Philip Lee's side.
Absolutely. And we know that Philip Lee has a lot of great reactive cards, so that even if Chris Yao starts to disrupt this Kaito, Philip is going to have a handful of responses. So Chris grabs a couple cards and passes it back to Philip. We'll see what Philip goes for. We see a Strategic Betrayal. We see a Tashana's Tidebinder. Gets in there for 4. And zeros the Kaito, just starting to gain this card advantage. We saw what it did for Chris last game, so hoping that it can do the same for him this game. Plays that swamp, takes a look down at his hand, considering his options, and just passes the turn back over. How do you feel if you're in Chris's shoes here? You're staring down at Kaito, you've got 5 untapped lands on the other side. What are you thinking about?
I mean, I think that the question for Chris here is, okay, there's basically 2 ways you could try to win this game in this spot. One is you can try to, like, combo and, like, ignore the Kaido, like, ignore the concept of cards, but, like, pick one key turn where, like, you just go for it and win from 20. And if you win the fight over the combo on that turn, then all is forgiven. That's kind of, I think, the simplest approach. The harder to execute approach, but not impossible, is to try to just, like, work through the Kaido. Just to try to say, look, like, I know it's a 5 loyalty, but I'm going to play this Sirach that's going to pressure the Kaido. If it stuns the Sirach, that costs loyalty, and if I attack it, that will cost. And so, kind of regardless, I'll be able to kind of over time get this Kaido down, and then maybe climb back into the game. And it sort of looks like Chris is going for the second approach, which is, I guess the way I describe it is, that's a harder road to hoe. But it also might be more realistic, especially if he's boarded out a lot of the combo.
Absolutely, I agree. So Philip is getting in there, and this Sirach is going to meet a Strategic Betrayal, a very clean answer to this card.
Ooh. And Chris does not have a snare to fight over it. I mean, I imagine if he did, he fights over it every time in this spot, because got to do something.
Absolutely. So Philip passes the turn back. Chris picks up a card. We'll see where he goes from here. At 9 life, that is only a 2-turn clock to the Kaito if it rolls up a single time.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that we know that Philip Lee has the Tidebinder in hand. Oh,
going for a into the Flood Maw onto this Kaito. And Philip Lee lets it happen. Comes with it a fish.
Okay, but notably the Kaido can just re-enter on the fish.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting. I guess it does tax the mana a little bit more. Maybe Chris is worried about a lot of interactive spells. Maybe
No,
setting up for one of those combo turns.
I think it's a good play from Chris. I'm not trying to say, like, he shouldn't bounce it. I mean, I think the bouncing, it seems like a good way to try to buy a little time to put something together. Like, maybe if Phil taps out to put the Kaido back into play, then his mana is low, and then you can combo him next turn. I mean, it like makes enough sense. It's just that, like, I guess the way I describe it is I think this play is correct, but also very desperate.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So Chris just looking to maximize his card advantage here, resolves the stock up. And we'll see where he goes from here. Plays a starting town tapped and passes it back to Philip. Philip, thinking about his options, I think he might be thinking about flashing in this Tidebinder as a 3-2. How do you feel about that?
I honestly don't hate it. I mean, like, your opponent's at 9. You can just end the game. Like, you don't need to get max value out of all your cards.
Absolutely. So Philip opts not to, untaps and draws, picks up a Wan Shi Tong for the turn. Ooh, the fish is going to meet us here, presumably in the declare attacker step.
Yeah,
But
I think we can assume
Seer-
Pixie out at the right time.
but Seer meets a spell snare, and Philip is going to capitalize and get that Kaito on the board, hitting for 4. Putting Chris down to 5, and we'll see where this Kaito goes from here. Philip, considering his options, might be looking for a land here off this Kaito Surveil to have the mana for a Tidebinder. We'll see what he finds. He looks at a
He
watery.
already does have a get out, though, so he'll have one interaction spell up regardless.
Absolutely. So keeps the watery grave, plays it shocked, and it looks like time was just called in the round, so we'll have 5 more turns for these two. I don't think there will be any issues finishing this out with Chris being at 5, but we'll see how it goes from there.
This is Chris Yao's moment, though. I mean, he's gotten Philip Lee to tap low. That was the point of the bounce spell play. So to win this game, I think what Chris Yao needs to do is combo this turn through interaction. Like right now, there's no more time to mess around. There's no more time to cast divinations. You have to end the game.
Absolutely. We'll see if Chris Yao is able to do that this turn. I believe I saw a Harmonizer in the hand, but I'm not certain that he had a full bore. We'll see what happens here.
Okay.
Separating some lands. Now players slowing down just a little bit. Thinking through the options, these are the last critical turns of this match. Chris giving a little shake of the head. Interesting. Oh, we were activating the Bossing Say onto the Fabled Passage. And Philip, in response, is Tidebindering the activation of the Bossing Say.
Okay. I mean, that's interesting. Is the Bossing activation a bait or something? Or does this just stop Chris cold?
It could be a bait. I'm interested to see.
Well, right, because you could imagine like activate the Bossing Say, draw the Tidebinder, warp the Harmonizer, play a land in response full bore, in response Chris Flash. Like I can see the vision. No, but we don't have that.
Well, interestingly, he didn't have a green source untapped when the Bossing Say was countered, so we would have to crack the Fabled Passage in order to warp the Harmonizer.
Oh, good call.
And so maybe that does stop him cold. We're going for a consult the star charts, and I can't imagine a sequence. Maybe just preventing his own death is what he's looking for right now.
Yes, I think this is not a consulting the star charts pursuit of strength. It's consulting the star charts and hoping for a miracle.
Absolutely. Looking at a handful of cards, I see a Pyroclasm there, but that doesn't deal with the Kaito. I think realistically, all he's looking for is another Seer to deal with the Kaito cleanly. Otherwise, he will just die to it. Could be a flood into the Flood Maw. Chris, considering his options again, cracks that Fatal Passage. Going to go find a land.
Sure, but even if he has the best possible response, which I think is like Sear the Kaido, pass. You still just get attacked to 2, and then Philippi has like all the interaction in the world up.
Absolutely. So it goes for a wistfulness.
Uh,
I guess he hasn't played a land yet for turn.
yeah.
He
all
does
right.
find the spear, but unfortunately 2 mana is not one, and Philippi is going to pick up this match. Getting up to 7-1, putting himself in a really good position going into day 2, hoping to make a run into that top 8. Really, really well played out of Philip.
Yes.
In a very close match.
I think that whole match came down to that one turn, but Philip Lee just, took his licks, said, look, I'm just slamming this Kaido. I'm not afraid. You better have it. The Harmonize player didn't have it, and he rode the Kaido to victory. I mean, I think brilliantly played match. Excellent Magic.
Absolutely. I think that was a very good match to watch. Very good to end off on. So we'll take a quick break as our last couple of matches get reported, and then we'll come to you for one last round on day 1 of Vancouver Regionals. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
It's now or it's never. No plan with forever. It's now or it's never. It's down to the wire. Who gon' take the empire? It's down to the wire. This is it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is it. This is it.
What's your command? Show me your ambition as you demand. I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now all the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Is this my fate? To be trapped in your wake, or can I create by myself something great? I'm just a note in your composition. That's what you wrote down in my audition. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show, commanding my heart to tear me apart. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. Maestro, maestro, conducting the show. Now all the tempo and start to crescendo. Maestro, maestro, always in control. You chose the melody and play me like a symphony. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's about time to let your expression. 5 and 6 and 7, 8, I'm coming for some recognition. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, I'm 2 and 3 and 4 no longer will I ask permission. 5 and 6 and 7, yeah, you played me like a symphony.
cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
Hello, welcome back to our ninth and final round here at Vancouver Regional Championships. We've got a really exciting one coming up for this round. We've got our lone undefeated player sitting at 8-0, Clement Harvey. We've featured them on stream a couple of times so far, playing that mono green landfall deck. Playing against Mason Wong with a deck that you're quite familiar with, Andrew. Is it Spelementals?
Indeed, yeah. This is the deck that my team played at the most recent Pro Tour that we sort of popularized. And yeah, I'm excited to see it in action.
Absolutely. So at least one copy is making it into day 2 here. Hopefully we can see 1 or 2 in the top 8. And then mono green landfall having a really good performance was our last 3 undefeated players. And so coming into this round, our last undefeated player. We'll start by taking a look at Clement's deck list. We've seen it a couple of times before, but pretty standard stuff, playing some green shells, some sapping nurseries. We've seen how wide this deck can go, how big this deck can get. How do you feel about this matchup here, Andrew?
Yeah, so this is generally considered to be a favorable matchup for the Spellmentals deck. Not necessarily like crushingly favored, like the way the deck is against Simic Rhythm. It's a lot more close. It's a lot closer and competitive, especially in game 1. But fundamentally, the landfall deck is still not really very well set up to deal with a Sunderflock card. And if the Sunderflock card hits the table in a timely manner, the Spellmentals deck is almost always going to win. The reason why the landfall deck has more game in the matchup is twofold. One, because of Sapling Nursery, it's sometimes possible with the landfall deck to like create a big board, but then leave some fetch lands uncracked, so that if the Sunderflock comes down, you can instantly make some 3/4s, block, untap, and then kind of rebuild from there. That's one factor. The other factor is that it's kind of hard for the Spellmentals draws that don't contain the card Sunderflock to win in this matchup. The landfall deck just goes so wide and over the top that it will defeat anything less than the Sunderblock.
Absolutely, that makes sense. So what are some key cards out of this mono green deck from Clement in order to make sure to stem that Sunderflock tide?
I mean, the best card is going to be the Sapling Nursery. If the Sapling Nursery resolves, it is the best way to rebuild from a flock. Leaving these uncracked fetch lands is incredibly effective. And that is going to be kind of the most important card. The other one I'll call out here is I basically think Earthbender Ascension is the best card in the landfall deck in almost every matchup, and this one is no exception.
Absolutely. I think that makes a lot of sense. So we've seen this mono green landfall deck a couple of times on stream. We'll switch over. Let's take a look at this. Is it Spelementals deck from Mason Wong? So you mentioned Thunderflock. Is there any other cards in this matchup that are really home runs, really shuts the game down against this mono green deck?
I mean, not I mean, I kind of to some extent think it is all about the flock. What I will say is that when you can manage to trade 1-for-1 with their much more expensive cards, that tempo swing tends to be very effective because every additional turn you buy is another hit with your crab, another hit with your earth elemental, another hit for these like large chunks of damage. And cards like Spell Pierce for the Sapling Nursery or Broadside Barrage for the Might Forms and the Ice Tills are really good examples of that. So I will call out those as being pretty important. Also, Winter Night Stories is kind of just like the card this deck is built around, other than the Thunderflock itself, and is one of your best cards in every matchup. And much like this mentioned, this is no exception. You will usually have time against Green Landfill deck to flashback some Winter Night Stories, which will find you some other important cards, hopefully Thunderflock.
Absolutely. I think that makes a lot of sense. And so we're right into it. Already on Clement's turn 3. Looks like they were on the play there. So
Yeah, and I see a spell snare in the graveyard, so maybe something got countered on turn 2 and then the Earthbender Ascension is resolving on turn 3.
Absolutely. So we're right into the thick of it with those Aether Drift bright yellow lands. Mason Wong at the end of Clement's turn 3 goes for an abandoned attachments.
Yeah, and there's actually a bit of a sign of weakness here from Mason. And the sign of weakness I'm describing is that he's discarding a land. This is a deck where you often want to discard spells to your abandoned attachments because that will fill the graveyard more quickly for your Heart Elementals and your Crabs. So the fact that he ends up discarding a land means his hand is probably a little bit flooded, which is not ideal.
Absolutely. So we'll see what Mason can muster up, and goes with a Winter Night Story. So lots of card advantage in selection, but nothing for a course of threat. Is this typically how this deck plays out in the first couple of turns?
It can. I mean, Winter Night Stories turn 3 can be pretty strong sometimes because you can use that to enable a turn 4 play a spell elemental plus Thunderflock, which tends to be pretty backbreaking. In order to do that, you have to discard 2 spells to it to get to the 5 spells in the yard required to do that. With either spell elemental, doesn't matter which one. You need 5 spells in the yard to be able to play it and Thunderflock both on turn 4. And you see Mason knows this. He's heads up. He discards those 2 spells and he arranges this play. So assuming he has it, everything is kind of fine for Mason, but he's probably going to need to have it.
Absolutely. And Clement resolving that Sapling Nursery, as you said, one of the most important cards in this matchup. Passes it back to Mason. Mason plays a land. And I believe he passed the turn without actually casting anything or wanting to play anything. So Clement cracks the escape tunnel there.
So I think his idea here is like, look, playing my Thunderflock into only one of these 3/4 Tree Folk is kind of not getting full value out of my card. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass. I'm going to play the Eddingmark Crab on my opponent's turn, tap down these 3/4 so I don't take too much damage. And then later, once there are kind of more 3/4s built up, I'll Thunderflock all of them at once. I believe is Mason's line.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Looking across the table to Clement's hand, it does look like we have the feckin' green shell. And he is going to cast that. We'll see what answer Mason has. Mason gives the thumbs up. Now, this card especially potent with Sapling Nursery on the field.
Well, yes. I mean, so it is true. If you have Fecund Green Shell plus Sapling Nursery, you can make a lot of 3/4s and lands and like stuff. But it's also true that all of the stuff all of the like creatures that it makes will be reset by a single Thunderflock. So it's not necessarily the case that this is like lights out, even though it's still obviously quite a strong play.
Absolutely. And so we'll see what Clement goes for from here. Clement goes to combat. Mason says, hold on. I got a crab.
2 crabs.
And not even just 1, 2 crabs. So Mason tapping down everything and looking to cast this Thunderflock this turn.
Yep, and there you see Mason pumping out the Swarm W here, bouncing all of those cards and swing for a full 10.
Absolutely. Notably, the Feckin' Green Shell is an elemental, so it doesn't get bounced by that Thunderflock.
Yes,
and
now
Mason gets in for 10.
That does mean Clement can rebuild pretty quickly here between the sapling nursery and the green shell. It's possible that Mason's going to need another flock to win, but he might have it. I didn't get a great look at his hand. He's certainly seen a lot of cards this game.
Absolutely. He has seen many, and I do believe I see an extra one in there amongst a burst lightning, an opt, and another card. And so we'll see what happens. We are starting with a harmonizer as well, so we've played a land and we're just thinking about how to stack some triggers. And so lots of triggers going to be happening. We're going to make a 3/4. It's going to trigger the green shell. We have a harmonizer. We have the Earthbender Ascension. Lots of stuff happening when we play a land.
Well, yes. I mean, what the end result of all this is probably that, like, Mason is going to need to do something about this green shell. Like, he's going to need to, like, tap it or bounce it or, like, I suspect in the end the green shell will be a lethal attacker, but it is also Clement's only attacker. So, a single crab, a single bounce spell, anything like that is enough to keep Mason alive.
Absolutely. No full bore here to give this harmonizer into the red zone. So we'll see Harvey resolves a chocobo, triggers the green shell, gets a land, accruing that value. Believe we're just placing dice to try and remember our triggers here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mess of triggers, honestly. I really appreciate Clement Harvey doing what he can to keep the game state clean. It's so important in these high-stakes matches.
Absolutely. So finding another land off the creature made from Sapling Nursery. So I believe we have 2 of the Harmonizer triggers, 2 Earthbender Ascension triggers.
Yeah, like, look, there's going to be a lot of stuff that happens here, okay? But it's really all just going to come down to, does Mason have a third crab or a bounce spell? Like, that's really all that matters.
Absolutely.
Like, this in some ways is all a distraction.
Yeah, and the way Mason is playing, he looks quite content. So I imagine he does have some form of answer for this green shell.
Yes, the way I would say it, he doesn't look like a man who's dead on board with no outs,
Absolutely. So goes ahead and casts a crab. We'll see if Clement has anything to answer. Says it resolves crab, taps down the green shell and the chocobo. And I do believe that Mason has that spell, or the Sunderflock in hand.
I think Sunderflock is lethal here, even through the 2 fetch lands that are up. I think that does not, although, I guess a little complicated. I guess this is not guaranteed lethal. Because, okay, you can make 2 3/4s, and then if the 3/4s hit lands off the turtle triggers, you can make more things. So it's possible for Clement to survive here by the power of turtle plus sapling nursery.
Absolutely. So the player's noting that that the Harmonizer was supposed to be exiled because it was warped last turn.
Yes.
And so just popping that into exile, fixing it quick themselves. And so we'll see what happens with these 3/4s, with these lands. Mason may be looking for a bounce spell or something of the like in order to force through a couple of extra points. We'll see what he finds. Gets into the red zone. And now Clement's going to tap the top of the deck and hope to hit at least one extra land.
Right. I mean, it's not actually that unlikely that he hits a land here. Like Mason, I guess it seems really needed to find a way to get the shit off the table, which he did not locate. Okay, not a land.
Trigger number 1, no land. We'll see about trigger number 2. Grab 1, and again, tap the top.
Oh man, this is some high stakes magic, because it's very possible this entire game hinges on whether this is a land or not.
Cut to a good one, Mason. Mason says, good luck. Clement says, trigger. finds a
Oh.
land. So not dead this turn, but also not in an amazing spot. Still facing down
Oh.
lots of attackers because I don't believe any of these, unless he's putting the ascension triggers onto the saplings.
Wait, I think I maybe somewhat disagree with the claim he's not in an amazing spot. Because
Actually,
I think Mason's just going to be dead next turn to the Mightform Harmonizer, right?
oh, actually true. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Production waving the cursor in my face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not like sure of that. Also, how many lands are on the table? Are we at Green Shell Anthem levels yet, or?
I believe we have 3, 6. Yeah, we are at exactly 10. So we are at Green Shell Anthem. And so I believe. I don't think that these other tree folk should have been put into the graveyard. Hopefully, we can get that fixed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think none of them should have died. Do the anthem. Yeah, they're realizing it. Okay, the players have realized what we've realized. Yes,
Absolutely. So, yeah. So putting those back, realizing. I believe they're just speaking to the judge off screen, so we'll get this all sorted.
Yeah. Now, I look. I want to be clear that I don't think Mason made a mistake here. I kind of think his only move is to play the Thunderflock and then hope that Clement does not hit a land in his 2 looks. But given that he did hit the lanes that he hit, like I think that it's going to go really, really badly.
Absolutely, and hitting enough to get the green shell up to the anthem is extra bad for Mason.
Yeah, I mean, and part of the problem here is like, the best Mason can do would be to yeah. Well, what Clement is now explaining is that none of this matters. You're tapped out. You're dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, goes for the harmonizer. Goes for the second harmonizer. Now he can crack his lands, play a land from hand, double all the mites. Everything's a 10 power, at least. And swing in. So Clement gonna pick up this game 1. Really, really tap the top of the deck. Found those lands that he needed. Some really, really lucky flips there. But played to his notes and won out.
Yeah, very much agreed. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Mason had a pretty decent draw. Honestly, I think that was just a pretty impressive showing from the landfall deck. It's not like the Spellman's deck struggled. I mean, it kind of did the thing it's supposed to do.
Absolutely, it did do the thing. Just wasn't quite enough. But we'll see what it looks like post board. So the Spelementals deck. Let's go through the sideboard. For Mason here, we've got 2 Annuls, 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Abrade, 1 Broadside Barrage, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Fire Magic, 1 Get Out, 1 Negate, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Spider Sense, and 1 Sunspine Links. What are we looking at here, Andrew?
Yeah, so the best cards by far in the landfall matchup are going to be the counter magic. The landfall deck very often needs to resolve 1 key expensive card, and if that card gets countered, oftentimes their draw can really fall apart. That tempo that you gain from trading 1 or 2 mana for their 4 or 5 mana can be pretty backbreaking. And that's even assuming they have a follow threat, which they don't always. So the best cards for the Films deck are going to be these 2 Annuls. Are going to be awesome. Counter the Nurseries, counter the Ascensions, etc. This Disdainful Stroke and this Get Out and this Negate. Those kind of 5 cheap counterspells are going to be the name of the game. All of those are going to be coming in. We also might see this Broadside Barrage come in as well, just as another way to answer those 4-drop creatures. And as far as cuts, basically what you're going to mainly see is the Spellman's deck cutting cards that are kind of blank. Kind of some of this cheaper removal that doesn't have a lot of good targets. The spell snares that aren't very target rich as well. Spider Sense definitely not its best here. Basically, you cut blanks for bangers. And this matchup in PD testing, what we thought is that game one was pretty close, maybe even landfall favored, but that post board the Spellman's deck improves a lot, and that's still what I think.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like being able to cut some of the more slow, more dead cards for, as you said, bangers. Obviously, it would make the matchup a lot better. So
Well, and
trust.
fundamentally, right, the landfall deck is just not very good against counter magic. Like when the lessons deck gives themselves up to beat the landfall deck, what they tend to do is load up on counters. Kind of the formula for being landfall deck fundamentally is load up on counters.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that makes sense. So we'll take a look at Clement's deck. Clement playing for that 9-0 undefeated day one record. So hopefully we can see. Hopefully they can eke this one out. So in the sideboard, we've got 4 Maelstrader's Resolve, 3 Mossborn Hydra, 3 Origin of Metal Bending, 3 Torpor Orb, 1 Paw Patch Formation, 1 Vivian Reed. I think the Torpor Orb makes a lot of sense for the Sunderflock, since you said that's quite a key matchup. What else are we looking at here, Andrew?
Yeah, I don't see much else, honestly. I think it's pretty hard to like fight down those creatures. The only card in your deck that's kind of large enough to do that is the fucking green shell, and the Fecunda green shell like often won't be resolving. So I don't really think that those do much. Um, you could play Paw Penetration, but it really only hits the flock itself, not any of the other kind of supporting cast. I kind of think if you're the landfall deck here, you board in these 3 Torpor Orbs and you call it a day. Is honestly my opinion. Probably cutting like these 2 Archdruid Charms are just too slow, and I know a lot of players who play this level deck often trim the Bristly Bill, just like kind of one of the weaker cards in the deck. That's why it's only a 1 of. So I would expect those 3 cards just be trimmed for the 3 orbs, and that's it. I'll also say about the Turp Orb, the Turp Orb is fine in this matchup, but what I'll say about it is it's kind of annoying that it gets countered by the annuls that they already want. Like they're already boarding in these annuls, and it instantly gets whipped up. It's the other thing is just like it's kind of hard to spend 2 mana accomplishing nothing. Even if that nothing that you accomplished is a good hate card, oftentimes you'll just be so far behind on tempo at that point that the spell deck can overrun you. That is to say, the Torpor Orb is fine. You should board it in. It's not that effective.
Absolutely, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, nothing really catches my eye outside of the Torpor Orb, and so I think it makes sense to just trim and just hope to get it in underneath those annuls.
Yes, indeed. But anyway, yeah. I think that the post board games are honestly a pretty similar dynamic. The main difference is that while in game one, all these landfall cards just like their expensive cards kind of just worked, in the post board games, they just often do not work. They often are just countered for very small amounts of mana. And other than that, the matchup is pretty similar.
Absolutely, and so you said that generally the post board games are pretty. You feel that they're pretty favored into the Spell Elementals deck.
Yes, definitely.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Awesome. Taking a look at our backup feature match here, we've got a couple of people playing for their day 2 lives. We've got Lyndon Coote playing Demir Bounce against Rin Porter, and it looks like Rin just cleaned this one up. It was a pretty complicated board state, but I believe the gestures were saying that Rin picked up that game 1. Heading back over to our main feature match area. Players are looking at their 7s. We'll see how they feel. Looks like Clement on a mulligan to 6 here, just figuring out which card to put on the bottom. And Mason starts us off with a Spirebluff Canal and a Sleight of Hand.
And I mean, that's always how you want to start at Spillman's deck. We joked in playtesting that any hand with Spirebluff Canal, Sleight of Hand, regardless of the other 5 cards, was a keep. And to some extent, I do think that's true.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Discounting the Spellelementals, getting some card selection, all good stuff.
Ooh, no play for Mason on 2, though. Definitely not a sign of strength.
Yeah. Players both playing the land to go game. Mason on his turn 3, considering his options, looking at a Winter Night Stories.
Interesting.
Opts not to, holding up Broadside Barrage, and I believe there was a Spell Snare in there as well. And Clement gonna resolve an Earthbender Ascension.
I don't like this from Mason. I think you have to cast Winter Night Stories in that spot. I don't know if you're allowed to just sit there doing nothing.
Yeah, I think this makes sense.
Maybe he was hoping that Clement was going for some sort of thing he could Broadside Barrage, but a lot of the time they're playing with an Ascension on 3 there.
Absolutely. So Mason untapping after burst lightning the land and casting a Winter Night Stories now. Not using his mana to the most efficient, but dealing with at least the creature threat from this Earthbender Ascension. We'll see what he decides to discard.
Right, and this is a tough choice for Mason because there's definitely a temptation to discard kind of two-star a creature here to kind of get more total cards, but you also just really need to get some spells in the yard. You haven't been able to deploy them, and just discarding spells kind of at any cost might be where Mason's at.
Absolutely, and Mason, a key thing, he missed a land drop here, so just passing back the turn after pitching 2 spells into the yard, not playing that 4th land.
I mean, this can certainly happen in this Elementals deck because for all the card selection that it has, it is fundamentally a deck with 20 lands in it. It really cannot afford to flood. And so that fact means that sometimes you miss your 4th land drop. It's a beat, but it is the reality.
Absolutely. So Clement, notably playing that Mossborn Hydra, none of these in the main deck, so he brought them in. How do you feel about that?
Interesting. I'm a little surprised, certainly. I mean, I sort of see the vision. It definitely does some stuff. Like, it's a fast clock. You can kind of protect it from the shocks using the fetch lands, which is pretty decent. It seems like an okay game piece to me. I like that it's cheap enough to get into the counter magic. It does concern me that it's kind of another card that's bad against the flock, but I mean, so is everything. So I don't know. I don't think it's crazy. I also think it's a little interesting that you see Mason Wong just playing the Hearth Elemental and kind of inviting Clement to go in on the Mossborn Hydra. Because the question you'd have to wonder is this some kind of bait?
Yeah, a little bit awkward out of Mason. His 4th land being that Spire Bluff Canal means he doesn't have access to 4 mana this turn or double red.
Oh wait, Chad is pointing out I am mistaken. The Mossborn Hydra is an elemental. I apologize. That makes a lot of sense as a sideboard card.
Oh, absolutely. No, that is correct. Thank you, chat. So many random
I did not know that, to be honest.
Awesome. So Clement going for a Earthbender Ascension. Ascends that Fabled Passage. And this Hydra's starting to get out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, Mason certainly still has moves against it. He can use Craft to tap it. He has bounce spells available, but he is going to need to find them.
Absolutely. So we'll see what Mason has. Slowly starting to fall behind.
I think I see an Eddymer Crab in Mason's hand, so I imagine that's his plan.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I see 2 crabs. So does cast the crab, gonna tap down this 12/12 and the 6/6. And Clement says, all good, pass it back to you. He's our threatening clock with his Fabled Passage in play, so good to have the second crab, but we'll see what comes moving forward. Is going to go for the Sunderflock. Clement going to crack the Fabled Passage in response. And grow these Mossborn Hydras just a little bit more.
The Hydras are going to be extremely large at the end of this. I mean, yeah, I will say, like, if it were the case that Clement had something like some sort of hexproof spell, a blossoming defenses effect, a snakeskin veil effect, whatever you want to call it, it would be devastatingly effective since these Hydras would one-shot. But it's open deckless, so both players know that he does not have anything like that in his deck. So,
absolutely. So these Mossborn Hydras gonna grow a little bit more, triggered from the basic and from the Fabled coming back into play.
Yes.
So we're gonna need some more dice.
Not to mention the fact that, like, these Earthbender Ascension triggers, there's no point in targeting a creature that's getting bounced, so Clement's also putting those on there.
Exactly. So Mason rumbles in, attacks with the crab and the elemental, and then passes the turn back to Clement.
I mean, the number of dice of these Hydras at this point is fairly academic.
True. Goes ahead and casts the crab, taps down the 2 Hydras. Clement just gonna deploy the cards in his hand. Now Clement facing down a lot of power.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Clement's just going to die this turn, right? I mean, any interaction spell kills him, it looks to me like, right? We have 3 blockers into 4 attackers at 10 life, so just anything that removes a creature from play is lethal.
Well, I think he's at 10, right? So
right, but there's 4 attackers. Oh wait, the Hearth Elemental's 4.
the Hearth
Oh,
Elemental's
good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And so he can toss 2 things underneath the crabs. I do see a broadside barrage, so could cast that looking for something else.
Yeah, but in other words, Mason actually does need a second piece of interaction to kill here.
Correct. We'll see if he can find it. Picks up an opt.
An opt is not. An opt is, I think, game over, right? Because
I don't
you can't.
think he can find another. He would need to find a land and an interaction spell off of the opt, which is not possible. Chat asking why there's so many dice on the Mossborn Hydra. Those are its powers.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? That's just how big the Monster Hydras are. It's a very normal situation.
The card's huge. Thinking on this opt, but I think it's all academic at this point. I don't believe Mason has enough toughness to absorb enough damage to not die.
Yes, I think Mason is just dead. I think that this Mossborn Hydra sideboard plan by Clan Harvey, this heads-up approach, has emerged with the victory. These elemental Hydras not able to be bounced.
So Mason just considering his blocks, seeing if there's enough toughness, but extends the hand, knows that it's a foregone conclusion. And Clement Harvey advancing to 9-0 on our day one. Absolutely impressive performance with this mono green landfall deck. Really, really setting himself up for a good run tomorrow, hoping to run the tables and make that top 8.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Heads up sideboard plan, winning a tough matchup through 2 really close games. My compliments to him, and my condolences to Mason Wong.
Absolutely amazing run here from Clement. And well done to Mason, still at 7-2, on pace to make a good run into day 2. Hopefully win out and get to that top 8. In the meantime, I believe we have a backup feature match that we can move to. So let's take a look there. Looks like players are sideboarding. I believe there was enough time that they should have played a game 2, and so I believe they should be going to game 3 here. Looks like Rin is packing up. Looks like this game has already been finished up. So unfortunately, I guess we don't have a backup feature match to go to.
Yeah, so we're gonna see here, but this might be the end of our magic for today.
Yeah, absolutely. So cutting back up to the front. Looks like that's all we've got for you after this round 9. But an impressive performance out of our feature match players. A very dominant Mossborn Hydra taking that match out. Yeah, it was a great day of Magic today. So same thing tomorrow. We'll be back again at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for some more rounds of Magic. We'll be playing rounds 10 through 16 tomorrow, or sorry, 10 through 14 tomorrow. And then we've got the cut to the top 8. Mason, Clark, and Michael will be back at 9 a.m. for y'all. Andrew, how'd you feel about today?
Oh, I think this was a pretty good day of Magic. We watched some really tight matches. I especially liked coverage of our first round of the day. I guess that is round 5 and round 8. I think we watched some really excellent back and forth games. So I'd recommend taking a look at those if you missed the stream live. And I'm excited to cover more tomorrow. As people may or not be aware, me and Graham have the second shift tomorrow, so we'll be covering the end of day 2 and the top 8.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to be casting more Magic with you. And just as a reminder, if you head on over to facetofacegames.com/sell, you can sell them your cardboard and get cash. Or if you want extra cardboard, you can get an extra 30% in store credit. So you can purchase more cardboard. Magic, Riftbound, they have a whole bunch of different card games that you can buy cards for. And you can also catch them at face-to-face tour stops. Again, Ottawa, Calgary coming up in March and April. Nanaimo and Quebec before the Ottawa weekend in May. And then we've got Regina, Hamilton, Langley, Edmonton, Truro, North Bay, Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg. They're going all around the country. I'm sure that there's a tour stop near you. Make sure that you take a look, see if you can get some time, and swing by to play some Magic with us. And with that being said, thank you all so much for tuning in. We appreciate your time. And we will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. for round number 10 with Mason and Michael.